Chapter 4566. Someone from the eternal world wanted to participate in the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion World's trial. This was a big deal. The top forces of the four worlds were all alarmed. That was the legendary eternal world. Since ancient times, it had never appeared before anyone from the four worlds. For the top experts of the four worlds, the eternal world was a legend. Furthermore, it was a legend that had yet to be verified. But now, the legend had come true. The legendary, eternal supreme paradise. The supreme experts of the most ancient races of the four worlds came out in shock. Even some ancient ancestors who had been in seclusion could no longer sit still. Some of the ancient ancestors who had been lying in their coffins smashed the lids of their coffins. Like corpses, they appeared in the world again, shocking the experts of the various worlds. For these ancient ancestors, there was no hope for this life. They had wanted to seal themselves and come out in the next life to search for opportunities there. But now, they saw hope again. Enter the eternal realm. All the ancient ancestors who were stuck at the peak of the extreme Tao became excited. They immediately headed for the boundary between the celestial realm and the primal beginning realm. This was the boundary between the two worlds. The laws of the two worlds intertwined, collided, and obliterated each other, forming a scene that seemed to have existed before the world was created. It was like a world of primal chaos. However, this was not a world of primal chaos. When the laws of the two worlds collided, primal chaos lightning would be produced. This primal chaos lightning was definitely one of the most terrifying lightning in the world. It could tear apart the bodies of saints. It was very dangerous for saints to walk in this place. Any living being below the saint level would be instantly killed by the lightning if they touched this primal chaos lightning. They would be turned to ashes, completely destroyed in body and soul. Only quasi-supreme existences could walk in this place that was similar to primal chaos. At this time, one powerful figure after another rushed into this chaotic land, completely ignoring the chaotic laws here. The primal chaos lightning that could tear apart the bodies of saints couldn't even touch the clothes of these ancient ancestors. Human realm, celestial realm, primal beginning realm. No one knew how many great mysteries were hidden in these four worlds, but there was no doubt that there were many ancient ancestors in the four worlds. Ancient ancestors were peerless existences. Every ancient ancestor was an extreme Tao supreme. Their background was big enough to scare people to death. At this time, within the primal chaos, Di Jiuqian was fighting against a demon. Their battle caused the primal chaos to shatter, and blood dyed his long robes. He was a war emperor above the 9 heavens, and the battle spear in his hand pierced through the heaven and earth. However, the one he was fighting was a demon from eternal world. Even though this demon was not an eternal great demon, his cultivation base was extremely formidable. He was practically invincible amongst those on the same level as him. Ha! I didn't expect there to be such a character in the lower realm. Follow me. The great demon laughed and attacked. The blood-colored demonic palm enveloped the entire world. Rumble, the void that was enveloped by the blood-colored demonic palm, was directly annihilated. Kill. Although Di Jiuqian was injured, his battle intent was even stronger than before. The battle spear in his hand shone with an unprecedented radiance. The entire chaotic zone was shaking. Emperor moves the 9 heavens. The ancient ancestors watching from afar couldn't help but exclaim. Boom! The blood-colored demonic palm pressed down and collided with the divine radiance that shot into the sky. There was a loud explosion, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. At the border of the two worlds, one bottomless crack after another appeared. Is this the power and terror of a supreme existence at the end of the extreme Tao? Someone under the protection of the ancient ancestors witnessed this battle. Di Jiutian was directly smashed into the ground. The blood-colored demonic palm that had descended from the sky also dissipated in the void, and a drop of demonic blood dripped from the sky. Good. I don't even know how long it's been since I've been injured or bled. You're the only one in the past 100,000 years who can hurt me. A giant blood-colored demonic eye appeared in the void. The two demonic eyes seemed to be connected to two blood-colored worlds, and they emitted a soul-stirring demonic light. Boom! At this moment, the ground suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground. Endless divine light erupted from his body, as if a divine sun had appeared in the primal chaos zone. Di Jiutian had fought all over the 9 heavens in pursuit of the strongest power. He had never been in such a difficult situation before. His opponent was too strong, and he even felt helpless. However, he couldn't admit defeat so easily. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Being my subordinate isn't a bad thing for you. Don't make a mistake. The demon's indifferent voice rang out. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then scram. Di Jiutian stared at the two blood-colored eyes in front of him, the spear in his hand vibrating. Do you want to die? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. The demon's voice turned cold. Whoosh! The two demonic eyes in the void suddenly shot out countless blood-colored demonic lights. Each beam pierced through the void and instantly pierced through Di Jiutian. Countless rays of blood-colored light rushed out of Di Jiutian's body. What shocked everyone was that Di Jiutian's blood kept flying out. What kind of demonic technique is this? The ancient ancestors who were watching from the side were extremely shocked. This demonic technique could actually devour the opponent's chi and blood. It was clearly a terrifying demonic technique. Chi and blood were life to any living creature. Once their chi and blood were completely devoured, even someone at Di Jiutian's level would die. This was because both the Tao body and the primordial spirit existed on the basis of chi and blood. Even Di Jiutian was shocked. He could feel his life rapidly draining away. His flesh and blood were shrinking. In just an instant, he had become much thinner. What pure essence chi! The demon from the eternal world exclaimed. Di Jiutian's chi and blood were definitely a great supplement for him. Its effect was no less than that of an immortal divine medicine. Di Jiutian used a secret technique. An immortal blade of light rushed out of his brow and instantly severed the chi and blood that were rushing out of his body. Oh, the demonic light shining out of the demon's blood-colored demonic eyes grew even stronger. The other party could actually sever his devouring demonic power. Since when were the living creatures of the lower realms so powerful? As Di Jiutian was fighting the demon from the eternal world, the ancient ancestors from the 4 great worlds kept arriving. At this time, even the demon from the eternal world could not help but be moved. This is a demon from the eternal world. Capture him, and you will know the secret of the eternal world. Someone in the dark shouted at the top of his lungs. What? A demon from the eternal world? The ancient ancestors from the 4 great worlds were both shocked and overjoyed. The allure of the eternal world was absolutely fatal. Many of them were tempted. In just an instant, the demon with the blood-colored demonic eyes sensed that at least a dozen ancient ancestors' divine senses had locked onto him. Who is so wicked as to plot against me? Chapter 45, 67. A demon from the eternal world. The ancient ancestors who were watching the battle grew excited. If they could capture this guy, wouldn't they be able to find out the truth about the legendary eternal world? The eternal world was the legendary place where one could obtain the eternal grand Tao. Those who were stuck at the peak of the extreme Tao had lived for countless years. Their only goal in life was to become an eternal one and jump out of this chess game. Since this demon came from the eternal world, the ancient ancestors would not let him leave so easily. Almost at the same time, 5 ancient ancestors charged at the demon. Powerful ancient ancestor auras spread out, shaking the entire primal chaos zone. "What, you want to gang up on me?" The blood-red demon's eyes flashed with a terrifying demonic light. "If you think so, then yes," one of the ancient ancestors sneered. "TCH, everyone has the right to kill demons." An ancient ancestor said, "Righteously, kill you my ass." The demon's eyes flashed, and a blood-red demonic light shot out. It pierced through the void and instantly arrived before the righteous ancient ancestor. What? The ancient ancestor was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was impossible. He could only block with both hands. His palms shone with dazzling divine light. His palms looked like they were forged from immortal gold. An unimaginably powerful fluctuation of the extreme Tao spread out in all directions. However, the demonic light instantly pierced through the ancient ancestor's hands, and then it pierced through the ancient ancestor's Tao body. Roar! The ancient ancestor roared, and his peak extreme Tao power burst out. His hands and Tao body, which had been pierced by the demonic light, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the ancient ancestors' wounds had only just healed when they exploded again. A mist of blood filled the air. This was a grand Tao injury. It was not easy for the ancient ancestor to expel the opponent's grand Tao power from his body. Reckless fool! The demonic aura from the demon's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Soon, the wounds on the ancient ancestor's body grew bigger. He could feel the demonic power invading his body and quickly erasing his life force. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the ancient ancestor died. Because the demon's Tao was stronger than the ancient ancestor's Tao, the ancient ancestor's Tao was suppressed and destroyed. In the end, there was only one outcome for the ancient ancestor, and that was death. Save me. The ancient ancestor was truly frightened. Humph! An ancient ancestor came to the other ancient ancestor's back and placed his right hand on the other's back. In the next moment, a powerful force of the great path surged from his hand into the ancient ancestor's body. Rumble, a shocking sound came from the ancient ancestor's body. It was like the rumbling of heavenly thunder. With the combined power of the 2 great ancient ancestors, countless divine lights of the great path intertwined on the wound of the ancient ancestor, who had been wounded by the demon. Streaks of black power of the great path were forced out and dissipated in the void. Kill! The other ancient ancestors were visibly moved. The other ancient ancestors attacked. Powerful peak extreme path attacks drowned out the pair of demonic eyes. The 5 ancient ancestors attacked, causing the void to explode. A terrifying destructive aura spread out. Countless beings were terrified to the extreme. At this time, Di Jiuqian was displeased. "All of you scram!" Di Jiuqian roared. Endless divine power erupted. The 5 ancient ancestors felt a great impact at the same time. Their expressions changed. Was Di Jiuqian crazy? He's mine. Di Jiuqian glanced at the 5 ancient ancestors. One of the ancient ancestors, a white-robed old man, was both shocked and angry. Di Jiuqian was peerless and a battle maniac. In the past, they really wouldn't have been afraid of him. But not now. Di Jiuqian was now Gufei's nominal disciple. If they touched Di Jiuqian, the consequences would be dire. Di Jiuqian was very powerful. The 5 ancient ancestors could only retreat unwillingly. The combined attack of the 5 ancient ancestors couldn't do anything to the demon. The blood-red demonic eyes were still there, still releasing a powerful demonic aura. How is this possible? The ancient ancestors watching the battle nearby couldn't help but be shocked. That demon, a black-robed youth who was hiding to the side and watching the show, shrunk his neck. The strength of this demon was beyond his expectations. Hee, be careful not to be targeted by that demon. A purple-robed man stood beside the black-robed young man. Sigh, there's a battle in the primal chaos immortal mansion. I didn't think there would be a battle outside as well. How unlucky. The black-robed young man sighed. Let's go meet those fellows from the eternal world. As the purple-robed man spoke, he crushed the talismans in his hand. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. Ji Chong Kong, seeing the purple-robed man leave. The black-robed young man quickly crushed the talisman in his hand and disappeared into the void as well. At this time, in the primal chaos immortal mansion, the quasi-supremes from the eternal world appeared. The quasi-supremes from the eternal world clashed with the experts from the 4 worlds the moment they appeared. Soon, people from the 4 worlds fell. They didn't even have time to use their major teleportation talismans before they were instantly killed by the monstrous existences from the eternal world. How can these fellows be so strong? The experts from the 4 worlds were dumbfounded. The monstrous existences from the eternal world were simply too powerful. In the beginning, almost no one was a match for them. The cultivation bases of those from the eternal world were also at the quasi-supreme stage. There would not be any extreme Tao existences coming. That was because Gu Fei and the supreme existence from the eternal world had already reached an agreement. Moreover, Gu Fei had also set up a great defensive array to suppress all extreme Tao supremes. Only quasi-supreme existences were unaffected. Once an extreme grade sovereign appeared in the primal chaos immortal mansion world, the array formation would be activated and kill the intruding extreme grade sovereign. Gu Fei would not show mercy. Anyone who dared to break the rules he had set down would be his enemy and would have to die. It was the same even for those from the eternal world. Those who dared to challenge him must be prepared to die. Gu Fei was not someone who could be easily bullied. So what if they were from the eternal world? It was not as if he had never killed an eternal before. Back then, he had forced the primogenitor, the first demon, to the point of risking his life to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 45-68. Gu Fei's Star Sword of the 9 Heavens was an eternal Tao artifact. He had relied on this sword to fight the peerless existence from eternal world to a standstill. The supreme existence from the eternal world was actually the founder of the eternal godly dynasty. He had come with a large force, but found that his opponent was very strong, suspected to be the reincarnation of an eternal one. This kind of existence was so terrifying that no one was willing to provoke a reincarnated eternal one. It should be noted that there were strong and weak eternal ones. Eternal ones like the founder of the eternal godly dynasty were only at the beginner level of the eternal realm. Eternal ones who could reincarnate were the strongest eternal ones in the eternal world, possessing a terrifying cultivation base and combat power at the peak of the eternal realm. They could step into the cycle of reincarnation, and their hands could touch the most mysterious things in the eternal world. However, existences like the founder of the eternal godly dynasty could not touch the most secret of things in the eternal world. When the founder of the eternal godly dynasty suspected that Gu Fei was the reincarnation of an eternal almighty, he immediately lost his composure and chose to negotiate with Gu Fei. In the end, the two reached a consensus. Then, the founder of the eternal godly dynasty led his army back to the eternal world. Soon, The eternal godly dynasty and the countless quasi-supremes attached to it entered the immortal mansion world through the portal. Although the divine son of the eternal godly dynasty had fallen in the immortal mansion world, killed by Gu Ling, the price of making an enemy of Gu Fei was too great. The eternal godly dynasty did not want to fight to the death with Gu Fei. Haha, come on. It's good that all of you are here. Gu Fei stood in the sky, looking down at the immortal mansion world. At this time, the quasi-supremes from the four worlds and the quasi-supremes from the eternal world clashed violently. Battles broke out everywhere in the chaos world. By this time, Gu Fei had already asked Tong Yu to set up the super great formation that could devour the power of others. Of course, Tong Yu's great formation could directly devour the essence, energy, and soul of experts, but Gu Fei had made some modifications to it. He had turned this great array into an origin-devouring array, a super great array that would gradually devour the vitality of a cultivator without them realizing it. He was gathering the power of countless experts. That was especially true for the quasi-supremes from Eternal World. The worldly laws of Eternal World were far stronger compared to the four great worlds. Due to that, even if the cultivators from Eternal World were to be on the same level as the cultivators from the four great worlds, they would still be strong enough to sweep away those on the same level from the four great worlds. Master, should we take action? Tong Yu, who was standing behind Gu Fei, asked carefully. Gu Fei said nothing. At this time, in the primal chaos immortal mansion world, the quasi-sovereigns from the four great worlds were on the verge of being defeated. The entire primal chaos immortal mansion world was covered in a rain of blood. They're so strong. Before a heaven realm quasi-supreme expert could finish his sentence, he was cut into two halves by a green-robed young man. Naturally, he couldn't finish his sentence. Can't even take a single blow. After saying that, the green-robed young man charged in another direction. It was a sacred mountain. More than 10 experts were engaged in a fierce battle on this sacred mountain, which wasn't very big. At the peak of the sacred mountain, there was a small scarlet tree. On the small tree, there were fruits shining with golden light. It's actually the metal origin fruit. When the green-robed young man saw the small tree on the mountain peak, his eyes immediately lit up. Without even thinking about it, he charged forward. Humph! At this moment, a cold laugh rang out. A figure charged over from the side, directly throwing a punch at the green-robed young man. The fist power was like a landslide. The attacker was an expert. Kill! The green-robed young man's entire body emitted incomparably sharp sword energy. The place where he stood was nearly pierced by the exploding sword energy. What? The sneak attacker was shocked. However, his fist still smashed towards the green-robed young man. Countless sword energy was dispersed by his fist. At the same time, the green-robed young man's body turned into a sword light. Like a true peerless sword light, he directly pounced towards the attacker. Boom! The two forces collided with each other in an instant, and the resulting shockwaves shook the surrounding void. The metal origin fruit is mine. The green-robed young man forced back the attacker. Then, with a flash, he directly appeared in front of the small tree. He was about to put the entire tree into his inner world. At this moment, a figure silently appeared behind the green-robed young man. Then, a brick viciously smashed the green-robed young man's head. The green-robed young man groaned and directly fell to the ground. He had actually been knocked unconscious by a brick. A figure appeared in front of the green-robed young man and directly looted him. Even his inner world was no exception. I say, this guy is too despicable. Ji Chong Kong saw this scene and frowned. The black-robed young man was He Tian. Despicable? It's obvious that this guy's skills are inferior. He was defeated by me. He Tian said disapprovingly. After saying that, his body flashed and instantly disappeared into the void, not leaving a trace behind. The god of deceit had returned. This time, the four great realms became lively. Ji Changkong shook his head, helplessly. Just as he was about to follow, a figure suddenly blocked his path. A shocking killing intent erupted from this person's body. When Ji Changkong saw this person, he could not help but be shocked. Even with his cultivation, he actually did not sense that someone was following him. This was not a good thing for him. This person's cultivation was at least not below Ji Changkong's. "Who are you?" Ji Changkong was very calm. He did not have many friends in the heaven realm. Naturally, he did not have any enemies. However, it was very obvious that this old man definitely wanted to kill him. "Ji Yuanshan." The skinny old man said coldly. When Ji Changkong heard this, he was immediately shocked. "You are Ji Yuanshan." Ji Changkong's voice trembled slightly. Ji Yuanshan was the peerless divine son of the previous generation. He had once defeated the entire younger generation of the eternal divine dynasty. However, for some unknown reason, such a peerless person had suddenly disappeared. No one knew where Ji Yuanshan had gone. No one knew the reason why he had disappeared without a trace. However, a person who used to be extremely stunning had actually appeared here. He was actually an old man who looked so ordinary that he couldn't be any more ordinary. "You want to kill me?" Ji Changkong stared at the skinny old man opposite him. "Yes." The skinny old man's tone was very firm. "Why?" Chapter 45:69. Ji Yuanshan was once a genius of the Crepe Myrtle Star's Ji clan. Back then, for some unknown reason, Ji Yuanshan, who was at the peak of his power, suddenly disappeared. The attitude of the clan's ancestors towards this matter was also thought-provoking. In the end, this matter was left unsettled, and no one talked about it anymore. Even Ji Changkong did not know what had happened back then. This was because no one had mentioned it to him. Now, Ji Yuanshan, who had mysteriously disappeared, actually appeared in front of him. This caused Ji Changkong to be indescribably shocked. What made him even more shocked was that Ji Yuanshan was actually here to kill him. "Why do you want to kill me?" Ji Changkong's expression was incomparably grave. One must know that the Crepe Myrtle Star's Ji clan forbade members from killing each other. Of course, in the current era, this rule only existed in name in the Crepe Myrtle Star's Ji clan. No one cared about this rule. In the battle between Ji Changkong and Emperor Ji, there were casualties on both sides. The old ancestors of the Ji clan turned a blind eye to these things and didn't care at all. "I'm just returning a favor." Ji Yuanshan looked coldly at Ji Changkong. "Favor?" Ji Changkong was enraged. Did it feel like his life was not even worth a favor from the other party? "All right, I'll send you on your way." Ji Yuanshan roared furiously and directly attacked Ji Changkong. His speed was extremely fast. Swish! In the next moment, Ji Changkong's figure disappeared in the void. His speed was also unbelievably fast. Ji Yuanshan only managed to hit an afterimage of Ji Changkong. Ji Yuanshan was shocked. This little guy's cultivation and battle prowess did not seem to be below his. Rumble. Ji Yuanshan only heard a rumbling sound coming from above him. He suddenly raised his head and saw a huge hand rapidly enlarging in his eyes. Boom! Ji Yuanshan basically had no time to react. In an instant, he was smashed into the ground by Ji Changkong's palm. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. Crack after crack spread out from the palm print. Roar! A muffled roar came from the ground. In the next moment, boom! The palm print on the ground suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground. a violent aura erupted from this person. His hair was disheveled and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was in an extremely sorry state. Little fellow, Ji Yuanshan viciously stared at Ji Chongkong. His eyes gradually turned blood red. It was as if he was about to fall into madness. Violent ape heavenly art. When Ji Chongkong saw the image of a huge ape appear on Ji Yuanshan's body, he couldn't help but be shocked. The violent ape heavenly skill was a forbidden skill of the Ji clan. When practicing this skill, the cultivator would be possessed by the devil if he was not careful. The violent ape heavenly skill had a huge flaw. Since ancient times within the Ji clan, almost no one was willing to cultivate this skill. However, who would have thought that Ji Yuanshan would actually take a different path and choose the violent ape heavenly skill? However, what was even more unbelievable was that Ji Yuanshan had actually trained this mysterious technique to the pinnacle. Roar! Ji Yuanshan faced the sky and roared. Then he once again attacked Ji Chongkong. The two quasi-supreme beings started fighting. Just as Ji Chongkong and Ji Yuanshan were fighting, He Tian started his looting operation. He directly attacked with a stick and robbed over 10 divine sons from the 4 great realms. He didn't even let off the saintess. That damned bastard plotted against me. In a valley, an old man wearing only a pair of shorts was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just snatched a stalk of divine medicine king from someone else, but before he could even put it away, he felt a pain in his head, and his vision went black. He had been hit by a stick. After waking up, the old man realized that everything on him, including all the cultivation resources that he had obtained with great difficulty, even his clothes, had been stripped. Wow, he even robbed an old man. That guy is too arrogant. Hee, I heard that the fairies of the inviting Moon Immortal Palace were also robbed. What bastard! He even robbed fairies. Is he still human? Someone jumped out and shouted. What are you shouting for? I did rob them. So what? He Tian quickly responded. Of course, he didn't dare to openly express his stance. He only left a few lines of words on a large stone. Do you still have the clothes of the fairies that were robbed by that bastard? Someone was concerned about this. That despicable thief even stripped an old man's clothes. How could the clothes of the inviting Moon Immortal Palace's fairies still be there? Very soon, someone who claimed to be an honored guest of the inviting Moon Immortal Palace jumped out to speak. The clothes of the fairies weren't stripped, but there was a huge bump on her forehead. Damn, brother, you really don't know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Inhumane. I seriously suspect that this sneak attack guy is no good. Someone directly looked down on He Tian. He was really a godly person to be able to do something like this. Since he had knocked them unconscious, he didn't do anything other than rob them. This was really strange. It could only be said that he was a great thief with a bottom line. The inviting Moon Immortal Palace was one of the top forces in the primordial realm. This force was very strong and ranked in the top 10 of the primordial realm. The fairies of the inviting Moon Immortal Palace were the saintesses of the inviting Moon Immortal Palace. Her appearance was naturally peerless. How could this guy do something like this? What a deranged guy. Everyone has the right to punish him. Someone yelled. Then, countless people responded. He Tian was really too ruthless this time. He robbed along the way, and many big shots suffered. All their belongings were robbed clean. It was incomparably miserable. However, because of this, Erebus incurred the wrath of the masses. Although He Tian was powerful, a large group of divine sons and saintesses were chasing him all over the world. He couldn't handle it, so he fled for his life. This is He Tian fled into the depths of the primordial chaos immortal mansion world. There were lush trees here, but no sounds of beasts could be heard in the mountains. It was too quiet. Is there a big guy entrenched here? Tian carefully walked inside. Soon he saw a cave. Inside the cave, there was a rainbow-colored brilliance. However, this brilliance quickly disappeared. What is this? Tian was very curious, so he quietly walked up. Roar! A terrifying roar suddenly came from the cave, and the entire cave immediately shook. A terrifying figure appeared in the cave. Oh no! Tian immediately turned around and fled. However, the existence in the cave directly chased after him. *CK. Tian directly ran, passing through the forest. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. Brother, it's great to see you. I'll give you a great opportunity. Chapter 4570. The great fortune in the immortal mansion world was not so easy to obtain. Even someone as strong as Tian would have to run away if he encountered a ruthless character in this world. Today, Tian was really unlucky. He had found a quasi-immortal divine medicine, but there was a terrifying creature of the dead guarding it. It was a demonic ape with only a skeleton left. In the skull of this demonic ape, there was a soul fire that was extremely bright. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that Tian found that the cultivation of this bone ape was higher than his, and its combat power was comparable to that of a supreme. In front of this bone ape, it was difficult for Tian to protect himself, let alone take the quasi-immortal divine medicine. The smartest choice was to turn around and run away. Brother, it's really great to see you. Tian fled thousands of miles away. When he rushed out of a primitive forest, he bumped into Old Tortoise. I just happened to give you a great fortune. There's something good behind me. Tian directly hugged Old Tortoise. You're so kind. Give me a great fortune. Old Tortoise was stunned. Who was this Tian? He was a guy who plucked feathers from geese. Now, he wanted to give him a great fortune. Was this possible? How can you say that? I've always been kind to you. Brother, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. See you later. As Tian spoke, he directly rushed away and disappeared from Old Tortoise's sight in an instant. What the hell is this guy doing? Old Tortoise did not believe that Tian would be so kind at all. Roar! Just as Old Tortoise was bewildered, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded from the forest in front of him. The whole area was shaking, and at the same time, a terrifying and monstrous aura of death swept over. Tian, you bastard! Old Tortoise was shocked and directly opened his mouth to curse. At this time, he could feel a powerful divine thought lock onto him. Boom! With a loud bang, the forest opposite Old Tortoise exploded, and a skeletal beast the size of a hill rushed out of the forest. It was a berserk demon ape. A powerful aura of death spread out from the dead spirit's body. The surrounding flowers and trees were rapidly withering as their vitality was constantly being drained away. The power of death extinguished all life. Soon, all the flowers and trees within a radius of tens of thousands of miles withered. At this time, Old Tortoise had already cursed all 18 generations of Tian's ancestors in his heart. This guy even dared to trick him. It was really outrageous. You even dare to scam me. I'm not done with you. Old Tortoise wanted to escape, but he couldn't because the raging devil ape was rapidly enlarging in his eyes. The devil ape actually pounced on him. Roar! Old Tortoise roared. The next moment, a tortoise shell emerged from his body and covered him. Boom! The devil ape directly pounced on the tortoise shell, causing it to shake violently. Countless Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on the tortoise shell, forming a terrifying protective power. Those were the Tao patterns formed when the black tortoise cultivated to the extreme grade. They were extremely ancient, but this tortoiseshell was not an extreme-grade tortoiseshell. Gu Fei had used a superformation to suppress the extreme-grade power. Although this superformation was not comparable to the heavenly punishment of the human realm and the heaven realm, it was still no small matter. Old Tortoise learned all this from Gu Fei. Naturally, he would not use the extreme-grade power. Even the countless powerful creatures from Eternal World were incapable of utilizing the power of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei had long since declared that anyone who dared utilize the power of the extreme Tao would be killed. At this time, people were fighting everywhere in this chaos immortal mansion world. The geniuses and monsters from the heaven realm, the human realm, the primordial realm, and the 10,000 realm were all fighting. Their enemies were those fellows from Eternal World. At this time, Old Tortoise could only brace himself and fight the devil ape. He had the protection of the black tortoise shell. Even if the devil ape was extremely powerful, it would not be able to break through his defense and truly hurt him. Oh my God! Fortunately, that undying creature did not chase after me. In front of a pool hundreds of thousands of miles away from where Old Tortoise and the devil ape were fighting, He Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he dare to stop. That demonic ape was too powerful. Although he was a quasi-sovereign, he didn't want to fight to the death with that demonic ape. With his cultivation, even if he could defeat that demonic ape, he would have to pay a huge price. Fortunately, he met Old Tortoise at the crucial moment. Even hundreds of thousands of miles away, He Tian could still sense Old Tortoise's aura. At this time, the battle between Ji Changkong and Ji Yuanshan had reached its climax. Ji Changkong cultivated the 9 Deaths heaven art. Ji Yuanshan also cultivated the famous heaven art of the Ji family, the violent ape art. However, the violent ape art could not compare to the 9 Deaths heaven art. Boom! In the end, Ji Yuanshan was struck in the chest by Ji Changkong's 9 Deaths palm art. In the next moment, his entire body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Even his primordial spirit was shattered. The genius of the Ji clan had actually fallen, just like that. Ji Changkong really wanted to know who wanted to kill him. He really wanted to know who was behind Ji Yuanshan. However, as Ji Yuanshan was killed by his 9 Deaths palm art, all the mysteries could not be resolved. All of this was seen by Gu Fei. To dare stretch their hands into my territory, the mastermind is too arrogant. They simply do not put me in their eyes. High up in the sky, Gu Fei's expression was somewhat gloomy as he sat cross-legged in the clouds. Master, the mastermind actually dared to scheme against you. It seems that he is not simple. Tong Yu, who was standing to the side, muttered. Humph, so what if he is not simple? Since he dared to scheme against me, he must be prepared to pay the price. Gu Fei said. Who cared who the mastermind was or what his background was? Could it be that this sneaky fellow was stronger than the primogenitor of the past, the first demon, or the current eternal godly dynasty's primogenitor? Those two were genuine eternal sovereigns, not extreme grade supremes. Eternal sovereigns could kill extreme grade supremes with one hand. Of course, Gu Fei was not yet an eternal one. However, he could rely on an eternal Tao artifact to challenge a true eternal sovereign. Even the eternal godly dynasty's primogenitor of the eternal godly dynasty was unwilling to provoke Gu Fei. Even if Gu Ling killed the eternal godly dynasty's primogenitor, the eternal godly dynasty had no intention of pursuing the matter. That was because the primogenitor of the eternal godly dynasty believed that Gu Fei was the reincarnation of an eternal expert. If that was true, there would likely be very few in the entire eternal godly world who would dare provoke Gu Fei. After all, Those who dared to stretch their hands into reincarnation were the truly monstrous existences in the eternal world. Chapter 45:71. In the human realm, the G clan of the Myrtle Star was the strongest cultivation clan in the entire planet, and the G clan was the master of the planet. There were 5 ancestral planets in the human world. Almost all the living beings in the human world were born from these 5 ancestral planets. Among the 5 ancestral stars, only the Z-Way ancestral star was completely controlled by a cultivation clan, and on the Z-Way ancestral star, the G clan ruled the world. However, there had never been a single person or even a single family who could unite the entire ancestral star. The Z-Way G clan had a few supreme cultivation techniques, and the 9 Deaths Heaven Art was one of them. Ji Chong Kong was the first person to successfully cultivate the 9 Deaths Heaven Art in the countless years of the Z-Way G clan. It was because of the 9 Deaths Heaven Art that he was able to compete with the Violet Emperor. At this moment, as Ji Yuanshan was blasted to smithereens by Ji Chong Kong's 9 death seals, it was impossible to find out who was behind Ji Yuanshan. However, in the entire human world and the heavenly realm, Gu Fei had many enemies. This Ji Yuanshan would definitely not run over to Gu Fei's place to kill Ji Chong Kong. After Ji Chong Kong killed Ji Yuanshan, although he was somewhat displeased, he quickly continued forward. His target was a land of fortune in the depths of the primal chaos immortal mansion world. At this time, outside the primal chaos immortal mansion world, a piece of news spread. All the cultivators of the 4 worlds were shocked to the extreme. Di Jiuqian fought against the 5 ancient ancestors from Eternal World, killing 2 and defeating 3. It was a shocking feat since ancient times. No living creature had managed to accomplish such a feat, however. Di Jiuqian had done it today. Outside the world of the primal chaos immortal estate, a black figure wielding a war spear stood quietly outside the entrance to the world of the immortal estate. His entire body was stained with blood, and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a beggar, but no one dared to look down on him, because he was Di Jiuqian. After experiencing this life and death battle, Di Jiuqian felt that he had forced out all of his potential. As he took that step forward, his aura underwent a shocking transformation, and an aura of eternity began to emanate from him. In order to take this step, Di Jiuqian had sacrificed many things. He had even become the disciple of Gu Fei. Today, he finally succeeded. Di Jiuqian stood outside the entrance to the world of the immortal estate. Although he looked very badly injured, and there were some places on his body where even his bones could be seen, he didn't seem to have been injured at all. However, no one dared to approach him. With him guarding this place, no one would dare to rashly barge into the primal chaos immortal mansion world. At this time, the Zhou clan's little Empyrean, Zhou Qi, thought that the entire primal chaos immortal mansion world was about to undergo a huge change. However, he didn't see Gu Fei go crazy for a long time. Could it be that Gu Ling was really not dead? Gu Ling had fought against Eternal World's eternal godly dynasties Wu family's divine son, Wu Fan, and the Chun family's Chun Zhou. Gu Ling had killed off Wu Fan and forced Chun Zhou to blow himself up in despair. The terrifying destructive force created by Chun Zhou's self-detonation was too shocking, and it directly blasted Zhou Qi and Zi Yun flying. Gu Ling was at the center of Chun Zhou's self-destruction. So how could she survive? However, should Gu Ling truly die, the consequences would be dire. It would surely pierce the heavens. Even if it was someone from Eternal World, Gu Fei would not let them go. He would kill until rivers of blood flowed. However, things didn't seem to be developing as Zhou Qi had expected. There was only one reason why Gu Fei didn't go crazy. Gu Ling was still alive. How can I waste such pure essence qi? At the center of Chun Zhou's self-destruction, A figure was sitting cross-legged in a ball of divine light. The ball of divine light was emitting a devouring power that was madly devouring the surrounding energy. When Zhou Qi and Ziyun saw this, their eyes almost fell to the ground. They were dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that not only was Gu Ling not dead, but she was also leisurely devouring the powerful energy created by Chen Zhou's self-destruction. The trial continued. In a place of fortune, the golden spirit ape Yuan Hong was fighting with someone. His golden fists caused his opponent to continuously cough up blood, and in the end, he had no choice but to retreat. The golden spirit ape Yuan Hong didn't kill his opponent. After he chased his opponent away, he directly smashed a huge mountain with a punch. A beam of divine light directly rushed out from the mountain and soared into the sky, trying to escape. Humph! Yuan Hong sneered and directly turned into a beam of golden light. He used a mystique and grabbed the beam of divine light. It was a small golden sword. The small golden sword emitted a dazzling golden light, and countless Tao patterns appeared on its surface. An extremely sharp sword chi wave erupted from the small sword. Not bad. Yuan Hong put away the flying sword in his hand. It was a quasi-supreme Tao weapon. A quasi-supreme Tao weapon was already the strongest Tao weapon below the extreme Tao. However, Old Tortoise was extremely unlucky. After being tricked by He Tian, he had no choice but to fight to the death with the demon ape. However, even if he fought to the death, it was hard to determine who would win. Boom, bam. Muffled sounds that sounded like the nine heavens' divine thunder kept ringing. Old Tortoise wanted to end the battle quickly, so he directly used his strongest combat strength to kill the demon ape as soon as possible. However, the demon ape was not to be trifled with. It spat out demonic fire, causing the void to distort from the heat. If Old Tortoise did not have the protection of the black tortoise shell, he would have long been burned to ashes. Even so, he still felt as though all the blood in his body had been ignited, and his blood was boiling. At that moment, He Tian was being chased by a group of geniuses from Eternal World. He was on the verge of going berserk. This fellow had specifically gone to plunder the divine sons and saintesses from Eternal World, believing themselves to be exalted existences. Due to that, a great hunt ensued. However, looting these geniuses from Eternal World gave him a lot of cultivation resources. Let's see where you can run to now. Just as He Tian fled to a mountain ridge, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked his way. Kill! When that person saw He Tian, his eyes turned red, and he immediately attacked He Tian. Damn it! Didn't I just rob your fiancé? Damn it! Do you want to go all out? As He Tian spoke, he moved 3,000 zhang to the side and evaded the attack that descended from the sky. Boom! As the man's fist fell, the entire mountain range below directly collapsed and was forcibly erased by that man. Despicable fellow, do you know who my master is? You dare rob my future young mistress? Another figure appeared in the sky. It was a cyan-robed servant. However, the power fluctuations coming from the cyan-robed servant were incomparably powerful. Surprisingly, he was also a quasi-supreme. TSK, who the hell is your master? Erebus flashed his middle finger at the person who had attacked him. You're courting death. I'm going to tear you to pieces and suppress your soul in the 9 underworlds. I'll use the extremine fire to refine your soul for 10,000 years. I'll make you beg for death. Chapter 4572. This guy is really something. I can't believe he dared to rob the fiancé of the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. Is he tired of living? He Tian had been causing quite a ruckus these past few days. He had been robbing people from behind and plotting against them. Everyone he targeted had fallen into his trap. I heard that this brother even stripped the clothes off those divine sons. Someone exclaimed. He even robbed them of their clothes. How inhumane. Someone shook his head. TCH, what do you know? Everyone from the eternal imperial family is wearing divine silkworm robes or immortal gold armor. Any one of them is a treasure. Someone said, angrily, a creature from the mysterious eternal world. Would it lack good items on it? I see. Only then did everyone come to a sudden realization. Clothes were treasures, so why not snatch them? If they didn't rob them, they would be letting these treasures down. However, Erebus was so lawless that he even dared to snatch the fiancée of the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. That was simply outrageous. The people of the eternal divine dynasty were only afraid of Gu Fei, not others. They didn't dare act presumptuously in front of Gu Fei. After all, Gu Fei was an important figure who could challenge their patriarch. However, apart from Gu Fei, who else in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world could be a match for them? After coming to the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, the people of the Eternal Divine Dynasty were arrogant and despotic. They looked down on everyone except Gu Fei. In particular, the people of the Eternal Imperial family killed people and robbed them of their treasures at the slightest disagreement. They treated the Chaos Immortal Mansion world as their hunting ground. The behavior of the Eternal Imperial family naturally angered the people of the four major worlds. Wu Chen, the prince of the Wuji dynasty from the human world, had been punched to death by the cyan-robed servant of the Eternal Divine Dynasty because he hadn't made way for the eldest prince. Erebus had actually robbed the Eternal Crown Prince's fiancée. How could this be? The fiancée of the Eternal Imperial Prince, Heng Chao, also had a powerful background. She was the Holy Maiden of the Ling Tian Holy Land, one of the three major factions of the Immortal Continent. The Ling Tian Sacred Ground had a transcendent status in the Celestial Continent. The disciples of the Ling Tian Sacred Ground were all women, because there were forces from other continents threatening the Celestial Continent, the Eternal Divine Dynasty, and the Lingtian Sacred Ground plan to form an alliance through marriage. The battles within Eternal World grew even more intense. Kill him. Heng Chao directly gave the order. This ant from a low-level world was not worthy of him personally taking action. Yes, master. The servant in green who was standing behind Heng Chao walked out. Kid, how do you want to die? The green-robed servant grinned as he stared at Gu Fei. TSK, you think you can kill me? Hey Tian said disdainfully. You dare look down on me? The cyan-robed servant was enraged. At the next moment, an extremely powerful wave of energy burst forth from his body. He had been an inconspicuous cyan-robed servant just a moment ago, but now his aura was much stronger than that of an ordinary god's son or saintess. Get lost. Let your master come here. Hey Tian waved his hand impatiently. Go to hell. The cyan-robed servant retracted his right hand. At the next moment, his palm shot forward like a venomous snake, instantly reaching the front of He Tian. Swoosh! He Tian's figure suddenly disappeared into the void. The cyan-robed servant was taken aback. This guy's speed was too fast. He looked up abruptly and saw a huge foot rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. Bam! Without any suspense, the cyan-robed servant's head was stepped on by He Tian, forcing him into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. One must look at the master before beating a dog. The cyan-robed servant was stomped into the ground by He Tian the moment he made a move. As his master, Heng Chao's face turned gloomy. This guy is indeed not simple. No wonder he dared to rob Heng Chao's fiancée. Those who came from the eternal world and knew about Heng Chao's background were all taken aback. They had thought that He Tian had only relied on sneak attacks to rob so many divine sons and saintesses of the eternal world. Now, it seemed that this guy did have some skills. roar. The cyan-robed servant went crazy. In an instant, the power of a quasi-supreme erupted from his body like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The extremely violent power directly burst the ground, causing the entire ground to explode and dust to soar into the sky. One after another, divine light shot out from the cyan-robed servant's body. Each of the divine light was like a venomous snake, ruthlessly strangling Haitian. At the same time, the cyan-robed servant carried Haitian and flew up into the sky. Myriad returned to origin. 1 foot to suppress the universe. Suppress. Haitian exerted force with his right foot, which was stepping on the cyan-robed servant's head, and a terrifying divine power immediately erupted from his foot. The next moment, the cyan-robed servant was trampled down from the sky by Haitian, and the countless divine lights that were aimed at Haitian were all dispersed by him. Boom! This time, there was a loud noise, and a bottomless pit was created by Haitian's foot. The cyan-robed servant was crushed under his foot. Humph! Can't even withstand a single blow. Haitian stood in the void with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at Hung Chao, the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. The eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He rose from his throne, and one after another, great stars appeared in the void around him. A torrential force of stars erupted from his body, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The people who were watching the battle from the sidelines were also extremely shocked. No one could have imagined that this fellow named Haitian could trample Hung Chao's servant to death with 1 foot. That servant was no ordinary person, and his cultivation had reached the quasi-supreme level. Everyone looked at Haitian in a different light. Some of the people who had been robbed by him wanted to jump out and settle the score with him, but now they were stunned. You just killed one of my servants. What's the big deal? Hung Chao's voice was extremely cold. Hee, is that so? What if I trampled you to death? Haitian stared at Hung Chao with a crazed look in his eyes, like a starving beast that had suddenly encountered its prey. Just then, a white figure appeared nearby. Eldest niece, you're here too? Haitian didn't care about the furious Hung Chao at all. He turned around and shouted at the white-robed woman. Uncle Haitian, how have you been? The white-robed woman was gulling. Hee, I'm fine. I'm not dead yet. Haitian grinned. Haitian, you bastard. Just then, an angry roar came from the distance, and the terrifying sound waves shook the void. An unimaginably powerful wave of energy swept over, and everyone couldn't help but turn pale. Oh my God! As soon as Haitian heard that roar, he immediately turned and fled. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 4573. Hung Chao was the crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty, one of the 13 eastern continents of the eternal world. His cultivation was no weaker than that of the former eternal Son of God. However, the eternal Son of God was so talented that the experts of the older generation of the imperial family thought highly of him. Hence, he was conferred the title of Son of God and heir to the eternal emperor. As the crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty, he was naturally dissatisfied. However, so what if he was dissatisfied? Who would dare question the eternal emperor's decision? Now that the eternal Son of God had fallen in this world, Hung Chao, the crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty, saw hope. As long as he won this trial and obtained the heaven-defying fortune here, the position of the eternal Son of God would be in his bag. However, no one expected that Hung Chao's fiancée would be robbed. This made him lose face, so he naturally wanted to tear the person who robbed his fiancée to pieces. Therefore, Haitian was targeted by the crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty and chased after him all the way. Tian really didn't care about this so-called crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty. However, when Old Tortoise came, he fled at once. He had tricked Old Tortoise. If he was caught by Old Tortoise, he would be in big trouble. Swoosh! Tian turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky, instantly disappearing into the horizon. Hung Chao was dumbfounded when he saw this. Rainbow flight technique. Old Tortoise took a step forward and arrived nearby. He couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Tian turn into a beam of light and instantly flee. This guy, Old Tortoise, was furious, but he could only watch as this guy fled. Hung Chao, the crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty, disappeared into the void in an instant. He actually displayed a speed technique and chased after Zhou Donghuang. Who is this guy? Old Tortoise was stunned, but he soon realized that the guy who could catch up with Tian in speed was the crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty of the eternal world. No wonder. Old Tortoise had to admit that this fellow from Eternal World did possess some ability. This scene was seen by Gufei up in the sky, and he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. This Tian really deserved to be called the god of swindlers. Wherever he went, he would swindle. The Old Tortoise was truly enraged. He was cheated miserably. That devil ape was incomparably powerful. Even if he managed to kill it, he had to pay a hefty price. At that moment, outside the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, Di Jiuqian's battle with the demon from Eternal World had reached its final stage. His whole body was bathed in blood, and his body was pierced through. Bloody holes appeared all over his body. However, his battle intent was still like a rainbow, killing intent shocking the 9 heavens. One man with one spear, the power he displayed made countless ancient ancestors watching from the side indescribably shocked. By then, even the demon from Eternal World had sensed something amiss. Kill! The blood-colored demonic eyes emitted a frightening demonic light as they slashed towards Di Jiuqian. Everywhere the blood-colored demonic light went, the void would be cleaved apart. Demonic runes appeared and intertwined on the surface of the blood-colored demonic light. It was a shocking display of power. This demonic Tao power surpassed the demonic Tao power of the 4 great worlds. The heavenly Tao of Eternal World was stronger and more complete compared to the heavenly Tao of any other world. Generally speaking, the powerful creatures that grew up in Eternal World were stronger than creatures of the same level from other worlds. There was no doubt about that. This was the advantage of the creatures from Eternal World. However, that did not mean that the creatures from Eternal World were stronger than those from other worlds. Naturally, such monstrous geniuses from other worlds were very rare. Since ancient times, there had only been one Gufei who had done so. Bring it on! Di Jiuqian furiously channeled his mystic art. Next, his body turned blurry, and 9 Di Jiuqians appeared in the void. What kind of magic is this? The ancient ancestors, watching from the side, were shocked. They could sense that each of the 9 Di Jiuqians was exuding a peerless divine might. Each of the 9 Di Jiuqians had the full battle power of Di Jiuqian's true body. How is this possible? This magic is heaven-defying. No one could remain calm when they saw this. Every one of the 9 Tao bodies that Di Jiuqian had conjured was as strong as Di Jiuqian's true body. This was the equivalent of 9 real Di Jiuqians attacking at the same time. This kind of battle power was absolutely unparalleled in the world. No one under the Eternal Realm could match this kind of battle power. Boom! With just a single strike, the void exploded. A part of the void turned into chaos, destroying everything in its path. The blood-colored demonic light and the blood-colored demonic eyes all exploded under Di Jiuqian's attack. Even the people watching the battle were affected. The exploding demonic light pierced through several ancient ancestors. Roar. The ancient ancestors howled miserably and retreated. Their bodies were rapidly thinning. The demonic light that had entered their bodies was actually devouring their flesh. One of the ancient ancestors even had his essence devoured by the demonic light that had invaded his body. He was turned into a dried corpse. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. The ancient ancestors who had been hit were scared out of their wits. They desperately used their mystic arts to expel the terrifying demonic power from their bodies. The demonic power could destroy all life. What terrified these ancient ancestors was that their Tao could not suppress the demonic power in their bodies. If they could not suppress the demonic power in their bodies, it meant that they would follow in the footsteps of the previous person. The demonic power would completely devour their blood and eventually destroy their souls. At the ancient ancestor level, it was a competition of Tao and Grand Tao. Whoever's Tao was stronger could decide the life and death of others. This was how cruel the cultivation world was. No matter where one went, the strong would be respected. This was an unchanging law. The weak could only be controlled by the strong. Roar. A terrifying roar resounded. A demonic figure appeared in the distance. The vague demonic figure exuded a terrifying pressure that caused the world to tremble. Humph! Is his true body about to descend? The 9 Dijushians spoke at the same time. Terrifying sound waves spread out and scattered the primal chaos mist for 100,000 kilometers. Even ancient ancestor-level existences suffered a tremendous impact. The weaker ancient ancestors even had blood seeping out of their ears and hurriedly retreated into the distance. Gu Fei, who was guarding the primal chaos immortal mansion, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the entrance of the primal chaos immortal mansion. More freaks of the eternal realm are coming? Gu Fei frowned. Were there really many freaks of the eternal realm in the eternal world? Chapter 4574. Outside the world of the chaotic immortal mansion, Di Jiuqian finally exploded. His 9 Tao clones attacked at the same time and destroyed the crimson demonic eye. At this moment, Di Jiuqian was extremely domineering. Was this Di Jiuqian's true strength? The experts from both the heavenly realm and the human realm were shocked. Di Jiuqian had long been famous. He had battled against the 9 heavens and had never been defeated. That was until he met Gu Fei. Di Jiuqian had battled for his entire life. At this moment, his 9 Tao clones had clearly changed. A faintly discernible eternal aura circled around them. This was the first sign that Di Jiuqian had taken his first step into the eternal realm. If there were no accidents, Di Jiuqian's cultivation would break through the shackles of the extreme Tao and step into the half-step eternal realm. However, just as Di Jiuqian destroyed the crimson demonic eye, a demonic shadow appeared in this part of the world. The demonic aura exuded from the blurry demonic shadow, dispersed all the primordial mist within hundreds of thousands of miles. One after another, ancient demonic patterns appeared and intertwined on this blurry demonic figure's body. The appearance of the demonic shadow shook the surroundings. The nearby ancient ancestors didn't dare to approach. Even Di Jiuqian's 9 Tao clones had a grave expression on their faces. "Little fellow, you've successfully angered me." A wave of divine will spread from the blurry demonic shadow. The crowd couldn't help but be moved when they heard him call Di Jiuqian, "Little fellow, cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight." Di Jiuqian raised the battle spear in his hand and said coldly, "The movements of the 9 incarnations of the Great Path were all the same. The might emanating from the 9 incarnations of the Great Path shook the void, and the surrounding void constantly trembled from the impact." Since you want to die, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish. The demonic shadows divine will spread, and a voice rang in everyone's hearts. Humph, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Di Jiuqian shook the battle spear in his hand. The next moment, the 9 figures shot into the sky at the same time and attacked the demonic shadow. The terrifying aura that erupted from them shook the heavens and the earth. This Di Jiuqian, the ancient ancestors couldn't help but be moved when they saw this. Boom! A great battle broke out, and powerful energy ripples spread out. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Countless black spatial cracks appeared in the void. This battle was even more tragic than the previous one. While Di Jiuqian was fighting the demon from Eternal World, the crown prince of the eternal godly dynasty caught up to He Tian and intercepted him in the Chaos Immortal Mansion. I didn't expect you to have some ability. You actually managed to catch up to me. He Tian was a little surprised. Hung Chao, the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, didn't say much. He immediately threw a punch at He Tian's face, and the violent fist force shook the void. This was the Eternal Divine Fist, a battle path cultivation technique of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. When Hung Chao punched out, even the extremely stable void in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world was shaken. If this Supreme Divine Fist was used in the outside world, it would probably cause the entire void to explode. The Eternal Divine Fist was the supreme killing art of the Eternal Divine Dynasty, and only the imperial family of the dynasty could cultivate it. Ordinary members of the imperial family were not qualified to cultivate it. Swoosh! He Tian suddenly smiled, and in the next moment, he disappeared into the void. What? Hung Chao was taken aback. He couldn't retract his fist anymore. In the next moment, he looked up and saw a huge foot stomping down on his head. Hung Chao was furious. This guy didn't take him seriously at all. Boom! Endless power of the stars erupted from Hung Chao's body, and countless stars appeared in the void around him. It was as if a galaxy had appeared between heaven and earth. The exploding power of the stars directly pushed He Tian back. Power of the stars. He Tian frowned. He waved his hands, and beams of divine light rushed out of his hands. Each beam of divine light was like a peerless heavenly blade, and they directly cut through the void. Swoosh! A beam of divine light swept across Hung Chao, and a mark immediately appeared on his protective armor, as if it had been cut by a peerless Tao weapon. What? Hung Chao was taken aback. No one knew better than him how powerful the defense of the armor he was wearing was. Even the most powerful quasi-supreme Tao weapon would not be able to leave a mark on it. However, right now, this despicable fellow had actually managed to leave behind a mark on his armor. It was unimaginable. You can actually block my flying immortal cleaving Tao technique. He Tian was equally shocked. One should know that the technique he used was one of the opportunities he obtained from the flying immortal land on ancestral Myrtle Star. The divine light he conjured was the flying immortal light, which could kill a quasi-supreme. When cultivated to the extreme, it could even kill an extreme grade supreme. Of course, with He Tian's current cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to kill an extreme grade supreme with the flying immortal cleaving Tao technique, but he could still kill a quasi-supreme. You have a lot of treasures on you. He Tian's eyes lit up as he stared at the armor on Hung Chao's body. He had originally planned to rob these guys from the Eternal Divine Dynasty. The eldest prince of the Eternal Divine Dynasty definitely had a lot of treasures on him. This time, he had encountered a big fish. Despicable and shameless ant, you want to rob this prince? Hung Chao was furious. The thought of this guy robbing his fiancée made him go crazy, and he wanted nothing more than to tear this ant into a million pieces. Roar! Hung Chao threw his head back and roared. In the next moment, rays of starlight rushed out of his body and branded in all directions. Soon, 365 great stars appeared between heaven and earth. Tian could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Ha! To be able to die under my heavenly cycle-stellar killing formation. Your life has not been in vain. Hung Chao laughed wildly. The star source in his body had actually attracted the power of the heavenly cycle-stellar killing formation. This was something that even Gu Fei, who was guarding the immortal mansion world, did not expect. As soon as the heavenly cycle-stellar killing formation activated the power of the 9 heavens stars, Gu Fei immediately sensed it. Good fellow! Gu Fei could not help but secretly nod. He had to admit that Hung Chao was indeed very strong. Among the quasi-supremes, he was an existence that stood at the top. Die! Hung Chao roared angrily. In the next moment, he desperately activated the heavenly cycle-stellar killing formation, and the 365 great stars crushed toward Tian at the same time. Ha ha! You dare to play with formations in front of me? You're courting death. Tian laughed loudly. Isn't the Tao of formations my strongest ability? You want to kill me with formations? What a joke. Hung Chao suddenly felt alarmed. Today I'll show you, a guy who thinks so highly of himself, what the real Tao of formations is. Tian revealed a cold smile. In the next moment, his body shook, and countless formation patterns immediately rushed out of his body and instantly disappeared into the surrounding void. In the next moment, the 365 great stars that were crushing toward Tian stopped in the void. How is this possible? At this moment, Hung Chao suddenly realized that he had lost control of the heavenly cycle-stellar killing formation. Chapter 45-75. Who was Tian? He was the ancestor of the formation Tao. His cultivation base was unfathomable. Even the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty from the eternal world was like an ant in front of Tian. Playing with the formation Tao in front of him was asking for it. The fact that Tian had taken control of the heavenly cycle-stellar killing formation from Hung Chao, the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, shocked Hung Chao to the extreme. How is this possible? Is he the legendary ancestor of the formation Tao? Only the legendary ancestor of the formation Tao could easily take control of the heavenly cycle-stellar killing formation from his hands. Rumble! Just as Hung Chao was about to be scared out of his wits, the heavenly cycle-stellar killing formation began to operate. All 365 great stars shone with dazzling starlight. The extremely powerful power of the stars exploded, and the 365 great stars charged directly at Hung Chao. Damn it! Hung Chao exerted his mystic art with all his might. Countless formation patterns rushed out of his body and branded themselves in all directions. He wanted to regain control of the heavenly cycle-stellar killing formation. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. Tian smiled evilly, then took a step forward and disappeared on the spot in an instant. Without thinking, Hung Chao immediately retreated. However, it was already too late. A fist suddenly punched out from the void. Bam! Hung Chao felt his vision go black. Then the world spun, and he almost fell to the ground. Tian stepped forward and fought Hung Chao in close combat. Countless rays of divine light rushed out of his body. It was the light of ascension, which was almost invincible among his peers. The part of Hung Chao's body that had been cut by Tian's light of ascension was still oozing blood. It would take him a few days to recover. At this time, everyone was shocked by the formation Tao combat strength that Tian had displayed. This kind of combat strength could not be underestimated. Who would dare to look down on Tian now? The eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. right? You're nothing more than this. He Tian kicked the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, sending him flying. He kept coughing up blood. How is this possible? Hung Chao almost went crazy. He Tian chased after Hung Chao and stomped him down with one foot. Then he stomped him into the ground. In front of me, He Tian, everything is possible. Roar. Hung Chao struggled desperately, but at this time, He Tian had already drawn the power of the 9 heaven stars to his body. No matter how hard Hung Chao struggled, he was still stepped on by He Tian. Do you want to live or die? He Tian said arrogantly as he looked at the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty under his foot. At this time, he kept the killing formation of the heavenly cycle stars. The 365 great stars disappeared into the void without a trace, as though they had never appeared in the first place. Nonsense! Hung Chao roared furiously. Ever since he started cultivating, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Although he wanted to live, he had the urge to self-destruct. I say, Old Black, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later. Gu Fei's voice suddenly rang out in He Tian's mind. Sitting cross-legged in the 9th heaven of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, Gu Fei could sense everything that was going on in the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Naturally, he had seen the battle between He Tian and Hung Chao. Right at this moment, Erebus sensed a dozen or so powerful auras rapidly approaching him. Ha! The great crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty is actually asking for help. Clearly, the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty had sent out a distress signal. The dozen or so experts who had come were most likely his subordinates. Hung Chao said nothing. Let go of my prince. An old man was the first to rush to the vicinity. When he saw that the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty was being stepped on, he was scared out of his wits. This was the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. How could he be trampled under someone's foot? At the thought of this, the old man broke out in cold sweat. If anything happened to His Highness, they would be buried with him. The old man made a move. Powerful waves of divine power surged out, and a huge golden hand appeared in the sky, grabbing at He Tian. He Tian laughed. The next moment, his body shook, and endless power of the stars erupted from his body. He didn't use the heavenly cycle star killing formation. Bam! A huge star fiercely collided with the huge golden hand that was grabbing towards it. The huge star exploded, and the force of the explosion drowned He Tian and Hung Chao. The old man who had made a move was pushed back by the mighty force. The old man was shocked. Just then, one powerful aura after another appeared in the vicinity. Hung Chao's subordinates had arrived. When they saw the high and mighty crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty being trampled to the ground, they were both shocked and enraged. Kill! A total of 13 experts attacked He Tian at the same time. Among them, there were even peak quasi-supreme cultivators. They were all old-timers. Even the void was shaken by the explosion. Ha! Good. He Tian laughed. The next moment, the 365 huge stars that had disappeared suddenly appeared in the void without warning, trapping everyone in the heavenly cycle star killing formation. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some of them didn't even have time to attack He Tian. Rumble. Vast power of the stars erupted from He Tian's body, sending all the Tao treasures flying. Today, I'll start a massacre. Erebus seemed to have transformed into an astral god of war. Every single move he made was filled with great might. Bam! With a single punch, he directly turned a quasi-supreme being into dregs. Even his primordial spirit was scattered in the void. This Hung Chao's subordinates were all shocked when they saw He Tian being so ferocious, and they hurriedly dispersed. Trapped in the heavenly cycle star killing formation, Hung Chao's underlings were extremely nervous. Moreover, this Haitian was too ferocious. He actually wanted to kill everyone. Your appetite is too big. Gouffet's voice sounded in Haitian's mind again. Hee, my appetite is very small. Haitian laughed. TSK. Gouffet, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, pointed his middle finger in Haitian's direction. Everyone stop hiding. Let's attack together and kill him. Only then can we live. A black-robed, middle-aged man stared at Haitian and said while gritting his teeth, his master was being stepped on by Haitian. Struggle before death. Haitian said disdainfully. Let go of my master. The black-robed, middle-aged man shouted at Haitian. Humph. Do you know who my master is? He's the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. If you dare to hurt my master's life, you'll be exterminated. The old man said in a low voice. Is that so? Chapter 4576. The trial of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world was still going on. However, in this trial, a great bandit had appeared. He specialized in robbing the powerful living beings from the eternal worlds. Even the powerful beings from the four worlds had been robbed by him. As a result, Haitian naturally offended many people. In particular, the creatures from the eternal world wanted nothing more than to kill Haitian. At that moment, Erebus, who was being hunted down, had defeated Hung Chao, the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, and even stomped him into the ground. When Hung Chao's subordinates saw their master being stepped on, how could they stand it? Hung Chao's subordinates didn't think too much about it and directly charged at Haitian. However, just as they attacked, Haitian also made his move. He had been waiting for these guys, and he wanted to kill them all at once. What? Hung Chao's subordinates were all dumbfounded. They never thought that Haitian would actually plot against them, and even use the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Killing Formation. The Heavenly Cycle Stellar Killing Formation was His Highness the Eldest Prince's trump card. Boom. Someone directly unleashed his quasi-supreme level battle prowess, wanting to break the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Killing Formation and kill his way out. However, within the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Killing Formation, the power of the stars was vast, and one after another great star after another appeared in the void. No one could break this part of the starry sky. Let us go, or I'll wipe out your entire family. A middle-aged expert trapped in the killing formation said sternly, Don't make a mistake. Let go of my master, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Another white-haired, white-browed old man said in a low voice, Forget bygones? Who are you kidding? Haitian stepped on the Eternal Prince's foot so hard that the prince's head was stomped into the ground, and his mouth was full of mud. Let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. As long as you let me go, I'll let bygones be bygones. Hung Chao spat out the mud in his mouth and said hurriedly, he had to lower his head and escape first. Can I trust you? Haitian muttered. I can trust you. I can trust you. I swear, if I find trouble with you again, I will die a horrible death. Hung Chao hurriedly swore. Haitian suddenly rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Hee, it seems that you have some sincerity. How about this? Hand over everything you have, and I will spare your life. At this time, the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Killing Formation was activated, trapping Hung Chao and his subordinates within the formation. Their life and death were in the hands of Haitian. Go, go, go. How could Hung Chao dare to say no at this moment? Not only did he hand over all the cultivation resources he had on him, but he also opened up his inner world and allowed my Tian to move everything from his inner world. In order to survive, he would even eat shit, let alone ask the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty to hand over all his cultivation resources. Ha! A wise man submits to circumstances. You are indeed the best of the best. He Tian looked at the mountains of cultivation resources in his inner world and was so happy that he almost couldn't help but hug Hung Chao and give him a kiss. As the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, Hung Chao had access to a plethora of cultivation resources. He had all kinds of rare divine metal and divine herb kings that were billions of years old. He Tian had even obtained 2 quasi-immortal divine medicines from the depths of Hung Chao's inner world. These quasi-immortal divine medicines were divine medicines that could even be used by supremes. Additionally, those were all cultivation resources from Eternal World. Compared to the cultivation resources from other worlds, it was only natural that the quality of the cultivation resources here was the best. After robbing the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, He Tian had more capital to break through to the extreme Tao, and all of you hand over all your cultivation resources. He Tian did not hold back. There were as many as 12 of Hung Chao's subordinates trapped in the killing formation of the heavenly cycle stars. Although they were Hung Chao's subordinates, they definitely had a lot of cultivation resources. They were dumbfounded. You don't want to hand them over? Then you can all go to hell. He Tian didn't want to waste his breath and was about to attack. Don't. Young man, don't be impulsive. When those people saw that He Tian was about to attack, they were all shocked. Even their master, the crown prince, was not a match for this madman, so they were even less of a match for him. Hung Chao's subordinates no longer hesitated. They all handed over their cultivation resources and opened their inner worlds for He Tian to inspect. Seeing Erebus rob them of their cultivation resources, these people's hearts were bleeding. They were different from the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. Those were the cultivation resources that they had accumulated for a lifetime, but they were robbed just like that. They had worked hard for a lifetime, but in the end, they had helped someone else. Moreover, they had no choice but to hand them over because no one wanted to die. He Tian really can't change his nature. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky and overseeing the Chaos Immortal Mansion, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. This was He Tian. No matter who you were, even if you were the son of the emperor, he would still rob you. Just then, Gu Fei suddenly sensed 2 extremely powerful auras erupting from a large lake in the east of the Chaos Immortal Mansion. With a thought, he sensed everything there. He saw 2 figures standing on the surface of the lake. 2 experts were facing each other, and the pressure from their bodies was constantly rising. One of the experts was an acquaintance, and the other was a masked woman from the eternal world. She was dressed in a fluttering white robe. Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? I saw the violet lotus of enlightenment first, so it should belong to me. The purple-clad Qin Yao stared at the woman in white and said coldly, What do you mean by first come, first served? I only believe in strength. The violet lotus of enlightenment belongs to whoever's fist is harder. The woman in white was incomparably domineering. Very well. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Let's fight. The pressure from Qin Yao's body continued to rise, as if there was no end to it. Beam after beam of divine light rushed out of her body and circled around her. A Tao diagram of yin and yang emerged from her body. However, the aura of the white-robed woman in front of Qin Yao was no weaker than Qin Yao. Behind the white-robed woman, there seemed to be a boundless ocean connected to it. Boundless water, Tao energy surged out of her body, and the entire world seemed to be surging. Qin Yao cultivated the great Tao of yin and yang, while the woman in white cultivated the great Tao of water. The 2 of them were already at the quasi-supreme stage. Both of them wanted to take another step forward to become a true extreme supreme. However, it was very difficult for Qin Yao to take that step forward. The woman in white also wanted to take that step forward. However, compared to Qin Yao, it was easier for her. She did not have the suppression from her supreme bloodline. Interesting. The battle between Qin Yao and the woman in white attracted Gu Fei's attention. One of them was the daughter of Grand Emperor Yin Yang, while the other was an expert from the eternal world. Chapter 4577. The trial within the Chaos Immortal Mansion continued. Due to the participation of the cultivators from Eternal World, Gu Fei decided to extend the end of the trial indefinitely. In other words, if he wanted to stop the trial, it would stop. If he did not, it would continue. There were plenty of divine herbs and materials within the Chaos Immortal Mansion. There was even the undying peach tree. There was no need to worry about a lack of participants. Additionally, the trial was no longer just a fight between the four quasi-supremes. Now, the mysterious and unfathomable cultivators from Eternal World had arrived as well. Although the cultivators from Eternal World were also quasi-supremes, the heavenly Tao of their world was stronger than that of any other world. Their grand Tao had gone through countless years of evolution and was already near the strongest and most complete. Compared to Eternal World, the grand Tao of the human world, celestial plane, primogenitor realm, and primogenitor realm was still immature. That was the difference between a child and an adult. In the eyes of the cultivators from Eternal World, Gu Ling, He Tian, and the others were just a bunch of bumpkins. At that moment, the calm surface of a great lake in the eastern region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion rose up with towering waves. The entire lake seemed to be boiling. Some of the powerful cultivators hiding at the bottom of the lake were alarmed. However, in the face of the two peak-level quasi-supremes, the powerful cultivators at the bottom of the lake trembled in fear. Gu Fei, who was seated cross-legged above the 9 heavens of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, was feeling curious as well. Who exactly was the stronger of the two experts who were confronting each other on the lake? Wang. Space shook, and the waves on the surface of the lake suddenly stopped. The surface of the lake became as still as a mirror, a stark contrast to the towering waves earlier. Kill. Qin Yao was the first to attack. Rays of light transformed from the yin-yang divine diagram slashed towards the white-robed woman. Wherever the rays of light passed, ripples would appear in the void. This was the power of the Grand Tao. Qin Yao's cultivation of the Grand Tao of yin-yang had reached a bottleneck. It was already near perfection. One more step, and she would reach the pinnacle of the Tao. However, Qin Yao's attempt to break through to the pinnacle of the Tao was far more difficult. She was the daughter of the Yin-Yang Emperor and possessed his supreme bloodline. The Yin-Yang Emperor's Tao had been passed down to Qin Yao through her bloodline. The Tao that came from the Yin-Yang Great Emperor did not belong to Qin Yao. Before reaching the extreme Tao realm, the Yin-Yang Great Emperor's Tao was of great help to Qin Yao's cultivation. However, when Qin Yao's cultivation reached the quasi-supremacy stage, the Yin-Yang Emperor's Tao would suppress Qin Yao's Tao. The difficulty of breaking through such a great emperor's Tao was unimaginable. Humph! Child's play. The woman in white sneered. In the next moment, she waved her right hand, and a pillar of water shot up from the surface of the lake. Following her gesture, the pillar of water instantly turned into a water blade and slashed forward. Swoosh! Saber chi swept out in all directions, instantly destroying all the yin-yang light blades that were slashing towards her. The saber intent of this saber. When Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled. The woman in white's water blade was no trifling matter. After the woman in white's water blade broke through Qin Yao's yin-yang light blades, its momentum did not diminish. It continued to slash towards Qin Yao. Moreover, Its power grew stronger and stronger, drawing in all the water elemental energy in the world. Qin Yao couldn't help but be startled when she saw this saber. The opponent's saber had locked onto her. No matter how she dodged, the opponent's saber would follow her like a shadow. I can only go all out. Qin Yao took a deep breath. In the next moment, a dazzling yin-yang divine light erupted from her body. Her entire body disappeared within the yin-yang divine light. In just an instant, Qin Yao had turned into a yin-yang Dao diagram. Qin Yao's body turned into a yin-yang Dao diagram and directly met the opponent's water blade. The woman in white saber light was directly absorbed by Qin Yao's yin-yang Dao diagram. Huh, the woman in white frowned. This lowly creature from the lower realms was actually able to block my saber? This water blade technique, in the sect that the woman in white came from, wasn't considered a profound supernatural ability. However, it was still considered a superior cultivation method. Qin Yao had so easily broken through this water blade technique. This was something that the woman in white never imagined. Could it be that I have underestimated these people? The woman in white couldn't help but be moved. 1. The yin-yang Dao diagram trembled. In an instant, it became as large as a mountain. A heaven-swallowing strength came crashing down from the yin-yang Dao diagram, causing ripples to appear in the void. The woman in white was startled. In the next moment, she involuntarily flew towards the yin-yang Dao diagram that fell from the sky. Roar. The woman in white roared. Water elemental energy immediately condensed in her hand. In the next moment, she slashed at the yin-yang Dao diagram that Qin Yao had transformed into. However, Qin Yao's supernatural ability was no trifling matter. The yin-yang Dao diagram revolved and could swallow everything. As the woman in white's sword approached the yin-yang Dao diagram, it disappeared once more. It was very sudden, as if the yin-yang Dao diagram was connected to an endless world. The yin-yang Dao diagram could swallow everything. Swoosh! The yin-yang Dao diagram that Qin Yao transformed into cut towards the woman in white. The great Daos of yin and yang wove together on the Dao diagram. Countless Dao patterns bloomed with the most devastating light. Humph! The woman in white coldly sneered. She slashed out with her saber again. Endless saber energy surged out, forcefully blocking the yin-yang Dao diagram. Seeing this, Qin Yao had no choice but to retreat. For a time, the two powerhouses were unable to deal with each other. As for the lake beneath their feet, it was directly destroyed by the vast fluctuations of energy. On a mountain beside the lake, there was a pond at the peak of the mountain. There was a purple lotus of enlightenment, and the corpse of a savage beast the size of a small mountain lay less than 10 zhang away from the purple lotus of enlightenment. Fresh blood seeped out from the savage beast's body, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. A fellow sneakily crept up from the foot of the mountain and slowly walked towards the pond. He was very careful because he didn't want to alarm the two powerhouses above the lake. It had to be known that either one of them was a quasi-supreme being. Below the supreme being level, they were invincible existences. If he were to alarm them, then he would likely be in deep trouble. These two were both peerless geniuses of heaven. Either one of them was an existence that could shake an entire region. He couldn't afford to offend either of them, so he could only stealthily steal away the purple enlightenment lotus. Chapter 4578. Within the world of the primal chaos immortal mansion, battles were erupting everywhere. Tong Yu, the original master of the immortal mansion world, had laid out countless schemes for the sake of gathering the life essence of countless living beings, turning the entire world into a supreme killing trap. In order to lure those supreme experts into the immortal mansion world, He had hidden all the natural treasures, cultivation methods, and Tao artifacts he had gathered over countless years. If one wanted to obtain natural treasures, supreme cultivation methods, and powerful Tao artifacts, they would have to pay a price. And that price was one's life. Since ancient times, the primal chaos immortal mansion world had appeared countless times, harvesting the lives of countless experts. Of course, there were also some small fry that Tongyu had let go. It had to be known that if not many people succeeded in obtaining rare treasures or supreme cultivation methods, the immortal mansion world would lose its allure to everyone. After all, if one knew they would die, who would still venture into the immortal mansion world? Those experts who had ventured into the immortal mansion world, only to perish inside and become nourishment for Tongyu, had only gone in with the slightest hope of success. At this time, the great lake at the foot of the mountain had been blasted apart by Qin Yao and the white-clothed woman. Beam after beam of terrifying, destructive light shot out from the bottom of the lake, piercing directly towards Qin Yao and the white-clothed woman. Suppress. The white-clothed woman used a supreme divine technique, forcibly gathering the water essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into a giant seal. The seal instantly took shape, radiating boundless light. Within each ray of divine light, countless Tao patterns could be faintly seen. Rumble, a watermark directly suppressed downwards, forcibly suppressing the destructive light that was piercing towards her. Your killing formation seems a bit weak, Gu Fei said to Tongyu, who was overlooking the entire primal chaos immortal mansion world. Tongyu's current appearance was that of a 12-year-old child. He was a bit embarrassed. The violet lotus of enlightenment isn't some kind of rare divine medicine. It's not a big deal to let them get it. The killing formation that Tongyu had set up around the violet lotus of enlightenment wasn't that heaven-defying, but it wasn't something that just anyone could break. The violet lotus of enlightenment wasn't very useful to quasi-supremes because it could help them comprehend the Tao. However, quasi-supremes' Taos were already almost perfect. It was impossible to break through to the extreme grade just by eating the enlightenment purple lotus. Even the immortal spiritual medicine was not that heaven-defying. The extreme Tao was no longer something that could be created by some heaven-defying divine medicine or some supreme being. One could only rely on oneself. Only by taking that step could one's Tao be perfected. However, the purple lotus of enlightenment could help a person become a saint and create a saint. Even in eternal world, this divine herb was very rare. The violet lotus of enlightenment within the immortal pond on the mountain was the mother plant. By carefully nurturing it, it could grow into a large field. In this way, those who mastered the purple lotus of enlightenment would be able to create a large number of sages. This was the value of the purple lotus of enlightenment. However, very few people knew the true value of the violet lotus of the Tao. Only the top forces in eternal world possessed the methods to nurture the various divine herbs. The sect that the white-robed woman belonged to had the method to grow the purple lotus of enlightenment. Naturally, the white-robed woman would not let go of a divine herb capable of creating a large number of sages. Even the sages created through the use of divine herbs were still sages. Naturally, the sages created through the use of this divine herb could not be compared to the sages created through their own efforts. However, if they could create an army of sages, they would be able to sweep through even eternal world. It was then that the white-robed woman revealed her secret art. Using the power of water, she condensed out a great seal to suppress the power of the killing array coming from the lake. At the same time, Qin Yao, who had transformed into the yin-yang Tao diagram, furiously devoured the destructive light coming at her. The two secret arts were polar opposites. One devoured while the other suppressed. On the surface, the white-robed woman gave off a majestic air of majesty, like a peerless goddess of war. However, Qin Yao, on the other hand, was gathering power. The yin-yang Dao diagram was capable of absorbing energy from all directions for her own use. Thus, the more Qin Yao fought, the stronger she became. Even when fighting against experts on the same level as her, she would often end up the victor. In fact, some of those who were stronger than Qin Yao would end up being exhausted to death by Qin Yao. Kill. The white-robed woman put away the water seal and clenched her fists. An extremely domineering aura immediately erupted from her body. Let me show you what the martial extreme divine fist is. There was a hint of disdain in the white-robed woman's voice. The next moment, she punched out, causing the entire world to shake. It was as though a primordial war beast had awakened from its slumber. Qin Yao sensed an extreme sense of danger from the white-robed woman. Even Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the ninth heaven and overlooking the battle, had his eyes lit up. Was this an eternal combat skill? He was once an Eternal One and had created an eternal combat skill. However, the martial extreme divine fist displayed by the white-robed woman was the pinnacle of a different kind of martial arts. Eternal World also has a martial arts legacy. When Gu Fei thought of this, he could not help but feel shocked. He recalled many things. Above the myriad heavens, there was the primal world, and the primal world. However, there was actually a world above the primal world. Could it be that the cultivation legacies of the primal world came from eternal world? Could it be that the source of everything was in eternal world? Gu Fei knew that the truth would only come to light after he entered eternal world. At this moment, the white-robed woman had already punched at Qin Yao. In an instant, Gu Fei seemed to see countless stars and suns shattering under the white-robed woman's fist. It was as though the entire world had been pierced by this fist. The fist could shatter stars and suppress the universe. This was a kind of fist intent. It was a different kind of display of the true power of this fist technique. Right now, the white-robed woman only had the cultivation base of a quasi-supreme. It was impossible for her to display the true power of the martial extreme divine fist. However, even if she could only display 1/10,000th of the martial extreme divine fist's power, she would still be invincible among those of the same level. Roar! Qin Yao roared. Her hair danced in the wind, and her entire body fused with the yin-yang Dao diagram. She circulated the yin-yang secret technique with all her might, wanting to devour the white-robed woman into her yin-yang world. However, the moment Qin Yao's yin-yang Dao diagram came into contact with the white-robed woman's fist, the yin-yang Dao diagram collapsed in the void. It was just one punch, but Qin Yao's divine body was pierced through. She was sent flying hundreds of thousands of li away. Her divine body was nearly destroyed by the white-robed woman's punch. Even Gu Fei was stunned by this result. This fist technique has such power? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Chapter 45:79. The white-robed woman had defeated Qin Yao with a single punch. Many of the spectators were dumbfounded. How is that possible? That's the little princess of the Qin clan. How could she be defeated with a single punch? She's the daughter of the yin-yang great emperor. She shouldn't have been defeated so thoroughly. Those who knew Qin Yao's background couldn't believe it. However, the elegance of the white-robed woman's punch had won everyone's admiration. This kind of fist technique had already surpassed the limits of all moves. Even Tong Yu, a half-step eternal existence, could only see some clues from the fist intent of this punch. The others, even the extreme Tao Supremes, found it difficult to comprehend anything from the punch that the white-robed woman threw out. Only Gu Fei was able to see through the true power of the white-robed woman's punch. This was an eternal grade martial path battle skill, and it was displayed by a quasi-supreme like the white-robed woman. Although its power was less than 1/10,000th, it was still not something that Qin Yao could contend with. One must know that even Qin Yao's father, the invincible Yin-Yang Emperor, who had once dominated the 9 heavens, only had the cultivation of an extreme supreme being. Extreme grade great arts and eternal grade battle skills were simply not on the same level. There was simply no comparison. Qin Yao and the white-robed woman were both quasi-supreme. In a battle of the same level, eternal grade battle skills would crush extreme grade great arts. This was inevitable. Humph. Aborigines will always be aborigines. I just got a little serious, and you can't take it anymore. How boring. The white-robed woman was very disdainful. She turned around and was about to take the purple lotus of enlightenment. What did you say? Qin Yao's cold voice came from afar. A powerful killing intent instantly locked onto the white-robed woman. Do you really want to die? The white-robed woman looked indifferently at Qin Yao, who was walking over step by step. The current Qin Yao was in an extremely sorry state. Her hair was a mess, and blood was oozing from the corner of her mouth. There was a bloody hole in her chest, from which blood was constantly dripping. In particular, there were streams of intertwining great Tao energy on the wound, like lightning. That was the white-robed woman's great Tao energy attached to Qin Yao's wound, cutting off her vitality. This kind of great Tao injury was not so easy to heal. Do you really think you can defeat me? Qin Yao smiled gently. When she was sent flying by the white-robed woman's punch, a strand of soul sense descended from the sky and directly entered her soul. At that moment, countless pieces of information surged into her sea of consciousness. Figures appeared one after another in her sea of consciousness, displaying a supreme battle skill to her. Heaven Transformation Hand. Qin Yao understood in an instant, and she was pleasantly surprised. My successor is no weaker than anyone else. A voice sounded in her mind. Master? Qin Yao was overjoyed. This was Gu Fei's voice. Although she had taken Yen as her master, she could also be considered as Gu Fei's successor. At this time, Gu Fei passed on a supreme battle skill to her. The Heaven Transformation Hand was said to be able to transform the heavens, and its might was many times stronger than his Yin-Yang secret art. This kind of direct transmission could allow Qin Yao to grasp the basics of this battle skill. It should be said that this kind of transmission from Gu Fei had also passed on his experience and comprehension of this battle skill. You don't know the meaning of death. In that case, I will send you on your way. As soon as the white-clothed woman punched out, a domineering power immediately erupted. The surrounding void shook violently, and ripples of space spread out in all directions with her as the center. The martial divine fist was truly a heaven-defying battle skill. Just the fist momentum alone was enough to cause the weather to change. If this fist were to be unleashed, wouldn't it be able to destroy the world? The martial divine fist is truly worthy of being the martial extreme immortal sect guarding battle skill. Some experts from the eternal world who were watching the battle could not help but exclaim when they saw this. If the martial extreme immortal sect's martial divine fist was used by an eternal existence, it would certainly suppress the 9 heavens. The fist could shake the universe and destroy the world. It was not impossible. We don't know who will send who on their way yet. Qin Yao chuckled. She stared at the white-robed woman, and the aura on her body rapidly changed. Boom! In the next instant, a towering might burst out from Qin Yao's body. She assumed a pose, and a terrifying domain instantly formed. All the worldly spiritual energy gathered towards the domain. Qin Yao was devouring all the worldly essence, seemingly wanting to devour the entire world. Seeing this, the white-robed woman's eyes involuntarily narrowed. An eternal battle skill. She could not help but feel shocked. She had never imagined that the other party would also possess an eternal battle skill. Furthermore, judging by the might of the skill, it seemed to be in no way inferior to her martial divine fist. How was this possible? How could a mere aborigine possess an eternal battle skill? Eternal tier combat skills, cultivation techniques, or secret techniques. Even in Eternal World, they were the secret techniques of the various clans, sects, and sects that were not to be divulged. Only the heir disciples of the various clans and sects would be taught them. Moreover, heir disciples were absolutely not allowed to divulge the sect's secret techniques to others. Not even their own sons were allowed to do so, unless they had the sect's permission. If they were to divulge the sect's secret techniques without permission, the consequences would be extremely dire. One hand to transform the heavens. Qin Yao made her move. The endless worldly spiritual energy gathered by the heaven-form domain rapidly converged, and a huge hand appeared in the void, slapping towards the white-robed woman. Rumble, everything in the path of the huge hand was obliterated, and all the power in its path was melted away. Roar! The white-robed woman roared furiously. Her long hair fluttered in the wind as she unleashed a punch at the incoming huge hand. This was Wu Jishin from the martial extreme immortal sect in the Eternal World. As the white-robed woman unleashed her punch, the entire world shook. To be able to shake the entire world, the white-robed woman's fist energy had reached an unimaginable level. It had to be said that this world was incomparably stable. Ordinary quasi-supremes would not be able to shake the primal chaos immortal mansion world. At that moment, even Gu Fei felt somewhat nervous. The eternal battle skill he had created, the heaven-form hand to the opponent's martial divine fist. Which of the two was stronger? Boom! The heaven-form hand that Qin Yao unleashed collided against the white-robed woman's divine fist of martial divine fist, resulting in a world-shaking boom. A massive black hole was blasted out from the collision. A terrifying aura of devastation spread out in every direction. Even the countless experts who were watching the battle from the side sensed extreme danger, and they had no choice but to run far away. Those two, everyone there was incomparably shocked. Chapter 4580. Qin Yao and the white-robed woman were fighting at a large lake in the Chaos Immortal Mansion. It was for a godly medicine in the celestial pond on the hill next to the lake. The name of the godly medicine was the Enlightenment Violet Lotus. Although it was not a top-level godly medicine, it could help a cultivator break through to the saint level. The battle between Qin Yao and the white-robed woman had already turned into a clash of eternal battle techniques. Rumble, the white-robed woman's fist shook the heavens and the earth. The sun, moon, and stars trembled as if they would fall from the sky at any moment. Qin Yao's heaven-transforming hand wasn't to be underestimated either. She could transform any kind of essence into the most primitive form and then devour it, turning it into her own power. Again, the two silhouettes radiated endless divine light of the great path, and they once again clashed together. The extremely violent waves of power swept out in all directions. In their hands, the eternal level combat skills erupted with unimaginable power. These two, wherever the two experts went, everything was crushed. Even the void was punched out by them, and black holes were created one after another. Even the chaotic energy was punched out by them. Everyone who saw this was indescribably shocked. An ordinary quasi-supreme being was as weak as an ant in front of these two powerhouses. They could definitely crush them. What was a monster? This was a monster, almost invincible in the same realm. The lake was blasted apart, and the surrounding mountains were also crumbling. Only the mountain where the Petal of Enlightenment was located remained standing. This mountain wasn't simple. It was protected by a formation. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. At this time, a sneaky figure took advantage of the battle between Qin Yao and the white-robed woman to carefully look at the pond where the Enlightenment Violet Lotus was. The pond wasn't big, and the lotus rooted in it was enveloped by a purple light. "Little Baldy, are you trying to steal the divine herb?" Just as a figure was about to pluck away the godly herb, a figure suddenly appeared at the peak of the mountain. "Your fan show successor? What are you waiting for if you don't come out and accept your death?" The black figure's voice was extremely imposing. The person who wanted to steal the Enlightenment Violet Lotus knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he stepped forward. Only then did the spectators realize what was happening on the mountain ridge, where Violet Lotus was. "Who is that? Hey, Tian, that little Baldy is out of luck," someone exclaimed. Little Baldy and Erebus, those two fellows are not good people, someone said through gritted teeth. He had just been robbed by Hey Tian, and there was still a big bump on the back of his head. He couldn't help but admire Hey Tian's accuracy and ruthlessness. In the void, not far from the mountain ridge, many people were watching the show. There were also a few young disciples from other worlds standing in the sky. Back then, my Tian had robbed so many cultivators. Most of the cultivators from Eternal World had their bodies smashed by him, and all the cultivation resources on them had been looted as well. Hey Tian actually dares to appear here. A young man in white clothes was in disbelief. His name was Wu Shentong. He was from the Wu family of Eternal World. His cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the quasi-supreme stage. Amongst those from Eternal World, he was definitely one of the best. "Senior Brother Wu, you fell for it as well?" A youngster cast a ferocious gaze at Hey Tian, who was standing on the mountain peak. The youngster had been robbed badly by Hey Tian. Even his clothes had been taken away. Now that he saw Hey Tian again, he nearly charged forward to fight him. Just as Hey Tian and the little monk were confronting each other on the mountain peak, in another region, Gu Ling was surrounded by a dozen experts. Hand over the extreme divine source or die. Gu Ling, a middle-aged man with a rough appearance and a full beard, held a great spear in his hand. Extreme divine source was the source power left behind by an extreme supreme. It was incomparably precious. "Humph! Come and take it if you have what it takes." Gu Ling sneered. "Kill." The middle-aged man with the great spear did not waste any words. With a roar, he brandished the great spear in his hand and stabbed at Gu Ling. The man's simple attack displayed great power. The other experts also roared and attacked. In an instant, killing intent filled the air. The Tao artifact shone with dazzling divine light. Vast and mighty vital energy stirred up a strong gust of wind in the area. How could anyone who dared to attack Gu Ling be an ordinary person? There was a total of 17 experts. All of them were quasi-supreme. When they attacked together, it gave off a shocking feeling, as though there were thousands of soldiers and horses charging at them. In their opinion, Gu Ling had gone mad. She actually dared to fight 17 quasi-supreme alone. Among these quasi-supreme, there were even a few peak quasi-supreme existences. "Haha, bring it on." Gu Ling laughed loudly. She pushed her feet on the ground, and the ground beneath her immediately collapsed. At the same time, she shot forward like an arrow, fiercely pouncing into the crowd. Shouts and screams immediately rang out. Figures flew out like broken cloth bags. Tao artifacts broke and blood splattered. In just an instant, 5 or 6 people were sent flying by Gu Ling. Gu Ling was domineering to the extreme. She was like a terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex. With every move she made, a violent power burst out. Her fists were indestructible. Those martial artists who were hit would die, and those who were touched would be injured. Her attacks were simple, direct, and effective. With a single punch, she shattered a blade light and smashed the head of a quasi-supreme saber Dao expert, causing him to die instantly. With a sweep of her leg, the spear was broken and the strong spear-wielding man was kicked in the waist. His entire body immediately twisted strangely and was almost split into two. It seemed like he would not be able to survive. Gu Ling's every attack contained the power of her great Dao. Those who were hit by her would be injured by the great Dao. Monster. This guy is simply a monster. Those 17 quasi-supreme only lasted for 3 breaths of time, and more than half of them were killed by Gu Ling. The remaining people were scared out of their wits and directly turned to flee. This was a complete suppression. There was no suspense. Gu Ling waved her right hand, and a broken saber immediately flew up from the ground. She then grabbed it and exerted force with her 5 fingers. She forcibly crushed the saber, and then threw it towards those who were fleeing. The fragments pierced through the air, and blood splattered everywhere. Those who wanted to flee were directly penetrated by the fragments. They fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Gu Ling's power of the great Dao obliterated the vitality of these people. Swoosh! Gu Ling took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the middle-aged man. You are really too stupid. Chapter 45-81. Gu Ling was Gu Fei and Yen Er's only daughter. Her cultivation was inherited from Gu Fei, and her alchemy skills were also inherited from her family. Yen Er's alchemy skills had also reached the quasi-supreme realm. She was only 1 step away from becoming an extreme master alchemist. This was many times higher than the cultivation of the founding ancestor of Yen Er's sect. The founding ancestor of Yen Er's sect was only a sage, and was known as the alchemy saint. The cauldron of myriad medicines was also a saint weapon when it was passed to Yen Er, but now the cauldron of myriad medicines had been refined into a quasi-supreme Dao weapon by Yen Er. Yen Er was also here. With Gu Fei's cultivation, it wasn't difficult to find Yen Er because of the special connection between them. Yen Er's indifferent personality didn't want to fight for fortunes with others. However, she knew very well that in the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Only when one's fist was strong enough would others not dare to provoke you. At this time, Yen Er was on a short mountain in the distance. She watched as her daughter displayed her prowess and killed more than a dozen people who wanted to kill her daughter. She begged for mercy. My daughter is like her father. Yen Er sighed and looked up at the sky. You can't see me. Gu Fei was watching Yen Er up in the sky. When he saw her suddenly look up, he hurriedly looked away, feeling a little embarrassed. In fact, Gu Fei was sitting in a lotus position in the sky with layers of formations around him. Even though Yen Er had a quasi-supreme realm cultivation, she couldn't see Gu Fei. Gu Ling's personality was like Gu Fei's, and Yen Er was right. Yen Er knew her personality very well. She was aloof from worldly affairs, indifferent to fame and fortune, and hesitant. She was able to cultivate to the quasi-supreme realm all because of Gu Fei. If Gu Ling's personality was like her mother's, she would have died countless times on the ancient road of the human tribe. Speak, who sent you here to die? Gu Ling looked coldly at the middle-aged man in front of her. Humph. Killing people and robbing them of their treasures is a common occurrence in the cultivation world. Why would anyone send us here? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said he could sense an extremely dangerous aura from Gu Ling Gu Ling already had the intention to kill him. Once such an existence had the intention to kill someone, it would definitely make the other party bleed. Very good. Are you not going to speak? I have my ways to make you speak. After saying that, Gu Ling's right hand shot out to grab the middle-aged man. This seemingly casual grab gave the middle-aged man a completely different feeling in the middle-aged man's eyes. It was as if the other party had covered the entire world with a single hand. One hand to cover the sky. The middle-aged man didn't move. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but the other party had already locked onto him. No matter how he dodged, the other party's hand would follow him like a shadow. Roar! The middle-aged man operated his secret technique with all his might. A ball of divine light emerged from his body and enveloped him. The next moment, the middle-aged man involuntarily flew towards Gu Ling. Seeing this, the middle-aged man could not help but be moved. Without any suspense, the middle-aged man was blasted apart by Gu Ling's punch. His body and soul were almost completely destroyed. In the end, Gu Ling used a soul-searching secret technique to read the memories of the middle-aged man's nascent spirit. Only then did he know what had happened. The Eternal Divine Dynasty was located on the celestial continent in the Eternal World. As one of the three major factions in the celestial continent, the Eternal Divine Dynasty had many factions attach themselves to it. The reason why this group of people were looking for Gu Ling was because of the Stone Clan, which was one of the major factions under the Eternal Divine Dynasty. Gu Fei had reached an agreement with the Eternal Divine Dynasty's ancestor that they would not interfere. However, the Stone Clan wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei to pieces, because one of their ancestors had fallen at the hands of Gu Fei. When the supreme ancestor of the Eternal Divine Dynasty had led an army to attack the Eternal Divine Dynasty, he had been stopped by Gu Fei in outer space. Gu Fei had killed several Supreme Grade Supremes with a snap of his fingers. Among the Supreme Grade Supremes were the Stone Clan's Supreme Grade Patriarchs. The Stone Men were a major clan in the Eternal Godly Dynasty, and they had a Supreme Great Ancestor in charge. But now that their great ancestor was dead, the Stone Men were in grave danger. Without the protection of their supreme great ancestor, the Stone Clan's position in the Eternal Divine Dynasty was unstable. Even in the Eternal World, cultivation resources were limited. There were three major factions in the Celestial Continent, and the Eternal Divine Dynasty was only one of them. Within the Eternal Divine Dynasty, there were countless other factions. Although the Eternal Imperial family was powerful, they had to be careful when dealing with the other factions. With the death of the Stone Clan's Supreme Patriarch, the other major factions naturally coveted the Stone Clan's territory. The Stone Clan didn't dare to seek revenge on Gu Fei, so they went after Gu Ling instead. However, they didn't expect Gu Ling to be so difficult to deal with. Gu Ling was almost invincible among those of the same rank. She crushed the 17 experts of the Stone Clan, causing the leader of the Stone Clan to flee in fear. The 17 experts of the Stone Clan were all killed by Gu Ling, mother. Gu Ling came to Yen Er's side. Your cultivation base seems to have increased again. Yen Er smiled at her daughter. Gu Ling sighed. Unfortunately, I can't take that step. Yen rubbed Gu Ling's head. Sometimes you can't succeed, no matter what you try. But sometimes you can let go of everything, and success will follow naturally. Mother, could it be that Gu Ling was overjoyed? Was her mother going to become a supreme? Yen pondered for a moment. I don't know. I never force anything. It's best if it succeeds, but it's fine if it doesn't. Ha ha! Gu Ling laughed. Her mother was indeed going to become a supreme. A clan with two supremes. This was a wonderful story in the cultivation world. Of course, she didn't have to become a supreme. Madam is going to become a supreme? The Star Beast Sovereign and Black Wind Sovereign, who were following behind Gu Fei, were shocked. Just a little bit more, but it won't be long. Gu Fei sat cross-legged above the 9 heavens, overlooking the entire Immortal Mansion world. He could see Yen Er's cultivation base at a glance. She was actually on the verge of a breakthrough. She was in a mysterious state. If she took a step forward, she would become a supreme. If she took a step back, she would still be a quasi-supreme. Ha! Gu Fei threw his head back and laughed. His voice spread throughout the Immortal Mansion world. The experts who were fighting for the good fortune in the Immortal Mansion world were all shocked beyond belief. Father, Guling looked up at the sky. What's that guy laughing at? Elsewhere, the old tortoise also looked up at the sky. Chapter 4582. On a small mountain in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, immortal energy swirled around. It was as though the sound of the great Tao could be heard reverberating through the air. A faint fragrance permeated the air, giving those who smelled it a feeling of enlightenment. It was as though the difficult problems that had plagued them for countless years had become simple. All of this originated from a small pond on the mountain peak. More accurately, it originated from a purple lotus in the pond. Although the violet lotus of enlightenment was not some heaven-defying divine medicine, it could allow one to comprehend the Tao and attain the Tao fruit of a sage. That aspect alone made the violet lotus of enlightenment quite rare. It had to be said, divine medicines that could allow one to comprehend the Tao were very rare items in every world. The violet lotus of enlightenment was something that even the experts from Eternal World would covet. That alone was enough to prove its value. As Qin Yao and the white-robed woman were fighting, a little baldy nearly stole the violet lotus of enlightenment from the mountain peak. Little baldy, who is your master? He Tian stopped the little monk on the mountain peak. Humph, you already know the answer. The little baldy flipped his right hand, and an alms bowl appeared in his hand. The moment He Tian saw the alms bowl in the little monk's hand, his eyes glinted with incomparable sharpness. You really are the successor of that evil little baldy. Ha, ha, my luck today is too good. He Tian stared at the little monk, the corners of his lips curling into a sneer. He had some grudges with the little baldy Fan Xiao. Fan Xiao was nowhere to be found, so he could not settle the score with him. Since that was the case, he would first take down his disciple and collect some interest. People say that He Tian is the most despicable person in the world of Black Hands. Now that I have met him, he truly lives up to his reputation. The little baldy was not afraid of He Tian. What did you say? He Tian was displeased. This fellow actually said that he was the #1 person in the world of Black Hands. Son of a bitch, the #1 person in the world of Black Hands is your master, Fan Xiao. The little monk smiled and said, Is that not the case? I am your junior and a child. Don't you feel ashamed for attacking a child? Tui, are you a child? Fuck, I can see that your nascent divinity aura is practically that of an ancient antique. You're still pretending to be young? How shameless. He Tian was hopping mad. Although this fellow looked like a child, the aura of his primordial spirit was not human. No matter what, you're bullying the weak, the little monk said proudly. Damn it, so what if I'm bullying the weak? Let's capture you first. Erebus couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the little baldy. He took a step forward and reached out with his right hand to grab the little baldy. 5 beams of divine light shot out from his hand and enveloped the little monk within them. Hee, I'm not playing with you anymore. The little monk chuckled. In the next moment, a ball of divine light instantly enveloped him. In the next moment, the void trembled, and he actually disappeared in the void in an instant. He was nowhere to be seen. What? A greater teleportation Dao Seal. Only now did He Tian realize that this little fellow had been playing with him from the beginning to the end. Damn it! He Tian was about to go crazy from anger. He directly punched the small mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire small mountain actually exploded from his punch. Instantly, rocks flew everywhere and dust filled the air. He Tian grabbed the violet lotus of enlightenment and rushed out. However, as soon as he popped his head out, a fist flew towards his face at an extremely fast speed. Bang! He Tian only felt his vision go black. Stars danced in the sky as he directly fell from the sky. The violet lotus of enlightenment in his hand was also snatched away by someone. Who's the one plotting against me? He Tian was filled with hatred. He directly fell from the sky and smashed a large hole in the ground. Boom! In the next moment, the ground exploded. Like an extremely ferocious beast, He Tian soared into the sky. Who is it? Get the hell out here for me! He Tian's anger burned the 9 heavens. He wanted to kill someone. Do you want to get the hell out here? A cold voice was heard from the side. He Tian suddenly turned around. In the next moment, he immediately became terrified and directly turned to escape. Come back! An ancestral dragon's claw directly grabbed at He Tian. As if the entire world was enveloped by this ancestral dragon's claw, He Tian actually flew towards the ancestral dragon's claw involuntarily. He Tian activated his Xian Qi, wanting to break the seal of the ancestral dragon's claw and escape. However, under the cover of the ancestral dragon's claw, He Tian could not escape at all. In the next moment, He Tian was caught by the ancestral dragon's claw. Big Brother Tortoise, what are you doing? He Tian had no choice but to be terrified. The opponent was the old tortoise, the son of the Tai Huang Emperor, the leader of the Heaven Realms demon clans. He was the strongest existence in the Heaven Realms demon clans. You're the tortoise. Your whole family are tortoises. The old tortoise was furious. This guy actually dared to trick him. It was too hateful. Yes. I'm a tortoise. Just treat me as a tortoise and let me go. He Tian hurriedly smiled apologetically. In fact, the name Old Tortoise was coined by Gu Fei. This old tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor and the eldest of the Tai Huang Emperor's 9 sons. His real name was Baxia. Hee. The old tortoise rolled his eyes. How about this? Give me half of the things you looted, and I'll be magnanimous and let you go. What do you think? What? Why don't you just rob me? He Tian cried. He had worked so hard to loot, and now he had to hand over half of it. Wasn't this asking for his life? Ha! The old tortoise laughed and said, Aren't I robbing you now? He Tian was speechless. Hand it over. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer a little, the old tortoise said as he held He Tian's hand with a little more force. Ouch, don't. He Tian immediately cried out. All right, I'll hand it over, okay? He Tian's heart bled at the thought of handing over half of the looted resources to the old tortoise. Half of the looted resources was not a small amount. It had to be said that the majority of the targets he looted were the divine sons and saintesses from Eternal World. The items on them were not ordinary. Hee, that's more like it. Consider it my compensation for the mental damage. The old tortoise grinned. What the hell compensation for mental damage? He Tian gave Gu Fei the middle finger in his heart. He had always been the one looting others, but now he was the one being robbed. Was this the legendary reversal of fortune? He Tian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Ha! Retribution. There were people from the human realm who had been looted by Mahakala in the vicinity. They were all gloating at this scene. They couldn't wait for someone to teach this evil fellow a lesson. Just as Haitian was being robbed by the old tortoise, two extremely powerful divine senses instantly locked onto them. Huh, what's going on? The old tortoise was taken aback, but Haitian was both surprised and overjoyed. Hand over the items. The two experts charged at the old tortoise at the same time. Extremely powerful energy waves erupted from their bodies. They were Qin Yao and the white-robed woman. Whoosh! The old tortoise did not even think about it. He took Haitian and fled, disappearing in an instant. After them, Qin Yao and the white-robed woman chased after them. They had just been engaged in a life-and-death battle. Now, they were facing a common enemy, and were chasing after the old tortoise and Haitian. This made the old tortoise and Haitian extremely depressed. These guys, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged above the nine heavens, could not help but laugh when he saw this scene. At this time, Gu Fei was in an extremely good mood. His wife, Yen was finally about to become an extreme-grade sovereign. Yen was already in an indescribably mysterious state. He did not intend to help Yen whether she could become an extreme-grade sovereign or not depended entirely on herself. Others could not help her at all. Even a supreme existence in the eternal realm couldn't create an extreme Tao paragon. Yen and Gu Ling needed to have a good chat. At this time, a powerful eternal grade devil, Tao aura, entered the Chaos Immortal Mansion from the outside. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he sensed this devil Tao aura. Go and take a look, Gu Fei said to Tong Yu beside him. Yes. Tong Yu hurriedly accepted the order and turned to leave. At this time, outside the Chaos Immortal Mansion, the battle between Di Jiuqian and the Great Devil had reached a climax. In the void, 9 incarnations surrounded the Great Devil. Boom! The Eternal Devil punched out, and one of Di Jiuqian's incarnations was immediately blown up in the void. However, Di Jiuqian's clone, which had been blasted apart by the Eternal Demon's punch, appeared in the void again and attacked Di Jiuqian. Di Jiuqian's mystique was simply invincible. The 9 incarnations all had the battle power of the original body. This was too terrifying. It should be known that this was equivalent to 9 Di Jiuqians attacking at the same time. That Great Devil was not a real eternal Great Devil. He was just a half-step eternal existence. If this Great Devil was an eternal Great Devil, he would have killed Di Jiuqian with a single move. Rumble, the entire void exploded, countless mountains collapsed, and the earth sank. Everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was destroyed. This was simply apocalyptic. Although the half-step eternal Great Devil wasn't a true eternal Great Devil, it had already cultivated the true eternal devil power. It was precisely because of this that it could compete with Di Jiuqian and even suppress him. Little guy, this demon master is not playing with you anymore. The Great Devil suddenly grinned, and in the next moment, he displayed a devil martial battle technique. Great Devil Heavenly Hand, the Great Devil shouted, and a devil hand appeared in the void, directly enveloping Di Jiuqian's 9 incarnations. The devil hand grinded down like a millstone. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on Di Jiuqian's 9 incarnations, as if they were about to collapse in the void. Even Di Jiuqian, who was about to break through to the half-step eternal realm, could not withstand the true eternal devil power. Chapter 45, 83. Di Jiuqian was very strong. He could be said to be invincible below the Supremes. He could dominate both the mortal realm and the celestial realm. Such a powerful existence was now beaten to the point of vomiting blood. This scene really shocked all the experts who were watching the battle. At this time, The great sky demon hand formed by the demon from the eternal world came crashing down from the sky. It was as terrifying as a millstone that could destroy heaven and earth. Under the hands of the great sky demon, everything was obliterated. The void was being destroyed without a sound. Damn it, just a little bit more. Di Jiuqian channeled his Xian Qi with all his might. Dazzling divine light exploded from his body. It was as if his entire body was on fire. Within the divine light, countless Tao patterns appeared and intertwined. However, no matter how hard Di Jiuqian fought, he could not fight against the demon. The demon's cultivation was higher than his, after all. The great sky demon hand still came crashing down on Di Jiuqian. Just as Di Jiuqian was about to be destroyed by the great sky demon hand, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the side. It grabbed Di Jiuqian and pulled him out from under the great sky demon hand. Boom! The great sky demon hand slammed down on the ground. The ground within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky. Beams of demonic light shot out in all directions. Some unlucky fellows were pierced by the demonic light. They instantly turned into black dust and dissipated into the void. They had been destroyed in an instant. All the spectators were dumbfounded. They turned around and ran. Damn it! So even spectators had to pay the price with their lives. The demon suddenly turned around. Two beams of blood-colored demonic light shot out from his demonic eyes. They were more than 10 miles long. They were like peerless demonic swords that pierced through the void. What are you being so fierce for? Be careful. I'll beat you up until all your teeth fall out. The person who had saved Di Jiuqian was Tong Yu. Among everyone present, only Tong Yu had the ability to save Di Jiuqian. No one else had the ability to do so. Furthermore, Gu Fei had not even come out of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. You're just a tiny native. So what if you took that step? You know the eternal law. The demon did not care about Tong Yu at all. The eternal law. When Tong Yu heard this, his expression immediately turned grave. I don't need your help. Di Jiuqian was unusually calm. He was still holding onto his battle spear, but countless cracks had appeared on it. It looked as though it could break at any moment. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Di Jiuqian's body. True eternal power was born in his body. He had finally taken the first step. Di Jiuqian's life and death had been decided in an instant. Although it had only been a short period of time, Di Jiuqian's entire life had flashed through his mind. When he was young, he was bullied and humiliated. After that, he joined a small sect. A few years later, that small sect was destroyed by other sections. His master and senior brothers were all dead, but he was still alive. Once his cultivation level was high enough, he would go back and kill everyone in the sect that had lost his master. From then on, he advanced triumphantly, sweeping through the 9 heavens. He even changed his name to Di Jiuqian. He wanted to become a great emperor, and in the end, he succeeded. Di Jiuqian was the supreme emperor of the 9 heavens. Since ancient times, the number of great emperors that had appeared in the mortal world and the celestial planes could be counted on one hand. The supreme emperor of the 9 heavens was an existence that was on par with the Yin-Yang emperor. Di Jiuqian recalled his life and gained an epiphany. At the juncture of life and death, he finally took that step and successfully transformed his divine power into eternal power. The eternal essence grew within his body. Only by successfully cultivating out the eternal essence could one be considered a half step into the eternal realm. Di Jiuqian had begun transforming into the eternal Tao constitution. Naturally, This was not the true eternal stage. However, existences at the half-step eternal stage could already utilize some simple eternal laws. Neither Di Jiuqian nor Tong Yu possessed eternal laws. This peerless magic and combat skill was firmly in the hands of the top forces in Eternal World. Eternal laws were not something that could be easily taught. Even the heir disciples of the top forces would find it difficult to obtain the complete eternal laws. With the exception of the top forces in Eternal World, only Gu Fei possessed eternal laws. Additionally, the eternal laws he created were in no way inferior to the eternal laws possessed by the top forces in Eternal World. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Tong Yu looked at Di Jiuqian with mixed feelings. This fellow actually gained an epiphany at the juncture of life and death. His luck was truly heaven-defying. Di Jiuqian had plotted for countless years. He had even gone as far as to set up an ancient death trap in an entire world to gather endless life force before finally taking that step. In the end, he did not become a true eternal being. He was only a half-step eternal being. In Tong Yu's opinion, becoming a half-step eternal existence was already a very fortunate thing for him. Becoming a true extreme Tao Supreme was simply too difficult. But now, Di Jiuqian gained an epiphany. His cultivation base broke through the shackles, and he broke through to the half-step eternal stage. In Tong Yu's opinion, this was too damn easy. Di Jiuqian did not say anything. Instead, he tightened his grip on the battle spear, and a stream of eternal power flowed into the battle spear. Next, the countless cracks on the battle spear rapidly disappeared. Old friend, let's continue our campaign. Di Jiuqian stroked the battle spear in his hand and muttered to himself, "Both of you, come at me together." The great demon from the Eternal World glanced at the two of them coldly. He came from a supreme demon sect in the Eternal World and had mastered supreme techniques. Having mastered eternal techniques, he was practically invincible among those at the same level. This was the source of Zhong Yan's confidence. Preposterous. Tong Yu was furious. This guy was just a half-step eternal fellow. They were at the same level. What right did he have to look down on him? How detestable. If you want to fight, I can do it alone. Di Jiuqian stepped forward with the battle spear in his hand. Is that so? Then be careful, fellow Taoist. Tong Yu said. He retreated to the side. Since Di Jiuqian wanted to fight this demon, he would let him do it. Bang! 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 With every step Di Jiuqian took, the whole world shook. His aura continued to rise. It was as though the great Tao of heaven and earth was trembling under his feet. The aura that rushed out from his body directly dispersed the primordial qi of heaven and earth. Interesting. Zhong Yan stared at Di Jiuqian and grinned. This guy's cultivation had just broken through to the half-step eternal realm, but the vitality in his body was extremely strong. Just this point alone showed that Di Jiuqian was much stronger than those who had just broken through to the half-step eternal realm. After devouring Di Jiuqian's essence, qi, and spirit, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. In Zhong Yan's eyes, Di Jiuqian was his prey. Even Tong Yu was his prey. Kill. Di Jiuqian did not hesitate. He directly attacked Zhong Yan. The battle spear in his hand instantly pierced out. The whole world was illuminated by the dazzling divine light. Hey! Zhong Yan sneered. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the spear that was piercing through him. In an instant, he grabbed the spear that was piercing through him. Let go! Zhong Yan shouted. The hand that grabbed the spear shook, trying to take away Di Jiuqian's spear. However, countless Tao patterns suddenly burst out from the spear and shook off Zhong Yan's hand that was holding the spear. Several drops of devil blood dripped down and turned into a monstrous sea of blood. This was the sea of devil blood. As long as a living creature came into contact with a drop, it would be demonized and turned into a monster. Only existences stronger than Zhong Yin could ignore this sea of devil blood. Run! Countless experts who were watching the battle frantically fled into the distance. The sea of devil blood was rapidly expanding, directly submerging the surrounding area within a radius of millions of miles. Fortunately, this was the place where the heaven realm and the ether world met. Otherwise, many people would have died. This guy, everyone was shocked. The devil blood was directly submerging the entrance of the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Humph! At this moment, a force directly rushed out of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, directly dispersing the devil blood that was submerging it. A mass of divine light enveloped the entrance of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, blocking the devil blood that was continuing to submerge it. Master, Tong Yu turned to look at the entrance of the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Just now, it was Gu Fei who had attacked. Only Gu Fei could block the surging demonic blood. Otherwise, if the demonic blood entered the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world, the countless experts who were training in the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world would suffer. Naturally, Gu Fei would not allow such a thing to happen. Whoosh! At the same time, a divine light directly broke through the devil blood sea and instantly arrived in front of Zhong Yin. This person was Di Jiutian. He had split the devil blood sea and was extremely domineering. Devil's chaotic cosmos. Zhong Yin shouted. His hands danced, and the entire heaven and earth shook. Extremely chaotic power exploded, and countless pitch-black cracks appeared in the sky. A terrifying destructive power spread out, shattering everything. Buzz. The spear in Di Jiutian's hand directly pierced into the chaotic void in front of Zhong Yin. However, the spear shook violently, as if it was facing a great resistance. The spear in Di Jiutian's hand shook violently. Cracks appeared on the spear again, as if it was about to be crushed by Zhong Yan's terrifying devil Dao power. Roar! Di Jiutian's long hair danced in the wind. His entire body seemed to be on fire. An unimaginable power erupted from his body, directly shaking the heaven and earth. Countless cracks appeared in the void around him. Seeing the spear in front of him still piercing towards him, Zhong Yin couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this guy had also grasped the eternal law? Zhong Yin guessed wrong this time. Di Jiutian did not grasp the eternal law. However, he had fought for a lifetime, and his combat experience was incomparably rich. His combat strength was far stronger than ordinary half-step eternal experts. Forcing me to use my ultimate move. Chapter 45-84. The demon sect of Eternal World was definitely one of the top forces in Eternal World. The Eternal Demon Sect was the supreme demonic cultivator of Eternal World. Naturally, Eternal World was simply too big. The Eternal Demon Sect was incapable of completely unifying the demon plane and becoming the true overlord of the demonic Tao. However, there was no disputing the fact that the Eternal Demon Sect was the strongest demonic Tao force in Eternal World. As for Zhong Yin, he was an elder in the Eternal Devil Sect. Of course, there were many elders like Zhong Yin in the Eternal Devil Sect. Eternal experts were the strongest force in the Eternal Devil Sect. No matter which power or sect it was, only an eternal sovereign was in existence that held true authority. That was a battle power that could deter all directions. Only with an eternal sovereign overseeing the sect could a sect become a top-notch sect. The Eternal Demon Lord was definitely one of the strongest existences in Eternal World. As an elder of the Eternal Devil Sect, Zhong Yin had mastered the eternal law, which was a supreme art of the devil path. This made Zhong Yan almost invincible among those in the same realm. Once the eternal law was unleashed, Zhong Yan would be able to sweep through all opponents. Of course, almost. Meanwhile, outside the primal chaos immortal mansion, Di Jiuqian was fighting Zhong Yan. He had been fighting for his entire life and was extremely powerful. His cultivation base had just broken through to the half-step eternal realm, but he was already able to fight Zhong Yan endlessly. Zhong Yan found this hard to believe. There were actually such heaven-defying madmen in this world, madly cultivating. Such pure warriors were the most terrifying. They lived for battle, and they died for battle. It's been a long time since I've met such a lunatic. Zhong Yan's eyes were filled with madness. He had been trapped in the half-step eternal realm for too long. He needed to break through and become an eternal realm devil Tao Supreme. However, it was difficult, too difficult. Now that he had met Di Jiuqian, he could fight to his heart's content. This battle would stimulate his potential and allow him to break through the shackles of his cultivation. As long as he could become the true eternal devil lord, he would be able to occupy a place in the eternal devil sect. He would become the ruler of the eternal devil sect, and not just a mere elder. Little fellow, to be able to witness the eternal law, your death is worth it. Zhong Yan grinned as he stared at Di Jiuqian. Humph! Eternal law. Di Jiuqian didn't think much of it. In his opinion, the so-called eternal laws were created by humans. Since others could create eternal laws, why couldn't he? You actually dare to look down on the eternal law? Very good. Very good. Zhong Yan didn't want to say anything more to Di Jiuqian. In the next moment, an extremely dangerous aura erupted from his body. In the next moment, a wave of devil flame seeped out from his body. The devil flame seemed ordinary, but it burned the surrounding void to the point of being annihilated. This is the eternal law. Tong Yu, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, stared at Zhong Yan. The eternal law was too attractive to him. It was a cultivation technique created by an eternal existence. However, the might of the eternal law that his opponent had unleashed was extremely weak. The others didn't have any particular thoughts about the eternal law. The reason for that was because the eternal law was simply too distant for them. At this moment, Di Jiuqian was glaring at Zhong Yan. He wanted to see just how heaven-defying this so-called eternal law was. Demonic fire refines the universe. Zhong Yan bellowed. In the next moment, boundless demonic flames erupted from his body and engulfed the entire world. More than a dozen experts who were watching the battle from tens of thousands of miles away were burned to ashes by the demonic flames. They didn't even have time to scream. Even an extreme-grade supremacy died under the demonic flames. The extreme-grade supremacy only struggled a few times in the demonic flames before dying. It was a pity that an extreme-grade supremacy had lost his life just to watch a show. This was simply too unjust. Tong Yu, on the other hand, ran away the moment he saw that the situation wasn't right. Roar! Di Jiuqian roared angrily, shaking the 9 heavens. In the next moment, 9 great path bodies rushed out of his body at the same time. At this moment, all 9 of his great path bodies exuded an eternal aura that shook the world. At this moment, Di Jiuqian was already a half-step eternal existence. His 9 great path bodies had also undergone shocking changes. Boom! Powerful eternal power erupted from Di Jiuqian's 9 great path bodies at the same time and surged towards the burning devil flame. However, the power of this devil flame was very strong. Upon contact, the divine light emitted from Di Jiuqian's 9 great path bodies dimmed. Countless Tao patterns around the 9 great path bodies dissipated in the devil flame. What Di Jiuqian couldn't help but be shocked. This guy's eternal law was really something. Even his 9 great path bodies couldn't withstand the devil flame. Kill. Di Jiuqian's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. His true body broke through the layers of devil flame and attacked Zhong Yan, who was in the middle of the devil flame. At the same time, his 9 great path bodies also attacked the devil flame. In an instant, the entire void that was enveloped by the devil flame was boiling. You're courting death. Zhong Yan used the devil clan's eternal law. In the next moment, the endless demonic flames actually condensed into demonic shadows. These demonic shadows were like a demonic army that surged towards Di Jiuqian and his 9 bodies of the great path like a tidal wave. Boom! It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses collided in an instant. Di Jiuqian and his 9 great path bodies directly collapsed into countless devil shadows. However, Di Jiuqian and his 9 great path bodies were also shaken away at the same time. This kind of demonic power was too overbearing. It could simply destroy everything. Di Jiuqian suffered a great impact. Almost all of his 9 great path bodies dissipated. Even if they didn't dissipate, they became blurry. Is this the power of the eternal law? Blood trickled down the corner of Di Jiuqian's mouth. Cracks appeared on the battle spear in his hand again. It looked as though it could break at any moment. The hand that held the battle spear was bleeding. Boom! Countless devil shadows surged forward again. In an instant, they engulfed Di Jiuqian and his 9 great path bodies. Can't even withstand a single blow. Zhong Yan sneered. This little fellow who had just advanced to the half-step eternal realm actually dared to take on the eternal law head-on. He was simply overestimating himself. He was simply courting death. There was no doubt about the power of the eternal law. Even in the eternal world, no one would dare to look down on the eternal law. It had to be known that it was a supreme technique created by an eternal paragon. Roar! Di Jiuqian struggled to break out from the countless devil shadows. His entire body was stained with blood. The battle spear in his hand was broken, and he kept coughing out blood. At this moment, he had to admit that the eternal law was indeed strong. It was ridiculously strong. In the face of the eternal law, no matter how rich one's combat experience was, it was useless. Hee, little fellow, you're not bad. You actually managed to block 2 of my attacks. If you submit to me now, you might still have a chance to live. Don't make a mistake. Zhong Yan really admired Di Jiuqian. I swear not to lower my head. Di Jiuqian gritted his teeth and said, Then go to hell. Zhong Yan completely lost his patience. In the next moment, countless devil shadows attacked Di Jiuqian. Preposterous. Di Jiuqian naturally did not want to die. But now, whether he lived or died was no longer up to him. Just as Di Jiuqian was about to be killed by Zhong Yan, a beam of divine light shot out from the primal chaos immortal mansion. Then it swept up Di Jiuqian and pulled him out from the countless devil shadows. Who is it? Come out and die. Zhong Yan was furious when he saw someone save Di Jiuqian. Hearing Zhong Yan's words, let alone Di Jiuqian, even Tong Yu's face changed. This fellow must be tired of living. He actually dared to ask his master to come out and die? You've got guts. Tong Yu gave Zhong Yan a thumbs up. Your courage is commendable. He actually dared to speak like that. What an amazing person. Some people who knew about Gu Fei's background all admired Zhong Yan. That was Gu Fei. Who dared to speak to Gu Fei like that? If you don't come out, I'll kill my way in. Zhong Yan said loudly. At the same time, he actually set off monstrous devil flames and charged towards the entrance of the primal chaos immortal mansion. At this time, almost half of the people who were watching the battle instantly retreated. A battle of this level could be seen anywhere. It still attracted many experts to watch. However, they had to risk their lives to watch. Just as Zhong Yan was about to kill his way into the primal chaos immortal mansion, a huge hand directly slapped out from the entrance of the primal chaos immortal mansion. Bang! It was just a slap, but someone as powerful as Zhong Yan was actually sent flying. To be able to send a half-step eternal realm existence flying with a slap, only Gu Fei in the primal chaos immortal mansion possessed such a cultivation base. How is this possible? Zhong Yan was sent flying with a slap. It was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. His whole body was terrifying, as if it was about to collapse. Eternal supremacy? Zhong Yan knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. You want to kill my people? Who do you think you are? A voice came from the primal chaos immortal mansion. What? When Zhong Yan heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. In front of an eternal supremacy, a half-step eternal realm existence was simply inferior to an ant. A slap could kill a large number of them. Swish! Zhong Yan didn't even think about it. He directly turned around and fled. I didn't tell you to scram. You actually dare to escape? Gu Fei's voice came from the primal chaos immortal mansion again. At the same time, a huge hand directly grabbed out from the primal chaos immortal mansion and grabbed Zhong Yan. Too weak. Gu Fei shook his head. Zhong Yan, who was caught by Gu Fei's huge hand, immediately vomited blood in anger. Gu Fei directly read Zhong Yan's memories without hesitation. Eternal Demon Sect. Gu Fei frowned. He didn't expect this fellow to be an elder of the Eternal Demon Sect. The Eternal Demon Sect was countless times stronger than the eternal godly dynasty of the Eternal World. The Eternal Demon Sect ruled over 2 great continents. Humph. So what? I'll deal with soldiers when they come. So what if it's the Eternal Demon Sect? If they dare to come after me, I'll kill my way to their doorstep sooner or later. Chapter 45-85. Bam! Gu Fei tightened his grip on Zhong Yan's hand, causing the Eternal Devil Sect's elder to explode. A wisp of his primordial spirit flew out in an attempt to escape. Trying to escape? At this moment, a devouring power surged out from the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, directly pulling Zhong Yan's primordial spirit into the Chaos Immortal Mansion. This was the primordial spirit of an expert who was half a step into the eternal realm. This primordial spirit was an existence that was condensed from Zhong Yan's life force. How could Gu Fei waste such a huge amount of life force? In the next moment, Zhong Yan's primordial spirit appeared above the 9 heavens and appeared in front of Gu Fei. Eternal Lord, spare my life. Zhong Yan no longer had that domineering aura from before. He hurriedly begged for mercy. He did not want to die here just like that. Spare you? Gu Fei laughed. So this guy was also a guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Eternal Lord, just treat me as a fart and let me go. Zhong Yan begged. At this moment, Di Jiuqian and Tong Yu also came to Gu Fei's side. They were inexplicably shocked. They knew very well how powerful this great demon was. Moreover, this great demon had grasped the eternal technique. The power of the Eternal Devil Sect's eternal technique was unimaginable. Gu Fei actually defeated this great demon so easily and even captured his primordial spirit. This kind of combat strength was simply too terrifying. When I searched your memories just now, there were countless living beings that died in your hands. You even destroyed many worlds. Do you think I will let such a ferocious great demon go? Gu Fei's voice was incomparably calm. I'll fight you to the death. Zhong Yan knew that once an existence of this level had the intention to kill him, there would only be one outcome for him, and that was death. Boom! A violent destructive force erupted from Zhongyan's primordial spirit. Countless devil patterns exploded on his primordial spirit, forming a fatal destructive force. Self-destruct. Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian were instantly shocked. With a so, Tong Yu immediately fled. This was the nascent soul of an existence at the half-step eternal realm. Once it exploded, even Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian, who were also at the half-step eternal realm, might not be able to withstand it. Di Jiuqian did not escape, but his face was solemn. Just as Zhongyan's soul was about to explode, a huge hand directly pressed down on it, forcefully suppressing the soul that was about to explode. Rumble, a thunderous sound rang out in the void. Zhongyan's soul discovered in shock that the power of his soul that was about to erupt had actually been forcefully pushed back. This made him so gloomy that he almost vomited blood. "Without my permission, you can't die even if you want to," Gu Fei said indifferently. "What exactly do you want?" Song Yin was going all out. "I'll eat you." After saying that, Gu Fei opened his mouth and sucked, directly swallowing Zhongyan's soul into his stomach. Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian were dumbfounded. Was this the legendary killing at the slightest disagreement? At the same time, Gu Fei triggered the grand formation of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. The endless life force condensed by the grand formation also frantically gathered towards Gu Fei. "Master!" This is when Tong Yu saw this scene, his expression changed several times. His master was about to break through to the legendary realm. "All of you retreat. I'm going into seclusion," Gu Fei said to Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian. "Yes, master. Yes, master." Di Jiuqian and Tong Yu immediately retreated. Soon, Gu Fei turned into a divine cocoon. This was a kind of nirvana, but also a kind of rebirth. As long as Gu Fei could succeed, he would be an eternal supreme. If he failed, he might even lose his life. Master is finally going to break through. Di Jiuqian vaguely guessed something and couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, the trial in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world continued. At this time, all the experts in the great world didn't know, and they were still fighting over the treasures in this world. Even though the outside world was extremely chaotic, Gu Fei was already in seclusion. In reality, the people in control of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world were Di Jiuqian and Tong Yu. At this time, in a region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, Qin Yao and the woman in white actually lost the old turtle, which made them extremely depressed. That guy, the woman in white, was really angry. This was the purple lotus of enlightenment, which could help people understand the Tao. With the purple lotus of enlightenment, they could cultivate countless sages. But now, the purple lotus of enlightenment had been taken by the old turtle. Kill. The woman in white didn't hesitate and directly attacked Qin Yao, a pair of fists directly smashing towards Qin Yao. This was the martial divine fist. A terrifying fist force erupted, and the entire region collapsed. Countless mountains turned into dust, completely disappearing into the void. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Qin Yao extended her right hand and directly displayed the heavenly palm transformation, which met the mighty fist force head-on. Rumble, the two forces collided in an instant, causing an extremely shocking explosion. A circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye immediately spread out. Wherever the ripples passed, everything was mercilessly obliterated. This time, the spectators had learned their lesson. They didn't send their real bodies, only an incarnation or a clone, to watch the battle. Even so, more than a dozen blurry figures were directly annihilated by the spreading circle of transparent ripples. Seeing this scene, the experts who had sent out their incarnations or clones secretly wiped away cold sweat. If their real bodies were present just now, they would have been destroyed in body and soul. The battle erupted, and the region was instantly destroyed. Countless living beings died. Just as Qin Yao and the woman in white were fighting, in the eternal world, in the eternal devil sect, a bell rang throughout the ancestral grounds of the eternal devil sect. Elder Zong, Yen is dead. A voice sounded, and there was a hint of panic in it. What? How is this possible? Zong Yen is dead? Everyone in the ancestral grounds of the eternal devil sect found it hard to believe. Zong Yen was a half-step eternal existence, who in the lower realms could kill him. But the fact was that Zong Yan's life plate was broken. Zong Yen had really died in the lower realms. This was an indisputable fact. Send someone to see what's going on. An eternal demon ancestor spoke up. For a moment, all the noise in the eternal devil sect disappeared. Eternal Lord, I'll go. A person stepped forward. It was a woman in black with a mask over her face. She exuded a faintly discernible eternal aura. She was also a half-step eternal existence. All right, you go. After the eternal level demon ancestor finished speaking, he no longer spoke. With Elder Zongyu taking action, those people in the lower realms are going to suffer. Someone said something like that. Yes, something must have happened in the lower realms. Someone was very calm. Zong Yen had died in the lower realms. It seemed that either he had a death wish or an extraordinary existence had appeared in the lower realms and killed him. Chapter 45:86. Half-step eternal existences were almost invincible in the primordial realm, and even the mortal realm and heaven realm. This kind of existence was enough to sweep through an entire realm. An eternal demon sect elder had died, and this elder had mastered the eternal law. Naturally, the eternal demon sect wouldn't let this go. At this time, Gu Fei was in seclusion. Although Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian were also half-step eternal existences, they hadn't mastered the eternal law. The eternal law was a trump card. It was used to deal with natives like Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian, and it would definitely be able to kill them without any suspense. After all, it was the eternal law. If it weren't for Gu Fei, even if Di Jiuqian and Tong Yu attacked together, they definitely wouldn't be a match for Zong Yen, an eternal demon sect elder, who had mastered the eternal law. But in front of Gu Fei, Zong Yen couldn't withstand a single blow. This was the difference between a true eternal paragon and a half-step eternal expert. An eternal paragon could kill a half-step eternal expert with a single finger. Zong Yan's death wasn't unjust. Although Gu Fei was in seclusion, the trial in the primal chaos immortal mansion was still going on. Experts from all over the world were competing for all kinds of good fortune. Boom! In the eastern region of the primal chaos immortal mansion, a mountain shrouded in demonic energy suddenly exploded, and a stone coffin rushed out. Monstrous demonic energy erupted from the stone coffin. The experts in the vicinity were all indescribably shocked. What a powerful demonic energy! Someone exclaimed. This demonic energy has a strong death aura. Could it be that the demonic corpse in the stone coffin has changed? Some people were a little uneasy. The appearance of the demonic corpse has really benefited us primitive demons. 1,000 miles away, on a mountain, a demonic figure completely shrouded in demonic energy suddenly lit up with 2 blood-red lights. Swish! The demonic figure directly soared into the sky and rushed toward the stone coffin. At the same time, the experts in the eastern region of the primal chaos immortal mansion also rushed in the direction of the stone coffin. Even Gu Ling was alarmed. The old turtle's figure also appeared near the stone coffin. There were also many powerful demonic shadows watching from the side. One had to know that not only did the ancestral realm have demons, but the human realm, heavenly realm, and even the grand beginning realm also had demons. This time, Gu Fei didn't refuse anyone who came to the primal chaos immortal mansion. As long as they were half-step into the eternal realm, they were qualified to enter the primal chaos immortal mansion. Quite a few cultivators of the Devil Tao had come to the trial by fire of the primal chaos immortal estate. However, in the end, the demons were the public enemy of the world. When the quasi-supremes of the demons entered the primal chaos immortal mansion world, they would naturally attract the attacks of countless experts. However, some of the more powerful demons ignored everything and went on a killing spree in the chaos immortal mansion world. Swoosh! Very quickly, a demonic hand reached out to grab the stone coffin in the sky, wanting to take it away. Kill! Just at this moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the distant sky. A resplendent saber light chopped down from the sky, instantly chopping off the demonic hand that was grabbing at the stone coffin. The blood-colored saber light illuminated the entire world in the color of blood. A blood-haired demon appeared in the distant sky. "Crimson Morn, what do you want?" The demon who attacked first said coldly, "Heavenly Gloom, this thing isn't yours." The blood-haired demon said coldly, "Get lost." A figure with mighty demonic energy soared into the sky and directly pounced on the stone coffin in the sky. He directly opened his inner world and wanted to take away the stone coffin. The demon named Crimson more naturally wouldn't let him take away the stone coffin so easily. He directly urged his demonic saber to attack. Swoosh! The blood-colored saber light cut through the sky and directly slashed into the opponent's inner world. The demon named Heavenly Gloom hurriedly closed his inner world. However, through the entrance of the inner world, many people saw that countless mountains in Heavenly Gloom's inner world had collapsed, and a saber mark that looked like an abyss had appeared on the ground. The inner world opened by a quasi-supreme level demon should be extremely stable, but in front of an expert of the same level, it was very fragile. Kill! The two demons fought fiercely. At this moment, the stone coffin emitted endless demonic light, and every demonic light penetrated the void. The two demons exclaimed and immediately retreated. The demonic light also penetrated their demonic bodies, and the power of death in the demonic light was actually obliterating their vitality. Regardless of demonic path or other cultivators, the vitality in the body was the origin of life. Once the vitality was cut off, only death awaited them. The two demons, Heavenly Gloom and Crimson Morn, were not shocked because they were the closest to the stone coffin, and their bodies were penetrated by at least a dozen demonic lights. All at once they were weakened. Go to hell! At this moment, someone suddenly attacked. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind Heavenly Gloom, and with just a punch, he directly exploded Heavenly Gloom's demonic body. Heavenly Gloom's demonic body directly turned into a cloud of blood mist, and even his spirit couldn't escape, and was directly shattered in the void. A quasi-supreme level demon was actually killed by a punch just like that. The strength of the newcomer shocked everyone inexplicably. Humph! Can't even withstand a single blow. That person was a young man in white, and his aura was earth-shattering, especially the power of his punch just now. It was simply terrifying, as if it could shatter the sky. Martial Divine, fist again. In the distant sky, Qin Yao's pupils involuntarily shrank when she saw the punch of the young man in white. She was very familiar with this kind of incomparably overbearing fist technique because she had experienced this martial divine fist before. If it wasn't for Gu Fei imparting the eternal technique to her, she was afraid that she would have been killed by this martial divine fist. Without any suspense, Crimson Morn was also killed by the young man in white. Then, under everyone's extremely shocked gazes, the young man in white directly rushed towards the stone coffin and then blasted his fist on the stone coffin. the extremely strong fist force instantly erupted. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone coffin floating in the air directly exploded, and a figure with monstrous demonic chi rushed out of the stone coffin and fiercely pounced towards the young man in white. Just a small demonic corpse, and you dare to be so fierce? The young man in white clenched his 5 fingers and directly blasted towards the demonic corpse. The matchless fist force erupted, and the whole world was shaking. This kind of fist technique could be said to be invincible, and it was a supreme combat skill created by the evolution of martial arts to the extreme. One punch could break all kinds of divine powers, regardless of whether it was an eternal technique or not. Bang! The demonic corpse was directly blasted thousands of miles away by the punch of the young man in white, and a large part of its chest caved in, but it didn't directly explode. Chapter 4587. The birth of the corpse demon was earth-shattering, attracting the attention of countless experts. Even the disciples of the Wuji immortal sect had joined the fray. The Wuji immortal sect was not a force that the eternal divine dynasty could compare to. The martial extreme immortal sect was a top-level force in eternal world. The martial extreme immortal sect occupied a total of 7 to 8 great continents of eternal world. Even if a random disciple from the martial extreme immortal sect were to wander about, not many would dare offend him. The martial extreme immortal sect was known as the #1 fighter in eternal world. For a sect to proclaim itself as the #1 combat sect in eternal world, that was enough to deter everyone. Boom! The disciple of the martial extreme celestial sect executed the martial extreme divine fist and actually blasted the corpse demon away. His battle prowess was so strong that it caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. The disciples of the immortal sect are indeed extraordinary. Seeing that, some of the experts from eternal world could not stop themselves from exclaiming, "What a powerful demonic body!" Meng Ao, the disciple from the martial extreme celestial sect, was also surprised. His martial extreme divine fist was invincible. His fists were practically invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. Now, when his fist landed on the corpse devil's chest, it only caused the corpse devil's chest to collapse, and he was almost scratched by the sharp claws of this corpse demon. "Meng Ao, can you do it?" "Ha ha!" Someone laughed. "Yue, are you courting death?" Meng Ao stared at the person who had spoken as a chilling, killing intent erupted from his body. "I want to die, but can you kill me?" Yue said contemptuously. Yue came from another top force in eternal world, the immortal sect. The eternal immortal sect was the overlord of the immortal Tao in eternal world. Although the martial extreme immortal sect was very strong, the eternal immortal sect was not weak either. Furthermore, countless years ago, the martial zenith immortal sect and the eternal immortal sect had both been part of the immortal martial Tao sect. However, for some reason, internal strife had broken out in the immortal martial Tao sect, and many people had died. In the end, the immortal martial Tao sect was divided into 2 major powers, the martial zenith immortal sect and the eternal immortal sect. Moreover, the 2 forces were constantly fighting against each other. When Meng Ao and Yue met, they naturally opposed each other with equal harshness. Guling and the rest were naturally happy to watch the show from the side. "Junior sister." Qin Yao came to Guling's side. Guling looked at Qin Yao with a smile that was not a smile. "Where's my uncle Gui?" Qin Yao gnashed her teeth in anger when she heard Guling mention the old turtle. That bastard had actually stolen the Enlightenment Violet Lotus while she was fighting with the white-robed woman from the martial extreme immortal sect. He was simply too despicable. That despicable and shameless guy. Don't let me see him, or else. Qin Yao wanted to continue. "Ha! Niece, Why are you, at this moment, a loud laugh rang out. The old tortoise walked towards Guling. I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. When old tortoise saw Qin Yao, he was shocked. He turned around and was about to run away. Hee, senior sister, now that you've seen my Uncle Turtle, what do you want? Guling was overjoyed. You old turtle, stop right there. Qin Yao roared and chased after old tortoise. Old tortoise, if I stop just because you tell me to, wouldn't I lose face? Old tortoise quickened its pace when it heard Qin Yao's roar. You despicable and shameless bastard, see if I don't beat you to death. Qin Yao was fuming. However, old tortoise was quite good at escaping. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape from Qin Yao and the white-robed woman's joint pursuit. Old tortoise and Qin Yao disappeared into the horizon one after another. Guling noticed that the martial extreme immortal sect disciple, who was fighting the corpse demon, was in trouble. That disciple was very strong, and his martial extreme divine fist was an eternal realm battle technique. However, the corpse demon couldn't be killed. To be more precise, the corpse demon was dead and had fallen for countless years. Dead things naturally couldn't be killed. The martial extreme immortal sect disciple couldn't kill the corpse demon, and instead, he was tainted by the death chi. Roar! Meng Ao of the martial extreme immortal sect roared and punched the corpse demon again. At the same time, he shook off the death chi on his body. Meng Ao, scram if you can't do it. Let me do it. The eternal immortal sect disciple named Yu Wei said disdainfully. Meng Ao was furious. His face turned red as he roared. Yu Wei, if you say another word, I'll teach you a lesson. TSK, so what if I say it? Yu Wei said, and raised his middle finger at Meng Ao. Universe severance. Meng Ao didn't waste any more words. He used his other trump card. His fists actually split into yin and yang. The two energies seemed to have turned into a yin-yang millstone and rushed towards the corpse demon to destroy it. This time, under the suppression of the yin-yang millstone, the corpse demon actually collapsed in the void and was forcefully grinded into pieces. Yu Wei die. Meng Ao turned and charged at Yu Wei. You think I'm afraid of you? Yu Wei sneered and formed a seal with both hands. In the next moment, a huge bolt of purple lightning shot down from the sky towards Meng Ao. Roar! Meng Ao simply punched towards the sky, and those lightning bolts with a terrifying aura were directly dispersed in the void. Eat my fist! Without any hesitation, Meng Ao struck out with his martial divine fist. The moment the fist was unleashed, the entire world shook as though it could destroy the heavens and earth. Heaven sealing imprint art. Yu Wei didn't dare to be careless and immediately used his trump card. He formed a seal with both hands and struck forward. A power that could seal the heavens erupted from his hands. It was as if the entire world and the void had frozen. Boom! Meng Ao's fist collided with Yu Wei's imprint. In the next moment, the two forces collided, and a terrifying energy wave burst out. This wave of energy spread out, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear one after another in the void. Eternal law. Seeing this, Gu Ling's eyes lit up. Her father, Gu Fei, had also created an eternal law. She was very strong and wanted to fight with these guys. She wanted to see if her father's eternal law was stronger or these guys' eternal laws were stronger. Who was her father? The eternal law he created was definitely not inferior to any other eternal law. In the end, they still ended up fighting. Many of the experts from Eternal World stared anxiously at the two experts fighting. The conflict between the martial extreme immortal sect and the eternal immortal sect was no secret in Eternal World's world of cultivation. The two forces had been fighting for a long time. If the disciples and successors of these two forces were to meet, a great battle would surely break out. Meng Ao versus Yue. This was definitely going to be a spectacular battle. No one wanted to miss it. More and more experts gathered there. Chapter 4588. The fact that there was another world beneath the eastern region of the primal chaos immortal mansion shocked everyone. That's Tong Yu, who was overseeing the primal chaos immortal mansion in place of Gu Fei, couldn't help but frown. His eyes flashed with a cold light. You know what it is? Di Jiuqian sat cross-legged in the sky, his blood-stained spear resting on his knees. With every breath he took, he absorbed vast amounts of worldly essence. Countless Tao patterns flickered in and out of the void around him as he inhaled and exhaled. An obscure, eternal aura emanated from Di Jiuqian's body. This was a sign that Di Jiuqian's cultivation had broken through to the half-step eternal realm. Tong Yu glanced at this fellow who was like an ant in his eyes not too long ago, and then he said, "This was originally my world, my world. I know what it is." Di Jiuqian didn't even look at Tong Yu. He didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of the primal chaos immortal mansion, the entire sky was shrouded by the devil chi surging out of the ground. Countless experts were watching, but no one knew what was inside. "Ha! Since none of you dare go down, I'll go first." Right at this moment, a roar of laughter resounded, and then a figure charged over from afar. He actually plunged headfirst into the ground and vanished into the entrance. Who's that? Everyone was bewildered. Roar. The man's angry roar came from underground. He seemed to have run into some trouble. Humph! Meng Ao from the martial extreme immortal sect sneered and charged into the ground as well. "Where do you think you're going?" The remaining experts from the eternal immortal sect chased after him and disappeared into the entrance. Rumble. In the next moment, the entire ground shook, and the ground opened up. Countless ancient buildings appeared before everyone's eyes. Under the ground, there was a huge city. Outside the city, there were bones everywhere. Some belonged to humans, and some belonged to the outsiders. Countless corpses floated in the moat. A city of death? Everyone who witnessed this scene was indescribably shocked. The ghost town was very big, and it was shrouded in black demonic chi. The scenery inside the ghost town was very blurry. Some people directly opened their heavenly eyes, wanting to see into the ghost town. However, that guy with the heavenly eye only opened it to take a look at the ghost town before he let out a miserable shriek and didn't dare to look again. At this time, the most shocking thing was that Yu Wei and the others who had just entered the ghost town seemed to have disappeared. No one could sense their auras. Even Guling could not sense it. The endless aura of death contained within the ghost city was definitely comparable to a peerless divine medicine to some of the evil sections. Inside the ghost city, there were also treasures flickering. Some people seemed to have seen a divine medicine in human form appearing and disappearing in the city. Immortal godly medicine? The experts who were still hesitating were instantly energized. One after another, powerful figures rushed out, rushing towards the underground ghost town. An undying divine medicine was something that even an extreme Tao supremacy would covet. Just as everyone was rushing towards the ghost city, Yu Wei and Meng Ao, who had just rushed into the ghost city, suddenly rushed out. Their bodies were stained with blood, and they were in an extremely sorry state. Asterisk boom. Asterisk at the same time. A huge pillar of light rushed out from the ghost town. Golden radiance lingered around it, and the resplendent radiance was incomparably divine. It emitted a mountain-like pressure. Everyone was stupefied when they saw this scene. In a split second, heaven and earth shook. A torrential energy fluctuation exploded out from the ghost town. Those experts who were rushing towards the ghost town were all sent flying as cries of alarm resounded. What? Gu Ling was incomparably shocked. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, another loud sound rang out from the ghost town. The entire heaven and earth trembled. Countless cultivators felt as though they were standing on a huge wave that was undulating up and down. They were shaken to the point that they were on the verge of collapse. Huge cracks even appeared in the surrounding space, as though it could collapse at any time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the loud sound rang out again. It was as though there was a prehistoric giant beast suppressed within the ghost town. This prehistoric giant beast that was awakened was currently attacking the seal, wanting to rush out from the ghost town. As expected, up in the sky, Tong Yu's expression became very unsightly. At this moment, the walls of the ghost town were covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as though it could collapse at any time. Just when the loud sound rang out again, a faint layer of treasure radiance suddenly surged out from the entire ghost town. The originally violently trembling, enormous ghost town actually gradually stabilized. The numerous huge cracks in the surrounding space instantly returned to their original state under the envelopment of the treasure radiance. The unimaginably violent energy that erupted from the ghost town was actually suppressed. Humph, you still want to overturn the heavens? Up in the sky, Tong Yu sneered. *CK. What's going on? Quickly flee. Is it the birth of an extreme Tao artifact? Outside the ghost town, shouts and cries of alarm rang out, and everyone was thrown into disorder. Boom. 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 The sounds of collision became more and more urgent and ferocious. But under the envelopment of the incomparably pure and holy radiance, the ghost town did not crumble from the boundless energy underground. Just when everyone thought that the ghost town's restrictive technique would be able to suppress the existence within the ghost town, the sound of something breaking suddenly resounded out from within the ghost town. In the next moment, a dazzling radiance flashed for an instant. Buzz. Immediately after, a soft hum resounded. The sound was like the cry of a phoenix from the 9 heavens. Suddenly, a ball of devil light shot out from within the ghost town. That ball of devil light directly broke the ghost town's restrictive technique. Then, that ball of devil light suddenly erupted with countless devil blades that shot out in all directions, slashing towards countless cultivators. Up in the sky, Tong Yu, who was originally calm and unperturbed, suddenly stood up. He found it hard to believe that that thing could actually break his seal. How was this possible? At this time, many extremely powerful figures appeared outside the ghost town. One of them emitted boundless golden divine light, and within the divine light, a woman could be faintly seen. The golden goddess had arrived. Peerlessly powerful golden energy erupted from her body, shaking heaven and earth. Her cultivation had already reached the limit of a quasi-supreme. She only needed one more step, and she would become an extreme Tao supremacy. However, she also had the shackles of her bloodline. If she could not break through the shackles of her bloodline, no matter how heaven-defying her talent was, no matter how hard she worked, it would be impossible for her to become an extreme Tao supremacy. She wanted to come to the primal chaos immortal mansion world to try her luck. However, just as she arrived, she encountered the scene of the birth of a peerless demon. Chapter 4589. Gu Fei went into seclusion to attack the eternal realm, allowing Tong Yu to regain control of the primal chaos immortal mansion world. Although Tong Yu had regained control of the primal chaos immortal mansion world, he didn't dare to have any improper thoughts, because Gu Fei had placed a restrictive spell on his body. His life or death was in the hands of Gu Fei, and at this time, in the eastern region of the primal chaos immortal mansion world, an unexpected change occurred. A fiendish demon that had been sealed underground in the city of death had unexpectedly escaped. This fellow actually endured for so long and still hasn't died. Tong Yu was truly surprised because he had personally sealed this fiendish demon into the city of death countless years ago. He had originally thought that this fiendish demon was completely dead, but who would have thought that it would jump out again? Truly a centipede that dies but never falls down. Tong Yu shook his head somewhat helplessly. In the end, he had still been too careless. Roar! At this time, in the eastern region of the primal chaos immortal mansion world, a demonic howl shook the nine heavens. A peerless fiendish demon had descended into the mortal world, and the countless living beings in the primal chaos immortal mansion world were all terrified to the extreme. His body has primordial chaos origin energy. If any of you have the ability, go and hunt him down. A voice came down from the nine heavens, spreading throughout the primal chaos immortal mansion world. What? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Primordial chaos origin energy? How is this possible? Millions of miles away, the fleeing old tortoise suddenly stopped. Despicable and shameless old tortoise, aren't you going to escape? A figure rapidly approached from behind the old tortoise. This person's purple robes fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Who else could it be but Qin Yao? I already said that I'm not a tortoise. If you call me a tortoise again, be careful that I really get angry. The old tortoise fiercely turned to stare at Qin Yao. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Qin Yao sneered. When she had fought with the white-robed woman, Gu Fei had taught her the heavenly transformation hand. This was an eternal battle technique, and with it in hand, she was full of confidence and didn't fear anyone. Of course, she didn't dare to cause trouble for Guling. Guling was Gu Fei's only daughter. There was absolutely no doubt that Gu Fei had taught her the eternal law. Who would dare to provoke an ancient spirit who had grasped the eternal law? All right, isn't it just a purple lotus of enlightenment? So what if I give it to you? As he spoke, He Tian took out the jade box that sealed the purple lotus of enlightenment and tossed it to Qin Yao. Qin Yao caught the box and said proudly, "At least you are sensible. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of my heaven-transforming hand." The corner of old tortoise's mouth twitched. Gu Fei actually passed the heavenly transformation palm to you, and not to me? He and Gu Fei were brothers who had gone through trials and tribulations together. He knew that if he asked Gu Fei to pass the heavenly hand to him, Gu Fei would definitely agree. However, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He was the descendant of the Grand Emperor. So how could he covet the techniques of others? Moreover, that person was his brother, and Gu Fei had already imparted the 9 secrets of immortal Tao to him. He was even more embarrassed to speak. Old Tortoise suddenly smiled and said to Qin Yao, "I'm going to hunt demons. Are you coming?" "Of course I'm going. The chaotic primordial origin is good stuff," Qin Yao blurted out without hesitation. Old Tortoise suddenly rolled his eyes. Hee, why don't we join forces? Join forces? Qin Yao couldn't help but be moved in her heart when she heard this. Even though this old turtle is slightly despicable and shameless, I have to admit that this fellow really has great ability, especially his ability to flee. It's probably only He Tian amongst those of the same cultivation realm that can compare to him. However, this guy was extremely cunning. If he stabbed her in the back at a crucial moment, she would be in big trouble. Old Tortoise saw Qin Yao's thoughtful expression and said, "If you're not willing, then forget it. I'll find someone else." He was about to leave after saying that. He would first contact He Tian, the Ziyun siblings, and the Golden Goddess. It was time to contact that monkey too. Who said, "I'm not willing." Qin Yao frowned and looked coldly at the old tortoise. She had the eternal battle skill, heavenly transformation hand, and was not afraid of this damned old tortoise at all. If this old tortoise dared to play tricks in front of her, humph. All right, then what are we waiting for? Old Tortoise directly soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the peerless fiendish demon. The chaotic primordial origin was even rarer than the primordial origin violet aura. With the chaotic primordial origin, one might be able to break through the bloodline shackles and become an extreme supremacy. Of course, the fortune divine fruit that Gu Fei obtained could also change his fate and break through the bloodline shackles to become a supremacy. Gu Ling also had bloodline shackles. Why are you running so fast? Qin Yao also hurriedly soared into the sky and chased after the old tortoise. At this time, the eastern region of the Chaos and Mortal Mansion world had completely fallen into chaos. Gu Ling, the white-robed woman, the golden goddess, the golden spiritual ape Yuan Hong, and other experts all attacked. Everyone seemed to be on steroids as they attacked the peerless fiendish demon. Scram! The fiendish demon roared angrily and waved his right hand. The experts attacking him were all sent flying, coughing up blood. Those with weaker cultivations were directly shattered into a mist of blood. Even Gu Ling had no choice but to retreat. Roar! The golden spiritual, ape Yuan Hong, was ferocious to the extreme. He actually leaped into the air and smashed his staff towards the demon's head. Swish! Yuan Hong broke through the layers of demonic energy, and the black staff in his hand instantly smashed above the peerless fiendish demon's head. However, the peerless fiendish demon only stretched out its hand and grabbed Yuan Hong's black staff. What? Yuan Hong was truly shocked. The other party could actually grab his staff with his bare hands. Didn't that mean that this guy's cultivation was far above his? Before he could finish his thought, a fist had already smashed into his chest. Without any suspense, Yuan Hong was directly sent flying by the peerless fiendish demon. Martial Extreme, Divine Fist. The disciples of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect from the Eternal World attacked. Rumble, a boundlessly domineering fist force erupted, shaking heaven and earth. As soon as the Martial Extreme Divine Fist was unleashed, even the peerless fiendish demon was caught off guard and was actually forced to retreat. Endless demonic energy was scattered by the fist force. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. The eternal combat technique is an eternal combat technique after all. Someone exclaimed. This time, many people from the eternal world had also come. Many of the divine sons and goddesses from the top forces had also come. These people were all shocking experts. Once these people attacked, they would definitely be able to sweep away everything in their path. However, these people still watched and had no intention of making a move. It was just a little fiendish demon. They would let the guys from the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect play with him. The real top existences were still watching from the sidelines. Chapter 4590. The appearance of a ferocious demon suppressed everything. Almost no one was a match for this great demon, especially Yuan Hong, the golden spirit ape. He was sent flying by this demon's punch and suffered serious injuries. Even Gu Ling didn't want to fight this demon to the death. She retreated to the side. At this time, the two disciples of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect from the Eternal World made their move. The Martial Extreme Divine Fist actually caught the peerless demon off guard and forced him to retreat. Martial Extreme Divine Fist is indeed worthy of being the supreme battle skill of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. Some experts from the Eternal World exclaimed. The Martial Extreme Immortal Sect was known as the #1 sect in the Eternal World for battle. The Martial Extreme Divine Fist was the sect's ultimate battle skill. Only the true disciples were qualified to cultivate it. Buzz. Meng Ao punched out. The invincible fist intent erupted and dispersed the monstrous demonic energy. That fiendish devil couldn't help but be shocked. He was like a devil's shadow, constantly changing his position in the void, leaving behind a series of afterimages. 10,000 vanishing forms. Up in the sky, Tong Yu's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. Was this demon really the sect master of the demonic sect, demonic Dao Xie? Countless years ago, Tong Yu had fought against demonic Dao Xie. In the end, Tong Yu won and sealed demonic Dao Xie in the ghost town and buried him underground. However, no one expected that this evil demonic path actually didn't die, enduring for so long. However, even if he didn't die, he would die in the end. With his current half-step eternal cultivation and battle strength, demonic Dao Xie was just an ant in his eyes. Demonic Dao Xie was a peerless demon lord in the past. He was so powerful that he almost became the master of this immortal mansion world. Despicable and shameless guy, this time I will give you a big surprise. Demonic Dao Xie revealed a sinister smile. He looked like a young man with white hair and blood-red eyes. His face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. He wore black clothes and had a handsome appearance, coupled with a trace of evil aura and vicissitudes. He was definitely a lady killer. He was extremely attractive to those love-struck girls. But now, not only was this devil Dao extremely attractive to women, even men would be envious when they saw him. This was because he actually possessed primordial chaos source energy. This was a top-notch divine item in the world. Even an extreme Dao sovereign would be envious of it and want to obtain it, let alone a group of quasi-sovereigns participating in the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion World Trial. Whoever obtained the origin source of primordial chaos would have a higher chance of attaining the extreme Dao. Who didn't want to take the ultimate leap and become an extreme Dao supremacy? Kill. Meng Ao was determined to get his hands on the primordial chaos source of evil Dao. His fists shook heaven and earth, as if the great Dao of heaven was being pressed down by his fists. The divine martial fist was a supreme battle skill with extreme power. Furthermore, as Meng Ao's cultivation continued to rise, the power of this battle skill would continue to increase as well. If Meng Ao's cultivation had broken through to the extreme Dao realm, he would be invincible among those in the same cultivation realm with the martial extreme divine fist. Senior brother, hold on. The white-robed woman transmitted to Meng Ao. Although this senior brother of hers had a good cultivation base and combat power, he was impulsive and impatient. He would offend others at the slightest disagreement. With such a character, it was easy for others to plot against him. Junior Sister Lung, if we join forces, we will definitely be able to take down this demon. Meng Ao was very excited. Once he obtained the primordial chaos source of evil Dao, he would have a 50% chance of making the ultimate leap and attaining the extreme Dao fruit. The martial extreme Immortal Sex Foundation was extremely deep. There was naturally a method to break through to the extreme Dao realm. The martial extreme Immortal Sect had a supreme existence at the eternal Dao realm. Senior brother, we must not be careless. The white-robed woman transmitted to Meng Ao as she attacked. If the two heir disciples of the martial extreme Immortal Sect joined forces, they would be able to put up a fight even against the divine sons and saintesses of the top forces in the eternal world. Although Meng Ao and the white-robed woman were heir disciples of the martial extreme Immortal Sect, they were not the divine sons and saintesses of the sect. The divine sons of the martial extreme Immortal Sect were someone else. Chapter 45, 91. In the eyes of countless people, Eternal World was an enigmatic and unfathomable world. If it weren't for the people of Eternal World, no one would have known that there was such a transcendent world above Primal World. By then, many of them had gained a basic understanding of Eternal World. Eternal World was a vast and boundless place. Even a single continent was far bigger than a world in a lesser world. Even an extreme supremacy would find it difficult to determine just how big Eternal World was. It was a vast land with abundant resources. Naturally, the number of cultivation resources in Eternal World was countless times higher compared to any other world. That was also why Eternal World had given birth to so many experts. There was even a good number of peerless eternal existences. This time, Eternal Godly Dynasty had found a passageway to a lesser world. Naturally, it had attracted the attention of the other top forces of Eternal World. Eternal Godly Dynasty could not keep this a secret. After all, the top forces had eyes all over the world. The immortal continent's Eternal Godly Dynasty was naturally incapable of fighting against the top forces of Eternal World. All it could do was to obediently open the passageway and let the successors of the other top forces enter and leave. As such, the trial that Gu Fei organized for the Chaos Immortal Mansion world had become a competition between the experts from the Celestial Plane, Human Plane, Primal Plane, and Primal Plane, and the experts from Eternal World. Even so, even if the experts from the four worlds were to join forces, they would still be no match for these ferocious dragons from Eternal World. Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian stood high up in the sky, coldly observing the battle in the east. Your enemy? Di Jiuqian gave Tong Yu a glance. Humph! Tong Yu laughed coldly and didn't say anything. This devil Dao Xia had been sealed by him for countless years, yet he actually didn't die. This caused him to be extremely surprised. But when he thought about how this devil Dao Xia had once obtained the primordial chaos source energy, it wasn't difficult to explain. In the battle back then, he had only managed to win a Pyrrhic victory. He no longer had the ability to extract primordial chaos essence from Heretic Demon. All he could do was seal him in Death City. Too much time had passed, and Tong Yu had nearly forgotten about Heretic Demon. Unexpectedly, Heretic Demon would jump out again. Di Jiuqian did not say anything. That demonic cultivator, Xia, was very strong. However, he seemed to be deliberately suppressing his cultivation base and not going all out. On the surface, it looked like he was being beaten back by the two powerhouses of the martial extreme immortal sect. However, in reality, he was still fighting with ease. Junior sister, you can't hide it anymore. Meng Ao attacked for a long time without being able to take it down. He was a little anxious. This demon was so strong that it gave him a headache. He and his junior sister worked together, but they were actually unable to take down this demon. When did the beings of the lower realm become so powerful? The cultivators of Eternal World were all exalted existences. They viewed the creatures of the lower planes as ants. This time, however, they were all dumbfounded. Not only had the eternal primogenitor, who had led an army of 100,000 to the lower realm, been stopped, but even the two great disciples of the martial extreme immortal sect were unable to take down a demon from the lower realm. Earlier, there was someone who was locked in a stalemate with martial extreme immortal sect's Lung Chuyue, an existence capable of fighting against the heir disciples of a top force from Eternal World had actually appeared in the lower worlds. Seeing that shocked everyone from Eternal World. Naturally, the true powerhouses from Eternal World had yet to take action. Senior brother, are you going to use your trump card? Lung Chuyue was very shocked. Even though they were secretly communicating with each other, their attacks did not stop. The two of them were using the divine martial fist technique. The power unleashed by one of them was already frighteningly great. Now that the two of them were working together, the power behind their attacks multiplied. However, the demonic path was like a fish, extremely slippery. Although Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue had joined hands, and their fist energies were like raging waves that shook the heavens and the earth, they were like a small fish in the raging waves. Although it seemed dangerous, in reality, it was more daunting than dangerous. Kill! Kill! Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue roared at the same time. Next, a terrifying wave of power burst out from their bodies. Next, the space they were in disappeared. In the eyes of the onlookers, the three experts who were in the middle of a battle had suddenly disappeared. What happened? Seeing that, Guling's heart gave a thump. There was no way the three of them would disappear for no reason. Could it be an inner world? Martial extreme transformation, the sovereign grandson, whose whole body radiated with dazzling light, suddenly exclaimed, "Martial extreme immortal sex, peerless secret technique. Martial extreme transformation, the divine sons and sanuses from the top forces of eternal world were shocked. Martial extreme transformation was the peerless secret technique of martial extreme immortal sect. It was only natural that the divine sons and sanuses from the top forces of eternal world knew about this peerless secret technique of martial extreme immortal sect. It was a secret technique that could open up a different void. Within the martial extreme void, the one who opened up the void would become the master of that particular void. Martial extreme transformation, the conversation between the divine sons and sanuses from eternal world naturally fell into Guling's ears. When one reached the pinnacle of martial cultivation, opening up a void was as easy as flipping one's hand. In Guling's opinion, a quasi-supreme existence could open up a world with just a thought. What was the big deal about that? However, she also knew that this martial extreme transformation was no ordinary technique. It was not the usual kind of opening up a world. Otherwise, this secret technique would not have become the peerless secret technique of martial extreme immortal sect. At that very moment, Heretic, who was trapped within the martial extreme void, encountered a great danger. Ha ha ha, demon, to die to our martial extreme transformation. Your death is worth it. Meng Ao laughed loudly before unleashing a punch at Heretic. Boom. It was still the martial extreme, divine fist. However, its power had been amplified countless times. With just one punch, Heretic was sent flying. Here, we are the heavens. We are the masters. You are a dead man. Meng Ao was incomparably arrogant as he strode towards Heretic. At the same time, he unleashed another punch at Heretic. A formidable fist blast surged towards Heretic like a surging heavenly river. The fist crushed the world and shook the cosmos, seemingly capable of destroying the world. At the same time that Meng Ao attacked, Lung Qiuyue attacked as well. Lung Qiuyue's fist blast was amplified countless times. It was as though a martial god of extreme Tao was attacking, capable of breaking the heavens with a single punch. The might of this martial extreme transformation was truly terrifying. Those who were trapped within the martial extreme void would definitely not be a match for the master of this void. The martial extreme transformation was worthy of being the secret technique of martial extreme immortal sect. Those who were trapped within the martial extreme void would definitely not be a match for the master of the martial extreme void, even if their cultivation base was much higher than the one who unleashed the martial extreme void. Roar. Heretic roared furiously as a ball of demonic light emerged from his body. In the next moment, a demonic armor appeared on his body. Chapter 45, 92. The extreme martial void created by the extreme martial transformation was not to be underestimated. It could trap opponents with a higher cultivation base than the user and increase the user's combat power to the maximum. Even the gods and saintesses of the top forces in Eternal World wouldn't dare to say that they could break the extreme martial transformation that Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue displayed together. Once one was trapped in the martial extreme void, there was only one outcome, and that was death. At this moment, within the extreme martial void, Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue punched demonic Dao Xie at the same time. Roar! Demonic Dao Xie roared. In the next moment, the demonic armor on his body shattered, and his entire demonic body turned into a mist of blood. Humph! The living beings of the lower realm don't know the eternal technique. So what if their cultivation base is high, and their combat power is strong? Aren't they still going to die? Meng Ao said proudly. Lung Qiuyue didn't say anything. She knew her senior brother's character all too well. He was impatient, not calm enough when faced with things, and easily impulsive. Meng Ao was a little arrogant, and a little arrogant. Kill! At this moment, the demonic blood instantly condensed into a demonic shadow. In the next moment, Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue were punched by the demonic shadow. Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue screamed as they were sent flying. How is this possible? Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue were shocked to the extreme. In the extreme martial void, being hit by the extreme martial divine fist would definitely result in death. Demonic Dao Xie took 2 punches at the same time. How could he reassemble his demonic body? Even the gods and saintesses would be destroyed if they were hit by 2 punches in the extreme martial void. Why was this demonic Dao Xie fine? Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue were dumbfounded. You think you can kill me just like that? You guys are underestimating me. Demonic Dao Xie's body was filled with demonic energy. His blood-colored eyes shone with a strange blood light. This Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue exchanged glances and found it unbelievable. They were in the extreme martial void that they created together. Here, they were the rulers. The power of these 2 fists from the evil Dao was not small. Meng Ao's mouth was bleeding. Although Lung Qiuyue did not vomit blood, her face was as pale as paper. I don't believe I can't kill you. Meng Ao was truly enraged right now. The extreme martial transformation was a supreme secret skill of the martial extreme immortal sect. The extreme martial void could raise his battle prowess by several folds. Rumble, Meng Ao merely struck out a punch, but the entire void shook. It's that martial divine fist again. Demonic path, evil sneered. He had cultivated the heavenly demon undying body. No matter how tyrannical and invincible you are, no matter how unrivaled your supernatural powers are, you still won't be able to do anything to me. Meng Ao punched out. Without any suspense, he directly blew up the undying demon body of diabolism. However, very quickly, the evil path of demonic Dao reformed its demonic body again. It was as if it was truly immortal and indestructible. This caused Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue, the 2 martial siblings, to be moved. This cultivation technique, Meng Ao's eyes widened. This cultivation technique could actually block the martial extreme divine fist. It was truly amazing. One must know that the martial extreme divine fist was an eternal level battle technique. There was no doubt that an eternal combat skill could crush an extreme combat skill. You have to capture him, junior sister. I want him alive. Meng Ao said excitedly. If he could get demonic Dao's cultivation technique, wouldn't he be able to crush the remnants of the eternal immortal sect? He and Yu Wei were sworn enemies, and he wished for nothing more than to beat the crap out of Yu Wei one day. However, Yu Wei's cultivation and battle prowess were on par with his, so it was impossible for him to completely crush Yu Wei. How could Lung Qiuyue not guess what Meng Ao was thinking. Apparently, this elder brother of hers had taken a liking to demonic Tao's cultivation technique. He wanted everything, but didn't have the ability to take it. Lung Qiuyue had no other choice. It wouldn't be easy to take down this monster, and it seemed she would have to pay a price. You two brats. When I was dominating the world, who knows where your ancestors were playing in the mud? Heretic, who had reconstructed his demonic body, stared coldly at the two heir disciples of the martial extreme immortal sect. You're courting death, Meng Ao said angrily. Demonic Tao evil sneered. Are you an idiot? Do you really think you'll let me go if I say something nice? Roar. Meng Ao was on the verge of going berserk. No one had ever dared to call him an idiot. Back then, he was someone who was qualified to compete against Wu Jizi for the position of Divine Son. Back then, the Divine Son selection of the martial extreme immortal sect had shaken the world. That was because the martial extreme immortal sect had produced quite a number of rising stars. That was especially true of Wu Jizi, who had cultivated for less than 1,000 years to reach the peak of the quasi-supreme stage. Someone who could cultivate for less than 1,000 years to reach the extreme Tao fruit was an existence that could not be found in the entire eternal world for hundreds of thousands of years. Wu Jizi had cultivated for less than 1,000 years to reach the peak of the quasi-supreme stage. His cultivation base could break through the extreme Tao stage at any moment. Such talent and accomplishments were enough to shock the world. For Meng Ao, Wu Jizi was an insurmountable mountain. However, even if he was a mountain, Meng Ao wanted to give it a try. This undying cultivation technique of this demon was in no way inferior to the eternal technique. Senior brother, I'm going to attack. Lung Qiuyue sent a voice transmission to Meng Ao. All right. Meng Ao's eyes lit up, and the corners of his lips curled into a sneer. Die, you too. At this moment, demonic Daoxia attacked. Endless demonic energy surged towards Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue. The demonic energy formed one demonic dragon after another, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. However, in the next moment, everything within the extreme martial void suddenly came to a standstill. That's right, it came to a standstill. Even demonic Dao Xie could not move at all. The 9 demonic dragons formed from demonic energy also stopped in the void. It was as though even the air had come to a standstill. Imprisonment. This was an absolute imprisonment. In the extreme martial void, even time had been frozen. In the entire extreme martial void, only Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue could move. Barf. Lung Qiuyue's face suddenly turned red, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. The backlash of the absolute confinement technique was no small matter. Junior sister, Meng Ao was shocked to see his junior sister coughing out blood. It's fine. Senior brother, hurry up and do it, Lung Qiuyue said anxiously. All right. Ha, this demon is dead for sure this time. Meng Ao charged towards demonic Daoxia. As Meng Ao was attacking the heretic Tao cultivators, a great battle erupted outside Void Apex Marshal. Sovereign Grandson, who came from Eternal World, single-handedly challenged the successors of the ancient desolate Zhou family, Zhao family, and Li family, the 3 great ancient desolate forces. Be it Zhou family's little heavenly lord, Zhao family's goddess, or Li family's divinity, all of them were crushed by Sovereign Great Sunday. Even after joining forces, they could not even defeat one of Sovereign Great Sun's hands. The combat power displayed by Sovereign Great Sun caused the experts from the 4 great worlds to feel despair. Is this the true combat power of the top successors of Eternal World? Chapter 4593. Sovereign Sun was a member of the Golden Crow clan of Eternal World. Eternal World was home to tens of thousands of clans. Races from the primogenitor realm, and even other worlds had their origins in Eternal World. Even in the human realm and celestial realm, the Golden Crow clan existed. Of course, the Golden Crow clan of Eternal World was much stronger than the Golden Crow clan of any other world. Even in Eternal World, this clan was a top-notch clan. Sovereign Sun's attack instantly crushed the experts of the four worlds. He was invincible. A bunch of trash. Is there really no one in this lower realm who can take 3 moves from me? Sovereign Sun's power was at its peak. Hey, Sovereign Sun, why do you need to be so serious with these ants? Any random follower would be able to kill these ants until they pissed their pants in terror. A white-robed young man shrouded in immortal energy said with a smile, "Beigong, cut the crap. If you don't attack now, the primordial chaos source will fall into someone else's hands." Sovereign Sun said coldly, "I am about to attack." As Beigong spoke, he waved his right hand, and a beam of sword light rushed out of his hand, directly splitting the void between heaven and earth. 3 figures fell out of the void, a sword to cut through the void. Someone exclaimed, the Beigong clan was a top-notch clan in Eternal World. It was in no way inferior to the martial extreme immortal sect. The sword Dao of the Beigong clan was one of the best in Eternal World. Beigong's seemingly casual attack contained the Void Sword Dao. This Void Sword Dao was the nemesis of the martial extreme variation of the martial extreme immortal sect. Who is it? Who dares to ruin my plans? Meng Ao was so angry that he almost coughed out blood. Damn it! I was about to kill this demon, but someone actually broke my martial extreme variation at this moment. That was the absolute imprisonment that Junior Sister had used up her cultivation base. Originally, he had planned to kill this demon and obtain the primordial chaos source and the undying cultivation technique. Even if Junior Sister had used up her cultivation base, it would have been worth it. But now, all his efforts were in vain. Brother Meng, I am sorry. Just now, I accidentally leaked some of my sword energy. I did not expect it to break your martial extreme variation. Sigh, I am not skilled enough. Beigong shook his head and sighed. Meng Ao's face turned red when he saw Beigong. He wanted to flare up, but he didn't dare. After all, Beigong was the current chosen of the Beigong clan. Who would dare to provoke the Beigong clan's saint? Meng Ao could only swallow this grievance in one gulp. Senior brother, forget it. Lung Qiuyue was really afraid that Meng Ao would lose his mind and attack Beigong. After all, Beigong was the sacred son of the Beigong clan and cultivated the Void Sword principle. The Void Sword Dao was the bane of the martial extreme transformation. Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue's greatest reliance were the martial extreme divine fist and martial extreme change. But now, his reliance could not threaten Beigong. Ha! You 2 little fellows, come and die. At this moment, the demonic energy surged forth as a gigantic demonic shadow appeared between the heaven and earth. Having escaped from death, the demonic path of evil was truly drenched in cold sweat. Just now, he felt the threat of death. Even though the undying body of the sky demon was powerful, it did not mean that it was invincible. Just now, when he was trapped in the extreme martial void, if the other party had seized the opportunity to destroy his essence spirit, he would have died as well. The so-called immortality was not absolute. Demon, don't be arrogant. Before Meng Ao could speak, Beigong stepped forward. Who the hell are you? Demonic path of evil frantically devoured the surrounding essence of the heaven and earth to quickly replenish his exhausted Yuan Qi. This guy is courting death. How dare he act so presumptuously in front of Beigong Yu is the chosen of the Beigong clan. Breaking the void with a sword, he has never been defeated. The experts who crossed over from the eternal world watched nervously as Beigong Yu and demonic path of evil confronted each other. Looks like you are very powerful. Demonic path of evil's voice was extremely cold. Hee, I am not skilled enough. How powerful can I be? Beigong Yu said disapprovingly. All the experts who came from the eternal world secretly gave Beigong Yu the middle finger. If this fellow was not skilled enough, then all the cultivators in the eternal world were not skilled enough. Then scram. Don't stop me from killing people. Demonic path of evil roared, and his terrifying demonic voice entered the ears of everyone present. Killing intent filled the air. Sigh, can we talk properly? You are telling me to scram? You are going too far. Beigong Yu was like a chatterbox, completely lacking the bearing and elegance of a chosen. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. After saying that, demonic path of evil charged at Meng Ao and Lung Chuyue. Monstrous demonic energy swept down from the sky, creating an incomparably grand atmosphere. Within the demonic energy, one demonic silhouette after another condensed. Like a magnificent army, they charged at Meng Ao and the others. Rumble, the entire world shook. This Meng Ao and Lung Chuyue were shocked, and they quickly retreated. Sai, let's talk things out. How can you kill people at the drop of a hat? Beigong Yu hurriedly swung his sword. He looked panicked, but when he swung his sword, he actually cut the demonic energy sweeping down from the sky in half. What demonic path of evil was taken aback? Was this fellow pretending to be weak? The power of this sword was earth-shattering. It was definitely not inferior to the Wuji immortal sex Wuji divine fist. The countless demonic silhouettes enveloped by the demonic energy dissipated under the sword light. Seeing the power of this sword, Meng Ao's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Compared to existences at the level of chosen and God, there was still a huge gap between him and them, be it in terms of combat strength or cultivation. Gu Ling couldn't help but be moved when she saw this sword. She was also a swordsman, but even she couldn't slash out such a sword. Perhaps only her father, Gu Fei, could display such a shocking sword. I wonder how long it will take father to come out of seclusion. Gu Ling looked up at the sky. Her father was her greatest pride. Even demonic path of evil, who was hiding in the demonic energy, was almost cut in half by this sword. At this time, he had no choice but to put away his contempt. This seemingly lazy young man was actually an incredible expert. He was not someone that the two little fellows from before could compare to. Is this the true strength of eternal world? Up in the sky, Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian, who saw this scene, were also inexplicably shocked. With their cultivation, they could naturally see how powerful this sword of Beigong Yu's was. Beigong Yu's sword principle had been cultivated to the extreme and was just lacking some maturity. Chapter 4594. Mortal world refines the heart. Only me and only sword. Beigong Yu raised his sword and sang loudly. His expression was a little crazy, but it was also a little cool, giving people a mysterious feeling. This guy, the onlookers did not think much of it. However, when the holy sages and gods from eternal world saw that, their faces changed. No wonder this guy has been playing around in the human world for the past 100 years and has done so many ridiculous things. So that's how it is. In the eyes of the great sun sovereign, the sun and moon were sinking. In the divine flame outside his body, there seemed to be countless golden crows flapping their wings. Humph! This is a form of cultivation. What's so strange about it? A divine sun sneered. You can't say that. A purple-robed saintess was shrouded in immortal light, like a supreme immortal descending to the mortal world. The immortal light outside her body kept condensing into golden lotuses that kept disappearing. Holy daughter Yu Huang of the Eternal Immortal Sect, she was the older sister of Yu Wei, a true legacy disciple of the Eternal Immortal Sect. Yu Wei had the confidence to challenge Meng Ao. After all, his sister was the holy daughter of the Eternal Immortal Sect, who, like Bei Gongyu, was only a bit weaker. For existences like them, becoming an extreme supremacy was something that was already set in stone. After all, the Eternal Immortal Sect had poured all of its resources into grooming a successor. 100 types of people, 100 types of hearts. This Bei Gong, Yu has obviously found what he wants, Yu Huang said indifferently. Well said. The other divine princes and saints nodded. Buzz. The divine sword in Bei Gong Yu's hand vibrated constantly, releasing one sharp sword light after another. No matter how fierce the demonic and evil attacks were, they couldn't stop his sword. This was what it meant to be able to break all techniques with a single sword. Another eternal law. Demonic Tao Xie roared. Hee, this is my technique. Bei Gongyu smiled. What Devil Path Heretic was taken aback. This sword Tao was actually cultivated by this fellow himself, not those so-called eternal laws. His own technique was actually comparable to the eternal technique. This guy was too heaven-defying. Everyone was dumbfounded. 10,000 laws, only me. Bei Gongyu slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, there was a flash of blood, and Evil's left arm was sent flying. Only me? When Gu Ling heard what Bei Gongyu said, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She seemed to have caught on to something which surprised and delighted her. What a great! All laws are mine. Devil Dao knew that he had encountered an abnormal fellow. The things that this fellow had comprehended were simply too shocking. No one knew what this fellow had experienced. However, the evil Dao could tell that this guy was someone with a story. Damn, who doesn't have a story? This demon lord is also someone with a story. Why must this demon lord be sealed away for countless years? Evil Dao's heart was filled with hatred. If one arm was gone, another would grow out. This was not a problem at all for the Devil Dao heretics who possessed the sky demon immortal body. In the blink of an eye, the left arm that Bei Gongyu had cut off instantly grew back, as if it had never been cut off. However, as soon as he regrown his left arm, his right arm was chopped off by Bei Gongyu, which made him extremely depressed. I'll grow it back. The evil Dao heretic's right arm grew out again. However, the next moment it was not his arm that was cut off, but his head. With a flash of sword light, the evil Dao heretic's head flew up. Damn it! The evil Dao heretics really wanted to curse. This fellow was just messing with him. My head can grow back too. In just an instant, the evil Dao heretics head grew out of his neck. This fellow is amazing. He actually didn't die after being hit by Bei Gongyu so many times. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Not everyone could withstand Bei Gongyu's sword. Even the divine sons and saintesses would be severely injured if they were hit by Bei Gongyu's sword. One had to know that Bei Gongyu's sword contained his Dao. However, it had to be said that the evil Dao heretic's sky demon immortal body was really amazing. It could actually block the power of Bei Gongyu's sword Dao. At this time, even Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian, who were high up in the sky, were shocked. Bei Gongyu's sword Dao cultivation was too heaven-defying. It did not seem like the sword Dao that a quasi-supreme could comprehend at all. Swoosh! The sword in Bei Gongyu's hand danced continuously, and sword marks appeared on the evil Dao heretic's body one after another. I'm not playing anymore. The evil Dao heretics could not take it anymore. He directly turned into a ball of demonic aura and soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, the sword light that rushed out from the divine sword in Bei Gongyu's hand instantly destroyed the ball of demonic aura. However, the demonic aura immediately grew back after it was destroyed, which made Beigongyu feel somewhat helpless. The evil Tao heretics was also extremely depressed. In the next moment, the demonic aura that he had turned into suddenly exploded and turned into countless thin lines that rushed in all directions. His primordial spirit attached itself to each thin line of demonic aura. However, Beigongyu shook the divine sword in his hand. In the next moment, countless equally thin sword chi erupted from his sword and accurately slashed every strand of demonic aura. The primordial spirit of the evil Tao heretics was not destroyed, but it still suffered a great impact. What a terrifying sword Tao! Gu Ling's heart trembled. Even if he were to fight Beigongyu, it would be difficult for him to win. This kind of monstrous existence was too difficult to deal with. If the divine sons, saintesses, and sons of the top forces from the eternal world were as monstrous as Beigongyu, then the experts from the 4 major worlds would not be a match for him at all. Beigongyu alone was enough to beat up the quasi-supremes of the 4 major worlds. Moreover, there were many divine sons and saintesses from the eternal world who had crossed over this time. The princes of the eternal god dynasty could not be compared to Beigongyu and the others at all. Beigongyu could kill the eldest prince of the eternal god dynasty with 1 sword strike. As for Yu Huang, Emperor Great Sun, and Wu Jizi, they did not take the eternal god dynasty seriously at all. At this time, the evil Tao heretics was a little anxious. He could not escape, nor could he beat Beigongyu. Could he just let this guy keep torturing him? The evil Tao heretics knew very well that Beigongyu's sword Tao could weaken the power of his primordial spirit. The immortality of the heavenly demon immortal form referred to the immortality of the primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit was destroyed, even if the evil Tao heretics had cultivated the heavenly demon immortal form, he would still die. Beigongyu had long since seen through the evil Tao heretics' weakness. He wanted to exhaust the evil Tao heretics to death. In fact, the other divine sons might have also seen through the evil Tao heretics' weakness. The only weakness of the evil Tao heretics' heavenly demon immortal form was his primordial spirit. What a guy! Chapter 45, 95. Beigongyu's way of the sword had reached an unimaginable level. Although he was only a quasi-supreme, his way of the sword was much higher than his cultivation. The sword in his hand had become a deified weapon. As Beigongyu's opponent, evil wanted to die. He could clearly see where Beigongyu's sword was coming from, but he just couldn't dodge it. In an instant, evil's newly reformed demonic body was cut into several pieces by Beigongyu's sword light. Demonic blood splattered, and every drop of demonic blood exuded a powerful demonic aura. A demon who had cultivated to this level could completely demonize an area with just a drop of blood. The demonic aura exuded from a drop of blood could turn countless living creatures within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles into demonic creatures. Evil's demonic body quickly reformed. Kill! Evil roared and attacked. His figure suddenly became blurry, and one illusory demonic shadow after another appeared around Beigongyu. Swoosh! Beigongyu continued to attack, unhurriedly. One of the demonic shadows was cut into 2 by his sword light and dissipated into the void. However, in an instant, a new demonic shadow emerged. 36 demonic shadows surrounded Beigongyu, and each of them exuded a powerful demonic aura. What kind of magic is this? The divine sons and saintesses from eternal world who were watching the battle were curious. This demon was actually able to withstand Beigongyu's sword for so long. This level of cultivation was much stronger than that of the heir disciples of the top forces. Given this demon's cultivation base, he could already be considered as a powerhouse in eternal world. Of course, even an extreme supreme could only be considered as an expert in eternal world. The real masters of an area were the Eternal Supremes. Interesting, at this time, Bei Gongyu seemed to be getting serious. With the sword in his hand, he kept the 36 demonic shadows at a distance of 10 meters from him. No matter how hard the demonic shadows attacked, they could not break through the 10 meters. The area within 10 meters of Bei Gongyu had become an absolute forbidden area. Sword domain. The great Sun sovereign, Yu Huang, and the others couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Bei Gongyu was simply a monster. Not only had he cultivated the Void Sword Dao, but he had also cultivated the Sword Domain. The demonic path had finally met its match. In the past, he was no match for Tongyu, and now that he had just escaped, he encountered such a freak. Would the heavens really not give him a way out? My fate is up to me, not the heavens. 36 demonic shadows roared at the same time. In the next moment, all 36 demonic shadows exploded at the same time. Terrifying destructive power erupted and completely engulfed Bei Gongyu. With Bei Gongyu at the center, countless cracks appeared in the space within a radius of a dozen miles, and it looked like it was about to collapse. This was the primal chaos immortal mansion world, where the laws of heaven and earth were incomparably stable. Even if an extreme Tao Supreme attacked, they wouldn't be able to cause much damage here. Seeing this scene, even the great Sun Emperor and the others couldn't help but be moved. Bei Gongyu is doomed, Yu Huang said. Humph. It's hard to say. Meng Ao said disapprovingly. Who was Bei Gongyu? He was a peerless demonic genius. His sword principle cultivation was something that even extreme grade supremes could not compare to. Once his cultivation successfully broke through to the extreme grade realm, he would probably be able to go up against the supremes of the older generation. Rumble, the destructive demonic power, was vast and mighty, and the demonic chi enveloped the area. Within the demonic chi, there were flashes of blood-colored demonic light from time to time. Humph! The demonic path is going to escape. Above the 9 heavens, Tongyu, who had been watching the demonic path from the beginning to the end, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The demonic path seemed to be fighting Bei Gongyu to the death, but in fact, this was all a cover-up. No one understood the demonic path better than him. How could this guy be willing to fight with his life so easily? This guy cherished his life very much. Gu Ling watched the battle from the side. Bei Gongyu's sword Dao was a great inspiration to her, which made her Dao more complete. However, because of her bloodline, it was very difficult for her to break through to the extreme Dao realm. Just as Gu Ling was pondering, countless blood-colored light rushed out from the demonic chi. True demon blood escape technique. Someone exclaimed, "What?" The experts from the primordial realm were shocked beyond belief. The true demon blood escape technique was the most powerful demonic art of the demons of the primordial realm. Once it was used, even if they were trapped in a dangerous place, they would be able to escape. Trying to escape. The Grand Sun Emperor laughed coldly. He waved his right hand, and a net of fire flew out from his palm, spreading out to cover the entire area. He wanted to capture Devil Dao Wretch. However, the countless rays of blood-red light penetrated the fiery net and instantly disappeared into the void without a trace. What? When the Grand Sun Emperor saw that Devil Dao Wretch's blood-colored light pierced through the net of fire, his face fell. He had actually failed. What a disgrace. This is... Ha ha ha. Aren't you supposed to be very strong, Grand Sun Emperor? How did you fail? Someone laughed as he approached from the distance. Wu polarity. Yu Huang's pupils constricted when she saw who it was. The martial Zenith Immortal Sect and the Eternal Immortal Sect were sworn enemies. Wu Polarity's arrival caused quite a few people to rush forward, clearly on his side. However, there were also quite a few divine sons and holy maidens on Yu Huang's side. Do you want to fight, Wu Polarity? The Grand Sun Emperor stared coldly at the young man approaching. He was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. He didn't exude any powerful aura, making him look like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Wu Polarity was the divine son of the martial zenith immortal sect. I didn't expect you to be here. Yu Huang walked up to him. Yu Huang. Wu Polarity looked at Yu Huang, his eyes flashing with cold light. The atmosphere between the two of them changed subtly, and they were ready to jump at each other's throats. Roar! A low growl came from the area covered by the demonic energy. In the next moment, countless rays of sword light pierced through the layers of demonic energy and slashed out. The mighty sword chi waves directly dispersed the demonic chi that shrouded the surroundings. He escaped. Bei Gongyu wasn't surprised. He looked as indolent as ever, as if nothing in the world interested him. Reaching for a gourd of wine at his waist, he uncorked it and took a gulp. Meanwhile, the four divine sons and holy maidens had gathered in the eastern region of the primal chaos immortal sect. For a moment, the atmosphere here was a little strange. The Grand Sun Emperor was the sovereign of countless divine sons and holy maidens, and had a very high status. However, Yu Huang was a holy maiden of the eternal immortal sect, and her cultivation base was no weaker than the Grand Sun Emperor's. As for Wu Polarity, he was the most outstanding divine son in the history of the martial zenith immortal sect. He had never been defeated, and had even managed to escape unscathed when fighting experts of the older generation. As for Bei Gongyu, he was a freakishly strong individual. As long as he had a sword, no one would dare to provoke him. Interesting. Up in the sky, Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian watched the scene with interest. Chapter 45, 96. The divine sons and holy maidens of the top forces in Eternal World were not on the same level as the divine sons and holy maidens of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. It had to be said, the Eternal Divine Dynasty was just one of the three great forces in Eternal World. It could not be considered as a peak-level force in Eternal World. At present, the passageway connecting the Chaos Immortal Mansion World and Eternal World was on the Immortal Continent. Due to that, the Immortal Continent had become the focal point of the entire Eternal World's world of cultivation. There were not many passageways between Eternal World and the other worlds. Thus, the appearance of a passageway to the lower worlds within the Immortal Continent would naturally attract the attention of the top forces within Eternal World. At that very moment, the divine sons and holy daughters of the four top forces of Eternal World had gathered in the eastern region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion World. If news of this were to make its way back to Eternal World, it would surely cause a stir. Eternal World was simply too big. There was a great distance between the Golden Crow clan, the Martial Zenith Immortal Sect, the Beigong family, and the Eternal Immortal Sect. It was rare for the divine princes and saintesses of these top forces to meet under normal circumstances. That was especially true of the Martial Zenith Immortal Sect and the Eternal Immortal Sect, which were sworn enemies. Therefore, it was only natural that the Martial Zenith Immortal Sect would treat Yu Huang with hostility. It was the same for Yu Huang. Boom. Without any nonsense, Wu Jizi and Yu Huang attacked each other at the same time. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. The two silhouettes clashed in an instant, sending out astonishing energy waves that shook the entire world. The surrounding people couldn't help but retreat far away. Hee, there's going to be a good show. With a smile, Bei Gongyu took off the wine gourd from his waist, pulled out the stopper, and took a sip. The aroma of the wine filled the air. These two fellows, the Great Sun Emperor, stared at the two experts who were fighting. The Golden Crow divine force surged from his body. A battle of this level was exactly what he needed. that was because normal cultivation was no longer of any use to them. However, in a life or death battle, they might be able to completely stimulate their potential and achieve the ultimate leap. Guling was also staring at the battle between Great Sun Sovereign and Yu Huang. She was extremely shocked. Was this the true strength of these people? At this moment, in the western region of the primal chaos immortal estate world, countless rays of bloody light suddenly surged forth from all directions, converging at the peak of a large mountain. A blurry figure emerged from the blood-red demonic light. Those fellows are from Eternal World. Demonic Dao Xie's silhouette appeared in the blood light. Countless blood light rays instantly disappeared and entered his body. For him, Eternal World was a legend. After using the true demonic blood escape technique, the demonic path was extremely weak. His body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. That swordsman was too powerful. If he didn't use this technique, he wouldn't be able to escape. The cultivators from Eternal World were truly very strong. Bam! Just then, a figure appeared behind demonic Dao Xie and smashed a brick onto the back of his head, instantly shattering the brick into smithereens. The demonic path heretic fell to the ground and ate a mouthful of mud. Who is it? The demonic path's heretic saw stars dancing in front of his eyes, and he almost fainted. You didn't faint from my slap. The person who launched the sneak attack was surprised. Who are you? Were you sent by that despicable Tong Yu? Devil Dao Xie stood up shakily and turned around to stare at the man. He was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. This guy actually dared to sneak up on him. Tong Yu? Who is that? I don't know him. The man shook his head. If you weren't sent by Tong Yu, why did you sneak up on me? Devil Dao Xie was going crazy. He didn't know this guy at all. Are you stupid? Of course, I attacked you for the primordial chaos source energy. The man laughed. He could tell that Devil Dao Xie was currently very weak. He wanted to take advantage of this moment to rob him. Devil Dao Xie was shocked and furious. Are you curious about how I knew you would appear here? The man said with a prideful tone. Humph! Devil Dao Xie sneered, but didn't say anything. Who am I? I am He Tian. Your blood escape technique might be powerful, but my escape technique isn't any weaker. The man continued. You are He Tian? Devil Dao Xie finally knew this guy's name. This guy looked like a gentleman, but his attacks were extremely ruthless. That brick was very powerful. Moreover, what really shocked Devil Dao Xie was that this guy had mastered some kind of escape technique. This escape technique was not inferior to his true demon blood escape technique. All right, I won't waste any more time. Hand over the primordial chaos source. He Tian stared at Devil Dao Xie and said coldly, I didn't. That was a rumor spread by that despicable Tong Yu. Devil Dao Xie shook his head. Is that so? If that's the case, we can't have a proper conversation. He Tian's voice turned cold. He didn't expect Devil Dao Xie to obediently hand over the primordial chaos source. This guy was very cunning. Humph, let's go. Devil Dao Xie said. A blood-colored demonic light rushed out from his body and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. Seal. He Tian directly threw out an array disc. In the next moment, a huge array enveloped the entire mountain. The void seemed to solidify. Countless array patterns interweaved in the void, forming countless array diagrams. Shocking killing intent spread out in all directions, causing the nearby living beings to panic. What? Devil Dao Xie was shocked. He was blocked by the killing array and landed back on the mountain. At this time, killing arrays descended from the sky one after another, tightly trapping the demonic cultivators on the mountaintop in 3 layers, making it impossible for them to escape. This guy, Devil Dao Xie, couldn't help but be shocked. Didn't he just casually throw out these killing arrays without consuming any resources? Since when did these killing arrays become so cheap? Devil Dao Xie felt his teeth aching. How could he fight against such a rich guy who could casually throw out killing arrays? Should he use the true demon blood escape technique again? Devil Dao Xie immediately rejected the idea. If he used it again, even if he didn't die from the opponent, he would kill himself. He couldn't afford that kind of consumption. However, it was impossible for Devil Dao Xie to admit defeat. Little guy, don't push me too far. Devil Dao Xie stared at the figure in the sky and gritted his teeth. I'm a dignified Devil Lord, but I'm being bullied by these juniors again and again. I've really lived like a dog. Ha! Hey, Tian laughed. Don't flaunt your seniority in front of me. I've gone through countless reincarnations. When I was dominating the world, your grandfather's grandfather was still playing in the mud. As He Tian's cultivation continued to rise, the sealed memories in the depths of his soul began to awaken. His cultivation technique was very special. He could accumulate strength through reincarnation after reincarnation. Reincarnation? Chapter 4597. Reincarnation was mysterious and unfathomable. It was the greatest secret of all time. Even the most powerful existence didn't dare to step into that domain. One must know that the ancient Buddhist lord of the human world had once made a great wish to establish reincarnation and deliver all living beings from suffering. In the end, not only did the 6 paths of reincarnation fail to be established, even the ancient Buddhist lord disappeared. Since ancient times, it seemed that as long as one interfered with the domain of reincarnation, no matter how powerful one was, something bad would happen to them. However, now, a guy who had reincarnated countless times appeared in front of him. How could Devil Dao Evil not be shocked? However, he was also very suspicious. Did this guy really go through reincarnation countless times? How was that possible? Hand over the primordial chaos, Origin. What are you waiting for? He Tian was somewhat impatient. You want it? If you have the ability, then come and get it. Devil Dao Evil gritted his teeth. After all, he was a demon lord. He had once dominated the primordial world, and even fought against the original owner of the primordial chaos immortal mansion world, Tong Yu. In the end, Tong Yu won by a narrow margin. Devil Dao Evil was sealed in the ghost town by Tong Yu. Of course, in front of Tong Yu, Devil Dao Evil was an existence like an ant. He wasn't even an extreme Dao paragon, while Tong Yu was a half-step eternal realm existence. Humph. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. All right, I'll let you experience the power of an array grandmaster. After saying that, Erebus no longer hesitated and immediately activated the magic array. Rumble, a divine fire array directly obliterated Devil Dao Evil. Monstrous divine fire instantly turned the place where Devil Dao Evil was standing into a world of fire. This is Devil Dao Evil stared at the divine fire that was burning towards him. He could clearly see that there were flame-shaped Dao patterns inside the divine fire. This wasn't an ordinary divine fire. A divine fire that could condense Dao patterns was definitely one of the most powerful flames in the world. True Devil Domain, open! Devil Dao Evil roared. His body shook, and in the next moment, a mass of demonic light instantly spread out from his body. That mass of demonic light actually broke the divine fire that was sweeping towards him. The divine fire directly engulfed the demonic light, burning the demonic patterns on the demonic light and extinguishing them. Although the divine fire was blocked, the heat from the divine fire still penetrated the demonic light. It made the demonic path feel like it was in a fire pit, and its body was about to be ignited. Rumble. At this time, under He Tian's control, the divine flame array underwent a shocking transformation. A giant fire cauldron appeared in the void, and within the cauldron, A ball of demonic light flickered. Cauldron refining true demon. Tian sat cross-legged in the air. His hands kept forming seals, and the fire cauldron formed by the divine fire formation kept trembling. Ancient Tao runes kept rushing out from his hands, imprinting themselves onto the surface of the fire cauldron. The flame cauldron's power was constantly rising. I can't hold on much longer. Within the fire cauldron, beads of sweat dripped down Evil's forehead. He had activated the true demon domain with all his strength, but he had just used the true demon blood escape art and had consumed a great deal of his origin energy. Now, he had a feeling of powerlessness. Yes, I have to finish this battle quickly. Tian knew that the commotion he had caused was a little too big. The flames soared into the sky, burning half the sky red. It had already alarmed some of the Western region's experts. Boom! With a loud noise, a mountain several hundred miles away from Tian suddenly collapsed. A golden chariot rushed out, and the chariot was pulled by 3 fire cheelans. Fire cheelans were divine beasts. An adult fire cheelan was absolutely a terrifying existence that could rival a quasi-supreme. And the fire cheelan's primogenitor was an existence at the extreme Tao level. But now, a noble fire cheelan with the bloodline of a divine beast was being used to pull a chariot. It was truly extravagant. On the chariot stood a white-haired young man in purple armor. He held a divine halberd in his hand, a halberd that was wreathed in divine flames. The young man's body was also enveloped in a layer of purple divine flames. What a pure power of the way of fire! Who is it? The young man's chariot paused in the air for a moment, then rushed in the direction of the flames. In another direction, a woman in black quietly appeared on the peak of a mountain. Her face was covered, but her eyes were incomparably bright. It was as though the sun, moon, and stars were faintly visible in the depths of her eyes. There were many experts who had entered the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, and they were scattered all over the place. Not everyone was gathered in the eastern region at that moment. The fire cheelan pulled the golden chariot through the sky, instantly disappearing into the horizon. Oh, Emperor Ziyang? The woman in black looked in the direction where the chariot had disappeared, and her eyes became incomparably sharp. Emperor Ziyang and Emperor Ziyang were both known as sovereigns among the younger generation of Eternal World. They were absolute sovereigns among the younger generation of Eternal World. It had to be said that it was not easy to become sovereigns among the younger generation of Eternal World. Let's go check it out. The next moment, the woman in black disappeared from the mountain peak like a puff of smoke. All of you, scram! Tian shouted at those who had appeared nearby. Humph! Your Excellency is too overbearing. Someone sneered. Since they dared to enter the Chaos Immortal Mansion world to participate in this trial, they naturally had something to rely on. After all, who didn't have a few ultimate moves to defend themselves? Shwa! Someone opened his divine eyes and looked at the fire cauldron. Fiend! Many people were surprised to see someone refining a fiend here. Still not scram? Do you want me to invite you? Tian grew impatient. At that moment, a fiery light rose to the sky from the east. 3 fire cheelans pulled a golden chariot and charged over. A terrifying pressure swept out, making it difficult for the surrounding experts to breathe. It's Emperor Ziyang from Purple Sun Dynasty. Someone recognized the newcomer. Purple Sun Dynasty? Some of the quasi-sovereigns from Eternal World were shocked. Purple Sun Dynasty was a behemoth that ruled over the 3 continents in the western region of Eternal World. It was a top force in Eternal World. Emperor Ziyang was a prince of Purple Sun Dynasty. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but he had already become a sovereign and had his own fiefdom. In Purple Sun Dynasty, he was a rare genius that only appeared once in hundreds of thousands of years. Unexpectedly, even he came, someone exclaimed. The aura that the figure on the chariot exuded was as deep as a mountain, giving off an extremely formidable atmosphere of oppression. It was a shocking sight. You bastards, are you still not going to scram? Do you want me to treat you fellows to a meal? Chapter 4598. The primordial chaos source was a heaven-splitting treasure. Even an extreme supremacy would be envious of it. Haitian naturally did not want others to know that he had snatched this treasure from the demon. Therefore, he began to chase people away and clear the place. If you don't get lost, then don't blame me for being rude. A shocking, murderous aura erupted from Haitian's body and swept in all directions. Those with weaker cultivation directly felt a chill throughout their bodies, and even their souls were trembling. In great shock, these people directly turned around and left. These people also knew their own limits. They could not even withstand the murderous aura that erupted from the other party. How could they be a match for him? If they stayed, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. More than half of the people who were peeping around suddenly left, and those who remained were those who believed that they could compete with this arrogant guy. Among them were Ziyang Emperor and the woman in black. There were also a few figures whose aura was not the slightest bit weaker than Ziyang Emperor and the woman in black. The eternal world was too big. Even Ziyang Emperor did not dare to say that he was invincible among the younger generation, because there were too many experts among the younger generation. Since you don't want to get lost, then all of you can die. Haitian was furious. Beams of divine light rushed out from his body and directly smashed towards Ziyang Emperor and the others. What is this? Everyone was shocked. That is he AF * King Lunatic? Using array discs to smash people? Array discs? Everyone was dumbfounded. Boom. Killing arrays directly exploded above everyone's heads, instantly enveloping the area, and then trapped the people below in the killing arrays. He really is a lunatic, someone wailed. When the killing arrays fell, more than a dozen people were instantly killed, and they could not even last for a few breaths of time. Only Ziyang Emperor was extremely powerful. A dazzling divine light erupted from the golden chariot, blocking the power of the killing arrays outside. Buzz. The woman in black was surrounded by demonic aura, and a demonic tower emerged from her body, enveloping her in the demonic tower, blocking Haitian's killing arrays. Boom. Someone exploded with sky-piercing divine power, using his own power to fight against Haitian's killing formation. He was extremely ferocious. The entire region was filled with killing intent. There were formation runes everywhere, interweaving with each other. Huge formation diagrams appeared on the ground, each of them enveloping a region. Haitian hurriedly operated the killing formation, wanting to turn that demonic cultivator into ashes. The fire cauldron formed by the power of the formation began to tremble violently. Endless worldly energy frantically gathered from all directions, and the active energy gathered by the fire cauldron continued to soar. Hand over the primordial chaos source energy, or die. Haitian transmitted his voice to the Devil Dao heretic in the fire cauldron. Ha! Devil Dao Sies suddenly laughed. I have the primordial chaos source energy on me. I'll give this supreme treasure to whoever can kill this fellow who has trapped me. Heretic suddenly roared, his voice spreading far and wide. This guy, Haitian, was so angry that his nose was crooked. What? This demon has the primordial chaos source energy on him? No wonder this guy wants to drive us away. He wants to keep this supreme treasure for himself. At this moment, everyone came to a realization. Drive us away and keep the supreme treasure for himself. Ziyang Emperor shook the divine halberd in his hand, then pushed off the chariot with both feet, and his entire body soared into the sky. He brandished the divine halberd in his hand and fiercely slashed at the killing formation. Swish! Wherever the divine halberd passed, a spatial crack appeared in the void. The formation diagram under the divine halberd was as fragile as a piece of paper, and it was directly torn apart. Up in the nine heavens, Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian, who were overseeing the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, were shocked when they saw this scene. "This is not the power of the extreme Tao," Tong Yu said. "What a guy! He can tear the void with just the power of his physical body." Di Jiuqian couldn't help but be shocked. Before Gu Fei went into seclusion, he had already made arrangements. He had set up a super-killing formation in the entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world. As long as the power of the extreme Tao appeared, the killing formation would be activated and completely annihilate the power of the extreme Tao. Therefore, even Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian didn't dare to use the power of the extreme Tao in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. They didn't even dare to use the power of the half-step Eternal Realm. It should be known that once the killing formation set up by Gu Fei was triggered, even the existence of the half-step Eternal Realm would suffer a calamity. No one dared to ignore the rules set by Gu Fei, because those who ignored the rules set by Gu Fei were all dead. It should be known that Tong Yu had a grudge against Heretic. With Tong Yu's current cultivation, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Heretic, but he didn't dare to make a move. To be precise, he didn't dare to make a move while the trial was still going on. At this time, Emperor Ziyang actually broke through He Tian's killing formation and rushed out. He took a step and instantly appeared above He Tian's head. "Kill!" Emperor Ziyang exhaled and roared. The halberd in his hand slashed down at Mahakala in a frenzy. The extremely violent power of the purple sun erupted from the halberd and tore through the void once again. Swish! He Tian's figure suddenly disappeared in the void. Although Emperor Ziyang's attack did not hit He Tian, it directly blasted a big hole in the void where He Tian was, and the chaotic chi was blasted out. Damn it! He Tian was truly enraged. He directly smashed array discs at Ziyang Emperor. The array discs that he smashed instantly turned into killing arrays that rushed towards Ziyang Emperor. There was the 5 elements divine fire array with blazing flames, the saber soldier array with shocking killing intent, the violent sandstorm array with rolling sand and dust, and the divine water array with monstrous water. This guy, the people watching the battle from afar, were completely speechless. He Tian's move was too unique. No one had ever seen anyone directly smashing someone with a killing formation. Humph! Emperor Ziyang sneered and directly waved the divine halberd towards He Tian. In the face of absolute power, all the formations were like paper, extremely fragile. And the person with absolute power was Emperor Ziyang. He was like a peerless god of death, breaking through 7 or 8 killing formations in a row and killing his way to He Tian. This freak, He Tian, could not help but be moved. This guy was the most violent guy she had ever seen. His strength was probably not even comparable to those ancient giant dragons. In the face of such a fierce and peerless god of death, He Tian could only retreat and did not dare to confront him head-on. At this time, the others were also shocked by the combat strength displayed by Emperor Ziyang. How did this guy cultivate such powerful strength? Chapter 45, 99. The demon trapped in the fire cauldron actually had primordial chaos source. This made everyone extremely excited, and their eyes turned red. I didn't expect this guy to have a heaven-opening divine item. Emperor Ziyang charged at He Tian with the divine halberd in his hand. The The killing array that He Tian had set up was extremely weak in the face of Emperor Zi Yang's halberd. It could not stop him at all. In the eyes of the people of Eternal World, heaven-opening divine items were extremely precious. Eternal World was too transcendent and had existed for countless years. Although Eternal World was rich in cultivation resources that could satisfy the needs of Eternal Supremes, heaven-opening divine items were extremely rare in Eternal World. What was a heaven-opening divine item? It was a divine item that existed at the beginning of the world, or even before the world was created. Eternal World had existed for countless years, and most of the heaven-opening divine items had been used up. It was extremely rare to see one. However, in other worlds, heaven-opening divine items could still be found, especially in the younger worlds. There were many heaven-opening divine items there. If I can get my hands on Primordial Chaos Source, my Purple Sun Divine Constitution will be able to transform into the Primordial Chaos Purple Sun Divine Constitution. By then, I won't be far from being invincible among the younger generation. Emperor Zi Yang's heart was burning with passion. He must get his hands on this heaven-opening divine item. Rumble, he brandished the divine halberd and charged at He Tian. He Tian was shocked by his opponent's aura. The combat power displayed by his opponent was too strong. The killing array that he had set up was no ordinary killing array. However, his killing array was like child's play in front of this guy. It was not worth mentioning at all. Samsara of 9 deaths. He Tian did not hesitate and immediately used his trump card. Boom! The void around him shattered, and the void within a radius of 10,000 miles disappeared in an instant, turning into a terrifying black hole. What Emperor Ziyang felt his vision go black, and he fell. His surroundings were pitch black, and he could not see any light. It was as if he had entered an absolute dark void. Everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles felt the same. It was as if they had fallen into a dark abyss without any light. How is this possible? The black-robed masked woman and the demonic cultivator trapped in the fire cauldron turned pale with fright. At this moment, they were shocked to find that the essence energy in their bodies was rapidly being erased. To be more precise, it was being swallowed by the pitch-black void around them. The other experts who were trapped by the killing array were unlucky. After the killing array entered the dark void, it immediately collapsed and countless array patterns dissipated in the void. The experts trapped in the killing formation were horrified to discover that their bodies were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, the shriveled body of a powerful quasi-supreme being directly turned into ashes. Even his primordial spirit dissipated in the void. The light of his primordial spirit was directly extinguished. That was a sign of his life imprint being obliterated. He wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Naturally, this world needed reincarnation. Be it the myriad celestial planes or eternal world, reincarnation was a taboo. It was an absolute mystery. Even those eternal exalts were unable to clearly explain reincarnation, unable to understand it. What is this? The power of reincarnation? Emperor Ziyang was in trouble. The power of the purple sun in his body was gradually being erased, and the purple sun divine flame outside his body also dimmed. Rumble, at this moment, a thunderous sound came from afar. A ball of divine fire directly rushed over from afar. This is Emperor Ziyang looked carefully and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He saw that within the divine fire, 3 fire Qilins were pulling a chariot rushing towards him. That chariot was not simple. Emperor Ziyang laughed loudly and directly leaped up, landing on the chariot. Boom! In the next moment, he slapped the chariot with his palm. Then, the entire chariot seemed to come to life. thousands of purple flames bloomed, and 9 purple suns appeared around the chariot. The 9 purple suns directly broke through the dark void and rushed out. What? In the outside world, Haitian couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw the chariot rushing out. This guy could actually break through his 9 deaths samsara void. Bang! Not far away, the void exploded, and a demonic figure rushed out, its demonic might vast and mighty in all directions. Another one? Haitian's teeth hurt. The power of his 9 deaths samsara void had weakened. Impossible. However, a scene that made Haitian speechless appeared. The nearby void expanded a few more times, and there were actually 3 guys who broke through his 9 deaths samsara void and rushed out. These were the 5 existences that could be called emperors in eternal world. I didn't expect you guys to come as well. Emperor Ziyang stood on the chariot and glanced at those people, his battle intent surging. This is King bullying. I don't want to play anymore. As Haitian spoke, he directly tore through the void and rushed into the 9 deaths samsara void. This guy, Emperor Ziyang, was furious. Such an expert was actually so tasteless, fleeing before the battle had even begun. Truth be told, he did not know that Haitian was really tasteless. He was the ancestor of the underhanded method, the one who made the final decision. He was no gentleman. Haitian was not stupid enough to go all out against the 5 emperors of eternal world. He could not defeat Emperor Ziyang alone. Not to mention there were 4 others who were not weaker than him. Damn it! The enraged Emperor Ziyang punched a huge mountain beside him, causing it to explode. The others won't be able to come out. A golden-haired young man said with a cold expression, "That guy just now was really cunning." He had actually killed off dozens of people who were prepared to watch the show. Of course, those people actually did not have good intentions. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. Who would have thought that they would lose their lives instead? This is a good harvest. In the 9 deaths samsara void, Haitian was collecting his spoils of war. Although the bodies and primordial spirits of those he had sent into the 9 deaths samsara void had been reduced to ashes, their belongings were left behind. Storage rings, storage bags, and even the inner worlds that they had opened up would not completely collapse so quickly. With Haitian's means, he could have entered these inner worlds and harvested them before they completely collapsed. When the owner of the inner worlds died, the inner worlds would also collapse and return to nothingness, unless there was some kind of power in the inner worlds to suppress the inner worlds. Brother Hay, Father Hay, Grandpa Hay, Ancestor Hay, please let me go. At this time, a fire cauldron was floating in the endless dark void. Inside the fire cauldron, Evil was really panicking. He did not want to be suppressed and sealed again. In the entire 9 deaths samsara void, only Evil was still holding on. In fact, it was Haitian who did not want to kill this guy. "I'll deal with you later." Haitian did not care about Evil at all. He continued harvesting the spoils of war. At this time, in the eastern region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, Gu Ling was fighting with Sovereign Great Sunday. Their battle caused the void to crack. It was as though doomsday had arrived. This was a clash between the strongest descendants. Gu Fei was the strongest existence in the myriad celestial worlds and could fight against eternal supremes. Sovereign Great Sun also had the blood of eternal flowing in his body. Chapter 4600, Gu Ling versus Sovereign Great Sunday. This was definitely the first clash of the strongest bloodline between the younger generation and the younger generation of the eternal world. One must know that Gu Ling was the daughter of Gu Fei, and Gu Fei was once an eternal sovereign. Therefore, Gu Ling was the second generation of an eternal sovereign, possessing the purest eternal bloodline. However, this great sun sovereign was also an eternal descendant. Of course, the ancestor of the great sun sovereign was an eternal paragon. His bloodline had been passed down for countless generations. However, Sovereign Great Sun was born with a unique bloodline. His ancestor's bloodline was several times purer than that of the other members of the Golden Crow clan. In this way, with the help of the bloodline power, the Great Sun Emperor would definitely become one of the most powerful beings among the young generation of the Gold Crow clan. Haha! A mere ant from the lower realm dares to compete with the bright moon? You overestimate yourself. Sovereign Great Sun laughed and attacked. He punched out, and the void in front of his fist was instantly covered by divine flames. The 9 Golden Crows pounced towards Guling. This was the combat skill of the Golden Crow clan of the Eternal World, the Divine Golden Crow Fist. This fist skill was on the same level as the Martial Extreme Divine Fist of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect and the Eternal Extreme Palm of the Eternal Immortal Sect. The moment the Divine Golden Crow Fist was unleashed, the entire world was filled with the power of the Golden Crows. It was as if the world was about to be crushed. Guling could not dodge such an overbearing punch. Since she could not dodge, then she would not dodge. Guling clenched her right hand and punched out in the next moment. There was no need to think at all. She punched out with her will, and a fist energy that surpassed the limits of her strength burst out from her fist. The space in front of her shattered, and the 9 Golden Crows were scattered in an instant. Although it looked like an ordinary punch, it contained an invincible will. Even Sovereign Great Sun was shocked. A mere ant from the lower realm could actually cultivate such a powerful fist intent. He could not help but be shocked. Boom! Guling's fist crushed everything. Sovereign Great Sun was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away and smashed through a mountain. Good. Very good. I thought that the lower realms were boring, but it seems like I've underestimated the living beings of the lower realms. The Great Sun Sovereign wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Guling as the divine light in his eyes was as resplendent as the sun, illuminating the entire world. In his eyes, there were countless fire elemental Tao patterns interweaving. Guling only felt a murderous intent enveloping him in an instant. Kill! At this moment, the Grand Sun Sovereign roared. His eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of divine light that were as terrifying as heavenly swords. These 2 rays of divine light instantly tore through the void and pierced through Guling's body. One hand to create heaven. Guling only had time to block with her hands, and the power of heaven transformation surged out from her hands. The moment the 2 rays of blood-colored light collided with Guling's heaven transformation force, they instantly dissipated and melted away. Eternal law. The Great Sun Emperor was taken aback. This ant from the lower realm actually grasped the eternal law. What was going on? The Great Sun Emperor really couldn't understand. Was that eternal law so cheap? Even a creature from the lower realm could grasp it? Eternal law, even in the eternal world, was the sect protection secret technique of the major sections. It was a technique that absolutely could not be divulged to the outside world. The top forces of the eternal world strictly forbade the dissemination of eternal law. The Golden Crow race also had the eternal law. Grand Sun incinerates the heavens. The Great Sun Sovereign directly displayed the eternal law of the Golden Crow race. The next moment, endless divine fire burst out from his body, enveloping the entire world in an instant. The area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was turned into a sea of fire. Those unlucky fellows who couldn't escape in time were burned to ashes. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Only a small number of experts broke through the sea of fire and charged out. This fellow is very powerful. Old Tortoise, who had long since sensed that something was amiss, retreated millions of miles away. With his cultivation base, even if he was millions of miles away, he could still see the battle. None of those fellows from the eternal world are to be trifled with. Qin Yao frowned. The quasi-supremes of the eternal world were too strong. Be it the primordial world or the primordial world, no one was a match for them. Of course, some people in the primordial world did not want to take action. Only Gu Ling and a few others knew that there were still some hidden experts in the primordial world. Those people would not take action easily. At this moment, heaven transformation power surged out from Gu Ling's body. All the terrifying divine fire that was sweeping towards him couldn't get within 100 zhang of him. Good. The great Sun Sovereign appeared in the sea of fire and punched at Gu Ling. His fist energy broke through the void, within 100 zhang of Gu Ling. However, when it was still 10 zhang away from Gu Ling, it was completely dissolved. What? The great Sun Sovereign was shocked. The opponent's eternal law was too powerful. It was simply an attack that could dissolve everything. With this eternal law, wouldn't this fellow be invincible? Please don't let any accidents happen. Up in the sky, Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian stared at the battle below, feeling incomparably nervous. One must know that Gu Ling was Gu Fei's only daughter. If anything were to happen to her, they would be in deep trouble. Gu Fei was in seclusion. Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian knew that once Gu Fei came out, his cultivation base would likely be restored to the eternal realm. By then, there would be a place for Gu Fei in the myriad celestial worlds and even the eternal world. However, they couldn't take action. Heaven trampling. At this moment, Gu Ling took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. When she reappeared, she was already above the great Sun Sovereign's head. Without any hesitation, she bang. Her foot landed on the great Sun Sovereign's head. Next, the great Sun Sovereign's head exploded. Great Sun Sovereign lost. How is that possible? The experts from the eternal world were all stunned. That was the great Sun Sovereign, an existence that could be called an emperor. They didn't expect that he would fall in the hands of a puny ant. The great Sun Sovereign will not lose. Someone said in a deep voice. As expected, the headless body of the sovereign of the great sun soared into the sky. A head directly grew out from his neck, its appearance no different from before. An existence that had cultivated to the peak of the quasi-supreme level was very difficult to kill, because they could be reborn from a single drop of blood, unless their primordial spirit was destroyed. Roar. Chapter 46:01. The battle between the ancient spirits and the sovereign great sun from eternal world ended with one stomp, blowing up the sovereign great sun's head. Seeing that left all the spectators dumbfounded. That was especially true for the experts from the younger generation who had crossed over from eternal world. That was the sovereign sun, an existence known as the sovereign of the younger generation. Such a powerful existence had his head crushed by a being from the lower realm. Even if he didn't die because of this, it was still a kind of humiliation. My niece is incredible. Old Tortoise could not help but sigh when he saw this. He was the son of the Grand Sun King and possessed the extreme Dao bloodline. However, not only was Gu Fei catching up to him, even Gu Fei's daughter was stronger than him. When will I be able to sever my supreme bloodline and achieve the extreme Dao? Old Tortoise clenched his fists. He must surpass his father, the Grand Sun King, and become the strongest demon sovereign of the demon race. The Ziyin siblings, Qin Yao, and the others stared nervously at the two experts who were fighting. This battle was of great significance. It was a clash between the geniuses of the four worlds and eternal world. Gu Ling represented the strongest genius of the younger generation from the four worlds, while Sovereign Grandson was the emperor of the younger generation from Eternal World. If Gu Ling defeated Sovereign Grandson, it would mean that the younger generation from the four worlds had surpassed the younger generation from Eternal World. I will not lose. Sovereign Grandson reformed his body and roared as he attacked Gu Ling. Endless true yang energy burst out from the body of the great Sun Emperor, turning into battle spears one after another, piercing towards Gu Ling in an overwhelming manner. This time, Sovereign Grandson was going all out. Each of the spears formed from the power of the true yang directly pierced through the void. Chaos yin yang. Gu Ling did not even think about it and directly displayed this battle skill. Rumble, a power that could reverse the universe, immediately burst out from her body. The void around her actually twisted and deformed, rippling like water. The divine spears that covered the sky and pierced toward Gu Ling were instantly swallowed up by the void around Gu Ling and lost their aim. Seeing this, Sovereign Grandson's face contorted to the extreme. Another eternal law. Sovereign Great Sun was from the Golden Crow clan of Eternal World. Thus, it was only natural that his knowledge was different from the others. The Golden Crow clan of Eternal World also possessed the Eternal Technique. All right, let's see whose eternal law is stronger. The Great Sun's sovereign finally couldn't take it anymore. The Great Sun Emperor is finally forced into a corner. The experts from Eternal World were filled with anticipation. The Golden Crow clan was a formidable clan in Eternal World. It was in no way weaker compared to the other top forces. Witnessing the Golden Crow clan's eternal technique, the experts from Eternal World stared with widened eyes. Some even opened up their grand Tao eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, the silhouette of the Great Sun Sovereign disappeared. The entire sky seemed like it was about to collapse. In the next moment, 9 divine suns appeared high up in the sky. This is the Golden Crow clan's eternal law, the famous 10 suns. Someone exclaimed, "This is..." Gu Ling broke the Great Sun Sovereign's spear. She looked up and couldn't help but frown. An unimaginably vast power of destruction erupted from the 10 suns in the sky. Gu Ling felt a great pressure, and an unprecedented sense of danger surged into her heart. Die! The Great Sun Sovereign's voice spread throughout the entire eastern region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. 10 divine suns descended from the sky towards Gu Ling. 10 suns descended from the sky. This was definitely an unforgettable scene for countless experts. The terrifying aura of destruction spread out. Billions of living beings were terrified to the extreme. Even Old Tortoise and the others had to retreat further away, lest they get caught in the crossfire. Good. Gu Ling made a fist stance, and a domineering aura immediately erupted from her body. Her strength soared in a straight line, and she broke through her limit. Rumble, the peerless formation that Gu Fei had set up, actually showed signs of being disturbed. Of course, even if Gu Ling's strength broke through to the extreme realm, her cultivation was still at the quasi-supreme level. She wouldn't really trigger the great formation laid down by Gu Fei. At the moment when the 10 divine suns descended, Gu Ling punched out. No one could describe this punch. It seemed ordinary, but it also seemed to be otherworldly. The energy wave wasn't too strong, but Gu Ling's fist easily penetrated the 10 divine suns descending from the sky, and then smashed onto the Great Sun Sovereign's body. No, impossible. The Great Sun Sovereign stared at the fist that smashed on his chest. His eyes were bloodshot, as if blood was about to drip out. The next moment, bang. With a bang, the body of the Great Sun Sovereign instantly disintegrated, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Whatever protective divine armor, protective divine light, all of it was useless. The Great Sun Sovereign's primordial spirit flew out, and it was about to collapse in the void. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the primordial spirit of the great sun sovereign, turning into a golden-haired, tall, and majestic-looking old man. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the golden-haired old man directly grabbed the primordial spirit of the great sun sovereign and then flew up into the sky, trying to escape. To think that the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan actually planted an incarnation on the primordial spirit of the great sun sovereign. Some of the disciples or successors of the top forces in the eternal world realized that the great sun sovereign was not afraid of death at all. In fact, this was a method used by the top forces in the eternal world to protect their geniuses. The figure actually broke through the void, and with the primordial spirit of the great sun sovereign, disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, everyone was inexplicably shocked. The great sun sovereign couldn't even take a punch from Guling. He was defeated by a punch from Guling. Everyone there was in a state of disbelief. That was especially true for the experts from Eternal World. Their eyeballs nearly fell to the ground. The great sun sovereign, actually, the way everyone looked at Guling had changed. If the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan had not planted an incarnation on the primordial spirit of the great sun sovereign, the great sun sovereign might not have escaped death. Guling's punch just now was too terrifying. Everyone felt threatened. Even Old Tortoise, Qin Yao, and the others were stunned by the power of the punch. It's the extreme break fist. Old Tortoise muttered to himself. This was a supreme combat skill created by Gu Fei. One punch to break the extreme. Invincible in the world. This is the extreme break fist. Qin Yao was also shocked. She had also heard of this fist skill. Chapter 46:02. The ultimate breaking fist that Gu Fei created was the sublimation of his lifelong comprehension of martial arts. Throughout the ages, Gu Fei was the only one who could cultivate martial arts to such a level in all the heavens and earth. Even the legendary Extreme Path martial ancestor did not have such an achievement. Gu Fei had surpassed the Extreme Path martial ancestor and surpassed everyone else. The Extremity Breaker Fist was an invincible fist technique. It only had one strike, but it was an invincible strike. No one could block it. Guling used the Extremity Breaker Fist, and the Sun Sovereign's body was immediately blasted apart. Even his primordial spirit was crushed by the invincible fist energy. However, at the last moment, an eternal paragon incarnation actually rushed out of the great Sun Sovereign's primordial spirit and directly saved the great Sun Sovereign. However, the news of the Sun Sovereign being defeated by a lower realm living being quickly spread throughout the eternal world, causing an uproar among the various forces. The Sun Sovereign was defeated by a lower realm living being? How is that possible? I heard that the lower realm living being that defeated the Sun Sovereign has grasped the eternal law. What? How can a lower realm living being grasp the eternal law? Within Eternal World, quite a number of cultivators were discussing the defeat of Sovereign Grandson, causing the members of the Golden Crow clan to feel very displeased. One should know that the Sun Sovereign was the strongest among the younger generation of the Golden Crow tribe. However, there was actually someone who could defeat the Sun Sovereign. This was unbelievable. Just as Guling defeated the Sun Sovereign, in the eastern region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, He Tian finally obtained the primordial chaos source that he wanted. He did not kill the demonic cultivator, but threw him out of his 9-death samsara void. Demon, where do you think you are going? As soon as the demonic cultivator appeared, someone immediately attacked him. Powerful energy ripples spread out, startling many people in the vicinity. Many people knew that the demonic cultivator had the primordial chaos source. This was a treasure that even the Extreme Path Supremes coveted. Damn, what is going on? The demonic cultivator ran away, but Countless experts chased after him, wanting to obtain the primordial chaos source. Demon! Just as the demonic Tao and evil Tao got rid of their pursuers, another group of people appeared in front of them. When that group of people saw demonic Tao Xie, they immediately took out their magic treasures. Dozens of Tao artifacts that were at least at the quasi-sovereign level blasted towards demonic Tao Xie. It was absolutely world-shaking. Demonic Tao Xie was sent flying, coughing up blood. You bastards. Evil Tao was shocked and angry. He had no choice but to flee again. He didn't even have a decent Tao artifact on him right now. They had all been taken away by that bastard He Tian. Now, he was empty-handed. As He Tian was fleeing in the southern region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, an expert from Eternal World challenged Gu Ling. Since Gu Ling had defeated Sovereign Great Sun, she had become the target of challenge for the divine sons and saintesses of the top forces in Eternal World, because defeating Gu Ling was the same as defeating Sovereign Great Sunday, human from the lower realms. I, Holy Daughter Yu Huang of the Eternal Immortal Sect, would like to challenge you. Yu Huang from the Eternal Immortal Sect stepped forward. She's going to make a move. Those who knew about Yu Huang's background were all excited and nervous. After all, Yu Huang's cultivation was no lower than that of the Grand Sun Sovereign, and the Eternal Immortal Sect was also a sect that had its own secret technique. Come. Gu Ling was not afraid of anyone. She was a natural warrior. The stronger her opponent was, the stronger her potential would be. Be careful of their space-time secret technique. Bei Gongyu, who was watching from the side, suddenly said, "Thanks for the reminder." Gu Ling nodded to Bei Gongyu. The fact that the Eternal Immortal Sect possessed secret space-time techniques was no secret in Eternal World, but for the myriad celestial planes, it was eternal reincarnation. Yu Huang immediately used a secret magic from the Eternal Immortal Sect. At the next moment, Gu Ling felt that everything around him had stopped. Even time seemed to have stopped. He could not move at all. Moreover, his martial arts source energy had uncontrollably rushed out of his body and dissipated into the surrounding void. What shocked Gu Ling the most was that time seemed to be flowing in reverse. His cultivation base was constantly being weakened. It was as though he was about to be beaten into a mortal heaven form. Without hesitation, Gu Ling used the eternal magic that Gu Fei had created. Instead of using the heaven form hand, she used the power of heaven form. That was her fighting style. She would not stick to convention and imitate Gu Fei's techniques. Instead, she would innovate and create her own. The power of heaven form surged out of Gu Ling's body and blocked Yu Huang's eternal reincarnation power. So near, yet worlds apart soared. Yu Huang waved her right hand, causing a divine sword to fly out of her body and land in her hand. In the next moment, she slashed at Gu Ling. The sword light seemed to ignore the barriers of the void and slashed at Gu Ling's chest. A secret technique of time and space. Gu Ling was caught off guard by Yu Huang's attack. Using the heaven-treading steps, he took a step to the side. The sword light slashed past his side. The cold sword chi caused Gu Ling to involuntarily shiver. Yu Huang's cultivation in swordsmanship was definitely not low. Gu Ling used the eternal magic in succession to resolve Yu Huang's killer move, which shocked him. No one had ever made him so embarrassed with just one move. Eat my fist. Gu Ling clenched his right hand and then punched at Yu Huang. She did not even move her fist, but the power of the punch was earth-shattering. Whether it was the secret technique of time or the secret technique of space, it was simply too weak in front of Gu Ling's punch. Rumble. Gu Ling's fist power destroyed everything in its path. Everything was blasted and destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Swoosh. Yu Huang disappeared into the void in an instant. Gu Ling's punch hit the void, and directly smashed a black hole in the void. In the face of absolute power, anything could be directly blasted into slag. What? Not even Yu Huang is a match for him. The experts from Eternal World were shocked. If even Yu Huang was defeated by a human from the lower worlds, who would be able to stand up to her? Just then, one beam of sword light after another shot out of the void around Gu Ling, countless beams of sword light slashed toward her, their energy vast and mighty. Dissolve them all. Gu Ling called upon his profound skill, and all of the sword light that was coming toward him were instantly dissolved, as if they had never existed. Let's see how you're going to transform. True Phoenix descends. Yu Huang's voice came from above, and in the next moment, a phoenix larger than a mountain swooped down toward Gu Ling. It was the eternal magic, the ultimate secret technique of the eternal immortal sect. Perfect timing. Break the limit with a single punch. Chapter 46:03. A true phoenix descends into the world, invincible. This was a boundless secret magic of the eternal immortal sect, and it was also their eternal magic. Yu Huang used it to transform into a true phoenix that soared into the highest heavens, burning the void with god fire. Such a powerful and terrifying attack was something that an ordinary quasi-sovereign would definitely not be able to withstand. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed in an instant, and they would end up dead. The quasi-paragons from the celestial world, the mortal world, the primordial world, and the ancestral realm were all shocked. To them, eternal law was a deadly secret magic. Even the old turtle with his Xuanwu armor wouldn't be able to stand up to Yu Huang's attack. None of the heirs of the top organizations in the ancestral realm could stand up to her, not even the heirs of the eternal paragons. In the ancestral realm, the crown prince of the Leaf Clan had come as well. He was the son of the eternal paragon, who had been sealed in the present, and had only recently been released. The crown prince of the Leaf Clan was extremely powerful, and he was nearby, watching the battle with a very serious expression. Extreme shattering fist. Gu Ling did not retreat in the face of such a powerful attack. Instead, she struck out with her extremity-breaking fist. The moment she struck out, her strength instantly broke through her limits. This was the power of the extreme Tao, but it didn't contain the true meaning of the extreme Tao. It was just pure power. Therefore, it didn't trigger the super-killing formation Gu Fei had set up. Only true extreme Tao-level power could trigger Gu Fei's super-killing formation. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, Gu Ling's fist collided with the real phoenix that had descended from the sky. Two unimaginably powerful forces intertwined and obliterated each other, forming a terrifying storm of destruction that swept out in all directions. Wherever this destructive storm passed, the void would collapse. The experts, watching from afar, retreated even further away, not wanting to be caught up in the shock waves. After all, this level of power was simply too strong. If they were caught up in the shock waves, they would be killed. Too strong. Even Qin Yao, who had also mastered eternal law, had to retreat. Rumble. The ground sank as Gu Ling was smashed deep into the ground. A gigantic crater appeared on the ground. This crater was 10,000 miles wide. Yu Huang, on the other hand, was thrown high into the sky by the recoil. She crashed into the depths of the starry sky, and a few drops of true blood dripped down from the void. Yu Huang is injured. Even Beigong Yu, Master Polarity, and the others were shocked, especially Master Polarity. After all, the Martial Polarity Immortal Sect and the Eternal Immortal Sect were sworn enemies, and he knew exactly how strong Yu Huang was. Amongst the younger generation of Eternal World, Yu Huang's cultivation base was definitely amongst the strongest. Even if Chen Feng wanted to wound Yu Huang, it would be very difficult for him. And yet, a human from a lower plane had wounded Yu Huang. If news of this were to make its way back to Eternal World, It would surely cause a stir. Gu Ling wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She suddenly raised her head, her gaze piercing through the void and landing on the figure in the depths of the starry sky. Kill! Gu Ling stamped her feet on the ground, then transformed into a beam of divine light that shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she shot into the depths of the starry sky and headed straight for Yu Huang. An earth-shattering battle erupted in the depths of the starry sky. At the same time, one beam of divine light after another shot up from the eastern region of the immortal mansion world and into the depths of the starry sky. Every single streak of divine light was an extremely powerful quasi-supreme being. These people were all there to watch the battle. No one wanted to miss out on a great battle of this level. Meanwhile, in another region of the immortal mansion world, Devil Dao Heretic was so depressed that he almost coughed up blood. Everyone in the world was after him. Even an extreme Dao Paragon would go green with envy at the sight of the primordial chaos essence, much less the quasi-paragons. Of course, Devil Dao Heretic was no weakling. Some of his pursuers were unlucky enough to be killed by him and have their cultivation base devoured. That actually helped him recover quite a bit of his cultivation base. What is this place? Devil Dao Heretic had arrived at a dark place deep in the immortal mansion world. Here, the sky was dark and black clouds hung over the area. Lightning flashed from time to time within the black clouds. Devil Dao Heretic could sense that the lightning-type spiritual energy in this area was very dense, and there were occasional flashes of lightning in the air. Where do you think you're going, demon? At this time, a large group of experts arrived. Humph! Devil Dao Heretic didn't even think about it. He directly charged into the place filled with the power of lightning. Boom! Devil Dao Heretic had just charged in when a clap of thunder rang out above his head. Then, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly striking his head. Roar! Devil Dao Heretic roared angrily and staggered, almost falling from the sky. He hurriedly retracted his aura. When the group of people saw this, they hurriedly stopped. It's the Black Lightning Marsh. Someone exclaimed. The Black Lightning Marsh was one of the most dangerous places in the immortal mansion world. Entering such a dangerous place would definitely result in death. It was better to be in the outskirts of the Black Lightning Marsh, but if one charged into the depths of the Black Lightning Marsh, they would truly die. That was because the depths of the Black Lightning Marsh were extremely terrifying, preposterous. Everyone watched helplessly as Devil Dao Heretic disappeared before their eyes. These people were very cautious. None of those who could cultivate to the quasi-supremacy realm were simple. We will guard here and see if this fellow can stay in there forever. Someone roared angrily. Then you shall guard here. Someone directly left. The creation of this world was not limited to the primordial chaos source of Devil Dao Heretic. Soon, half of the group of people left. Just as Devil Dao Heretic was forced into the Black Lightning Marsh, He Tian had his eyes on Ziyang Emperor. Ziyang Emperor was attacking a huge tomb. This was the tomb of an extreme supremacy. He directly charged into the underground palace, wanting to obtain the treasures left behind by this extreme supremacy. He Tian quietly followed behind Ziyang Emperor. He had just entered the underground palace and was shocked to see that there were shattered stone statues everywhere. Ziyang Emperor was extremely domineering, smashing all these stone statues into pieces. Just as Erebus was still in shock, heavy footsteps rang out. From the other side of the underground palace, 3 figures walked over. A cold and sinister aura swept over from the other side, causing the void to feel as though it was about to freeze. He Tian focused his eyes and saw 3 figures walking over from the other side of the tunnel. They were actually 3 stone golems, and each of them was incomparably powerful, bursting forth with tyrannical aura. Stone golems? Chapter 4604. The appearance of the tomb of an extreme Tao paragon shocked everyone, be it the quasi-supremes from the 4 worlds or the dragons from the eternal world. They all gathered in the direction of the extreme Tao paragon's tomb. The tomb of an extreme Tao paragon would definitely contain something incredible. Extreme supremes were existences that even the heavens couldn't destroy and the earth couldn't bury. Even if they died, their corpses would remain intact for millions of years, and there might even be extreme Tao source left behind. At that moment, the earth split open, and wave after wave of death aura rushed out from the depths of the earth. They were like poisonous dragons that wanted to devour all living things that approached them. The entire tomb was enveloped by the death aura, and the area within a radius of tens of thousands of li became a region of death. A wild beast came into contact with one of the death aura lingering in the air. The next moment, the wild beast, which was the size of a small mountain, turned into a desiccated corpse. This scene was witnessed by a black-robed woman on a short mountain in the distance. What a terrifying death aura, the black-robed woman muttered to herself. That wild beast's cultivation base was comparable to that of a sage, but it died the moment it came into contact with the death aura, turning into a desiccated corpse. However, such a terrifying death aura could not stop a true expert. Boom! A figure charged into the region enveloped by the death aura. The sound of air breaking was deafening, as if afraid that others wouldn't know that he had come. It's him. The black-robed woman frowned, turned into a black smoke, and charged into the region of death. At that moment, high up in the sky of the northern region of the immortal mansion world, the void suddenly shook, and the void rippled like water. Soon, a demonic light pierced through the void, and a black hole appeared high up in the sky. We're finally here. A voice full of demonic nature came from the black hole, and several blurry demonic figures walked out of the black hole. The black hole behind them began to disappear. They were 4 demonic experts, led by a woman with crimson hair. She was very beautiful, and there was a vertical demonic eye between her eyebrows. Behind the crimson-haired woman were 3 demonic experts who were completely shrouded in black robes. The demonic aura on the crimson-hair woman was faintly discernible, but the demonic aura on the 3 demonic experts behind her soared into the sky. Where did this demon come from? Die! At this moment, a furious roar was heard from a snow-capped mountain below. In the next moment, a beam of divine light soared into the sky and pierced through the blood-haired woman who was leading the group, courting death. The blood-haired which waved her hand, and the divine light that pierced through her collapsed in the void. Then she pressed her right hand down. Boom! The snowy mountain below exploded, and a figure shattered in the void. Elder-used demonic arts are invincible. The 3 demonic cultivators behind the crimson hair, which couldn't help but be moved when they saw this scene. Elder-used cultivation was getting more and more powerful. He might even be stronger than Elder Zong Yen, who had fallen here. He's just an ant. The blood hair, which said calmly. The 3 demonic experts were speechless. The guy who was killed by Elder Yu was a quasi-supreme martial artist. The blood-haired demoness was none other than Elder Zong Yu of the Eternal Demon Sect. It was impossible for the Eternal Demon Sect to ignore Zong Yan's death in the lower world. After all, it was an Eternal Demon Sect elder who had fallen. There's actually a super killing array set up by an Eternal Realm expert here. Before Zong Yu entered the Immortal Mansion world, she had sealed her cultivation. Now, she could only use the cultivation of a peak quasi-supreme martial artist. She could see that this world was enveloped by a super killing array. Even though she was a half-step Eternal Realm expert, she didn't dare to take the risk. Go find someone and ask where the guy who killed Zhong Yen, Gu Fei, is. Zhong Yu ordered the 3 demonic experts behind her. Yes, Elder. After receiving the order, the 3 demonic experts immediately turned around and left. The northern region of the Immortal Mansion world was a world of ice and snow. Here, everything was white as far as the eye could see. Come out. Haven't you seen enough? Zhong Yu suddenly turned around and looked at a snowy mountain in the distance. She saw a white figure walking out from behind a boulder. It was a woman in white. She was Yen a demonic cultivator. You don't seem to be a demon from the 4 worlds. Are you from the eternal world? Yen looked at Zhong Yu calmly. Zhong Yu saw through Yen cultivation with a glance. This woman's cultivation base seemed to be on the verge of breaking through to the extreme Tao realm. When did the creatures of the lower realms become so powerful? Zhong Yu muttered to herself. This trip from the eternal world to the lower realms had left her in disbelief. There were simply too many powerful creatures in the lower realms. When she first entered the Immortal Mansion world, she had gone on a killing spree outside and provoked an eternal freak. She had nearly been wiped out by him. Fortunately, she had escaped quickly and escaped into the Immortal Mansion world with her 3 subordinates. In the end, an eternal freak was still much stronger than a half-step eternal expert. Although it was an eternal freak, it was still an eternal. Little girl, do you know where Gu Fei is? Zhong Yu asked directly. Why are you looking for him? Did he kill your men? Yen was still very calm, as if nothing in the world could move her. I'm looking for revenge. Zhong Yu didn't hide anything. You want to find him for revenge? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Yen flipped her right hand, and a pitch-black ancient cauldron appeared in her hand. This was the Myriad Medicine Cauldron, a legacy treasure of the Pill Cauldron School. Interesting. Zhong Yu smiled, and the demonic light in her eyes became even more bizarre. It was as if there was a magical power that could frighten the soul. Since someone dared to challenge her, she would play with this little girl. As an elder of the Eternal Devil sect, Zhong Yu had lived for God knows how long. In her eyes, Yen was just a little girl. Buzz. At this moment, the Myriad Medicine Cauldron in Yen hand suddenly shook. The next moment, 9 black shadows rushed out from the Myriad Medicine Cauldron and pounced on Zhong Yu. This was the Myriad Poison incarnation. It was faint and incorporeal, but once Yen Myriad Poison incarnation pounced on her, even a Quasi-Supreme would die. What is this? Zhong Yu's right hand slashed in front of her, and the 9 black shadows that pounced on her were instantly cut in half. However, even though the black shadow was sliced into 2, it instantly reformed and continued to pounce towards Zhong Yu at an extremely fast speed. Zhong Yu threw a punch at the black shadow in front of him, directly blasting it into smithereens. However, she only felt a burning sensation on her fist. She quickly looked down and saw that her entire fist had turned black. Poison? Chapter 46:05. In the northern domain of the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world, Yen was battling Elder Zhong Yu of the Eternal Devil sect. Zhong Yu had sealed her half-step eternal cultivation base and suppressed it to the quasi-supreme realm. However, although she couldn't use the power of the half-step eternal realm, or even the power of the extreme Tao, she had an incomparably powerful devil body. However, even with such a powerful devil body, she still couldn't resist Yen poison. Yen 9 myriad poison incarnations were even more terrifying than Zhong Yu had imagined. Zhong Yu smashed one of the incarnations with a single punch, but her fist instantly turned as black as ink. Humph! Zhong Yu's right fist shook, and wisps of black gas immediately seeped out of her fist and dissipated into the void. That was the poison from the myriad poison incarnation being forced out of her body. A half-step eternal devil body was so powerful that even the myriad poison cosmic cauldron's poison seemed unable to harm her. Swish! The incarnation that Zhong-Yu had smashed condensed again, and then pounced on Zhong-Yu. 9 incarnations pounced on Zhong-Yu at the same time. The 9 incarnations erupted with poisonous gas that enveloped the entire void, and the poison seeped into every inch of the void. All of the snow within a range of several thousand li became black, infected with terrifying poison, wiping out a region. Fortunately, the northern domain was a world of ice and snow, and there were no living creatures. If it were anywhere else, it would have been a disaster. Child's play. Zhong-Yu was an elder of the Eternal Devil sect and had fought with experts from all over the world. She had seen all kinds of storms and waves, so how could she be afraid of poison? Moreover, there were also experts of the Devil Tao who cultivated the poison Tao in the Eternal Devil sect. His body shook, and a ball of demonic light immediately burst out from his body. The 9 myriad poison clones directly collided with the ball of demonic light. Boom! The 9 myriad poisons incarnations exploded immediately. Streaks of pitch-black Tao patterns were imprinted in the void. Even the void was corroded by the terrifying poison. Zhong-Yu's protective demonic light dimmed. Zhong-Yu couldn't help but be moved. This little girl's poison was really powerful and unique. Even the great devils of the Eternal Devil sect who cultivated the poison Tao couldn't compare to her in terms of the poison Tao. The unique and powerful. Zhong-Yu roared furiously. In the next moment, an extremely violent demonic power erupted from her body. It swept out in all directions like a stormy sea, dispersing all the poisonous gas in the surroundings. This was the Eternal Devil sect's revered devil art. Zhong-Yu's revered devil art was indeed filled with a domineering aura. It was as though the ancestor of all devils had descended into the world, looking down on the world with disdain. Myriad poison universe. Yen-Er unleashed her killer move right away. A void appeared between the heaven and earth and swallowed Zhong-Yu within. Preposterous. Zhong-Yu was truly enraged. The supreme devil shadow appeared within the infinite poison cosmos and directly opened up the entire infinite poison cosmos. That devil shadow was unimaginably huge. That was a void created by Yen-Er. This void was a void of destruction, filled with the most powerful toxins. Even a quasi-supreme would die if they were trapped in Yen-Er's infinite poison cosmos. A quasi-supreme would not be able to resist Yen-Er's poison at all. Moreover, given Yen-Er's current cultivation base, there were probably not many people in the same realm who could resist Yen-Er's poison. However, at this moment, a devil shadow forcefully opened up Yen-Er's infinite poison cosmos. Huge cracks appeared in the void, one after another. Some of the cracks even had chaotic chi seeping out. How is this possible? Yen-Er was shocked. She knew that the opponent she was facing was definitely the strongest one she had ever faced. This battle might be the key to her becoming an extreme supreme. Her cultivation base had already reached a subtle state. Even Yen-Er herself could not control this state. However, as long as she could pass this stage, she would be able to become a true extreme supreme. If she could not pass this stage, Yen-Er might never be able to become an extreme supreme. For those who failed to break through to the extreme supreme, the best outcome would be a great loss of vitality and a decline in cultivation base. The worst outcome would be chi deviation and death. Of course, with Gu Fei's capability, he would naturally not let the worst outcome happen. I don't believe that I can't suppress you. Although Yen-Er was indifferent to fame and fortune, it did not mean that she did not have a competitive heart. She directly activated the cauldron of myriad poison in her hand. The cauldron of myriad poison soared into the sky from her hand. In an instant, it became as huge as a small mountain and directly pressed down on the void of the universe of myriad poison. Rumble, the entire infinite poison cosmos void, shook violently. The cracks in the void were continuously repaired by the mighty power of the infinite poison cosmos cauldron. Zhongyu, who was trapped in the infinite poison cosmos void, naturally sensed the changes in the entire infinite poison cosmos void. She only felt an endless pressure coming from all directions, so much so that she could not straighten her back. Not only is this little girl's art of poison powerful, but her cultivation base is also very strong. Zong, you finally understood why the other party was not afraid of her. She was confident. Boom! Another powerful devil Dao power erupted from Zong Yu's body. The power of the supreme devil, Dao, seemed to have no end. The huge devil shadow once again supported the heaven and earth. This devil shadow was like a supreme devil that split the sky and earth. On the devil shadow, the chaotic devil chi was vast and mighty, and the extremely overbearing pressure collapsed the heaven and earth. In the outside world, Yen Er's expression changed drastically. This devil was too strong and had exceeded her expectations. Even if she used the infinite poison cosmos cauldron, she seemed to be unable to suppress this guy. This was the first time she encountered such a powerful devil. In fact, after continuous training, Yen Er's combat experience was already very rich. However, compared to Zong Yu, who had lived for countless years, she was still very inexperienced. Kill. Yen Er directly sat on the infinite poison cosmos cauldron and became one with the cauldron. She used all her strength to activate the infinite poison cosmos void. Endless Dao patterns erupted from the infinite poison cosmos void. An extremely strong force erupted from the infinite poison cosmos void. And this force was added to the infinite poison cosmos void. Yen Er was going against Zong Yu. However, wasn't Zong Yu also going against Yen Er? Both experts were using their strongest power, and it was already difficult to get off the tiger. One had to know that at this time, whoever retreated would be killed by the other party. Rumble, two extremely powerful forces constantly collided, and the surrounding void was constantly collapsing. However, it quickly reformed, and the cycle repeated. Chapter 46:06. Yen Er confronted Zong Yu of the Eternal Demon Sect. At that moment, Zong Yu was extremely depressed. If she was in the eternal world, she could kill a whole bunch of quasi-supremes with a single slap. But now, she was being bullied by a little girl who was not even an extreme supreme. If her enemies in the eternal world were to find out about this, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? Supreme demonic art, eternal demon body. Zong Yu went all out. A huge demonic shadow split the sky and shattered the void. Even the myriad poisons cosmos cauldron that was suppressing Yen Er's myriad poisons void was sent flying. An extremely violent demonic power erupted, destroying everything in its path. What? She still has such a powerful follow-up. Yen Er could not help but be shocked. This demon was too strong. She had already used her trump card, but she was still unable to suppress this demon. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The next moment, the entire myriad poisons cosmos void exploded. A demonic shadow appeared between heaven and earth, seemingly capable of smashing a hole in the sky. Yen Er coughed out blood and was sent flying. Little girl, die. Zong Yu's voice spread throughout the entire northern region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. Rumble, a huge hand slammed down from the sky towards Yen Er. The entire sky was enveloped by this demonic hand, and monstrous demonic energy spread out in all directions. Extreme Dao, at that moment, Yen Er felt the threat of death. The demonic power that erupted from the opponent was no longer at the quasi-supreme level, but at the extreme Dao level. Zhongyu lost her patience. She finally broke the seal on her body and unleashed the power of the extreme Tao level. Humph, you're courting death. Very well. Yen had no intention of dodging. She smiled and faced the demonic hand descending from the sky. She was not afraid at all. TCH, I thought this great formation was powerful. It turns out you're just scaring yourself. Zhongyu said disdainfully. Zhongyu said disdainfully. She was a high and mighty elder of the eternal devil sect. She didn't care about the super killing array in this world. However, the next moment, her expression froze. A sword light shot out from the depths of the sky, flashing through the void. Zhongyu's eternal demon body's demonic hand fell to the ground. Eternal! Zhongyu's shock was no small matter. Only now did she realize how terrifying this super-killing formation was. It was actually eternal power. Could this be a trap? Zhongyu thought of a certain possibility and couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, the entire killing formation was activated. The thing that was supporting the entire killing formation was a sword. To be exact, it was an eternal god sword. Zhongyu was too arrogant. He thought that just because he had a half-step eternal cultivation, he would be invincible in the lower realms and could ignore all opponents. But now, she realized how arrogant she had been, and it was because of her arrogance that she had suffered a lot. The formation has been activated. Above the 9 heavens, Tongyu, who was in control of the entire situation, suddenly stood up. Who's courting death? Di Jiuqian also wanted to know who the person who dared to ignore the super-killing array that his master, Gu Fei, had set up was. Demon King. Tongyu and Di Jiuqian were inexplicably shocked. They both felt a power no weaker than their own awakening. To be precise, that power was breaking through the seal and being released by its master. They stared at the gigantic demon in the western region. They also wanted to know if the peerless killing array that Gu Fei had set up could kill this demon. Half-step eternal. A sigh suddenly came from Gu Fei's seclusion ground. In the next moment, a figure rushed out from Gu Fei's seclusion ground. In an instant, he ascended to the 9 heavens and took control of the entire killing formation that covered the entire world. Boom! The killing formation was fully activated. An unimaginably terrifying power fluctuation instantly spread throughout the primal chaos immortal mansion world. What's happening? Is it the power of the extreme Tao? Who's using the power of the extreme Tao? Is he courting death? Throughout the primal chaos immortal mansion world, countless experts were shocked. At this time, one immortal sword light after another descended from the sky, slashing towards Zhongyu's eternal demon body at an extremely fast speed. Zhongyu's eternal demon body was directly struck by the immortal sword light. The sword light directly penetrated the eternal demon body, destroying countless demonic patterns. The eternal demon body, which was so powerful that it could pierce through the heavens, immediately dimmed. Seal for me. Zhongyu wanted to seal herself again. One demonic pattern after another rushed out of her body, directly imprinting itself onto the eternal demon body. Only now did she realize that this world had the power of the eternal demon body. Perhaps only a true eternal demon body would be able to contend with this world's eternal demon body. She had actually activated the power of the eternal demon body. This was simply suicide. At this time, Yen's body suddenly emitted a divine light. A vast power formed around her, and the void seemed to echo with the sound of chanting scriptures. Above the sky, the sound of thunder rumbled, and a terrifying might of heaven and earth descended upon the western region of the primal chaos immortal mansion world. I've finally reached this step. Yen knew that she could no longer suppress her cultivation. She was about to break through to that realm, but now didn't seem to be the time. She couldn't undergo the tribulation here. Should I go to the primal realm or the primal beginning realm? Yen had a headache. She couldn't go to the mortal realm or the heavenly realm, because these two realms had the power of heavenly punishment. If she went there to undergo the tribulation, she would die in minutes. But the primal beginning realm and the primal beginning realm didn't have heavenly punishment. The primal beginning realm had many enemies of Gu Fei, so it wasn't safe there. The primal beginning realm. Thinking of this, Yen directly rushed towards the exit of the primal chaos immortal mansion world. When she had traveled the world before, she had gone to the primal beginning realm. There were only extreme Tao Supremes there, and there were no eternal Supremes above the extreme Tao Supremes. Comparatively speaking, this was much safer. Just as Yen was about to reach the exit of the primal chaos immortal mansion world, a divine light descended from the sky and landed in front of her. The divine light dissipated, and a divine sword appeared in the void. The body of the sword was like a starry sky, dotted with specks of starlight. This was Gu Fei's 9 heavenly stars sword. Yen glanced at the sky, then waved her hand and put away the 9 heavenly stars sword. Then she rushed out of the primal chaos immortal mansion world. At this time, the super killing formation was activated. Zhong Yu could no longer care about attacking Yen because she could no longer protect herself. It's Elder Zhong Yu. The 3 demons from the Eternal Devil sect that Zhong Yu had brought along were all shocked to the extreme when they saw their giant bodies being pierced by the extremely sharp sword light. Chapter 46:07. The demons of the Eternal World were definitely one of the top forces in the Eternal World, and the Eternal Demon Sect was one of the top demonic Tao forces. The Eternal Demon Sect was a demonic Tao sect presided over by a supreme existence in the Eternal Realm. Zhong Yu was an elder of the Eternal Demon Sect, and her cultivation base had already reached the half-step Eternal Realm. It was only a matter of time before she became a true Eternal Supreme Demon Lord. However, she was unlucky enough to enter the primal chaos immortal mansion world, and then unlucky enough to unlock the seal on her body, releasing the power of a half-step Eternal Realm expert. As a result, the super killing array that Gu Fei had set up before was triggered. Of course, the super killing array that Gu Fei had set up could only be activated by the true power of the extreme Tao level or above. The true power of the extreme Tao level referred to the true meaning of the great Tao and the great Tao laws, not just pure power. Zhong Yu thought that with her half-step eternal cultivation base, there was no power in this world that could compete with her. That was why she had unlocked the seal. However, at this time, she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. How is this possible? Zhong Yu couldn't believe that there was a power in this inferior world that could hurt her. She saw one terrifying sword light after another falling from the sky, directly piercing through Zhong Yu's eternal demon body. Although it didn't really hurt her essence, it weakened her power. Moreover, she could clearly feel that the power of the super killing array was still constantly increasing, as if there was no end to it. Preposterous. Zhong Yu was shocked and angry. She transformed into the eternal demon body, drew the power of the strongest demonic Tao, and raised her power to the peak of the half-step eternal realm. Swish! Another beam of sword light descended from the sky, directly piercing through the eternal demon body that Zhong Yu had transformed into, leaving behind a huge hole that went through the front and back of the demon body. This time, Zhong Yu suffered a great impact. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her expression became weary. Annihilation. Inside the super killing array, one of Gu Fei's doppelgangers directly used the trump card of the super killing array. A mass of annihilation divine light burst out, instantly enveloping the gigantic demonic shadow trapped in the array. Rumble, the eternal devil body shook violently, and one after another, the devil marks dissipated in the void. They were destroyed by the annihilating power of the super-killing formation, and the entire eternal devil body became faint and illusory. This won't do. If this continues, I will definitely be finished. Zong, you had to admit that the cultivation of the person who laid down this super-killing array was definitely above his own. Zongyu was extremely anxious. What should we do? 3 devil shadows appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. Seeing this scene, the 3 devils were all stunned. There was actually someone who could trap Elder Zongyu. Moreover, Elder Zongyu's eternal devil body had dimmed. This was definitely not a good thing. Call for help. The leader of the demons took out a devil talisman from his body. Without any hesitation, the demon immediately crushed the demonic talisman in his hand. In the next moment, a beam of demonic light instantly broke through the void and disappeared into the endless starry sky. That is, in the distance, seeing demon shine shoot into the skies, the powerhouses of the other worlds all looked towards the direction he vanished in. Boom! At this time, inside the super-killing array, the huge devil shadow finally exploded. Endless devil chi was trapped by the super-killing array, and countless devil marks dissipated. Die! A majestic voice came from the sky. Then, endless devil chi was directly smashed into the primal chaos, and an immortal sword light suddenly cut down the devil shadow in the middle of the devil chi. I can't accept this. A wave of spiritual sense quickly dissipated, and in the end, nothing was left. A peerless great devil of half-step eternal rank was actually refined to death by a super-killing array. This scene scared the 3 great devils in the distance out of their wits. Run! The 3 devils glanced at each other, and then directly fled in different directions. However, 3 sword lights descended from the sky and killed the 3 demons that were trying to escape in different directions. After killing the 3 devils, the power of the super-killing array gradually disappeared, and a figure appeared in the void. It was a black-robed young man with the same appearance as Gu Fei. This black-robed young man was one of the 2 doppelgangers of Gu Fei. Just as Gu Fei's doppelganger controlled the super-killing array and killed Zongyu, as well as Zongyu's 3 subordinates, in the eastern region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, the battle between Gu Ling and Yu Huang was still going on. They fought their way into the depths of the starry sky. Gu Ling's right hand made a grabbing motion, and more than a dozen stars immediately shrank and were caught in her hand. The next moment, she directly threw more than a dozen star marks at Yu Huang. Yu Huang laughed heartily. Bright flames burst out from her eyes, and the flames directly burned the incoming stars into ashes. True Phoenix Sword. Yu Huang pulled at the void with both hands, and a peerless divine sword immediately appeared in the void in front of her. She grabbed the divine sword with one hand. Buzz! The sound of the sword resonated through the sky, and the sword chi soared into the sky. The moment Yu Huang held the divine sword, her aura changed greatly, as if she had turned into a terrifying supreme sword ancestor. When the sword chi that rushed out of the divine sword swept a star, it actually directly cut the star in half. An eternal sword tool. Gu Ling was shocked, but she immediately shook her head, because under the shroud of her father's super-killing array, who would dare to use the power of the extreme path? Not to mention the power of the eternal path. The devil from before was the best proof. Although they were in the eastern region, they still sensed the scene in the western region. The divine consciousness of a quasi-supreme was enough to sense the sudden appearance of the supreme aura. However, the supreme aura disappeared not long after it appeared. Needless to say, someone had unlocked the seal, and then that person died. Kill! At that moment, Yu Huang charged over with her sword, and the sword chi directly pierced through the sky, splitting the void as if it could cut through everything. Humph! Gu Ling flipped her right hand, and a divine mace appeared in her hand. Clang! She waved the divine mace and directly blocked the sword light that was coming at her. That was the human Emperor Divine mace that Gu Fei had given to Gu Ling to protect herself. Gu Ling also did not dare to use the power of the extreme path, nor did she dare to activate the true power of the human Emperor Divine mace. The divine mace and the divine sword kept colliding, and bright sparks bloomed. The two great experts had fought until now, and they had already used Dao weapons, making the battle even more intense. The people watching the battle nearby were all extremely nervous. Yu Huang's combat power seems to have increased again. Bei Gongyu sighed. The eternal world had never lacked geniuses and monsters. He himself was already a monster, but he did not expect Yu Huang to be no weaker than him. Chapter 46:08. In the eastern region of the world of immortal chaos, Gu Ling was battling Holy Daughter Yu Huang of the Eternal Immortal Sect. Both of them were using Dao treasures. Gu Ling held the mortal Emperor Swordbreaker, which her father, Gu Fei, had given her for self-defense, while Yu Huang wielded a sword. It was a precious treasure of the Eternal Immortal Sect, the True Phoenix Sword. The True Phoenix Sword had been forged by one of the patriarchs of the Eternal Immortal Trails, who had slain a true phoenix with divine abilities and then used the true phoenix bone to forge it. That true phoenix was an extreme Dao existence, and the true phoenix sword refined from its true bones was extraordinary. Even if it wasn't a true eternal Dao treasure, it was at least a quasi-eternal Dao treasure. However, Yu Huang didn't dare to use the true power of the true phoenix sword, which made her feel extremely sullen. However, even if he did not dare to use the true power of the true phoenix sword, a quasi-eternal Dao artifact was still a quasi-eternal Dao artifact. After exchanging hundreds of blows, the human Emperor Divine mace in Gu Ling's hand was covered with sword marks. Gu Ling was shocked to see the mark on the mortal Emperor Divine Swordbreaker. It was a weapon that could fight against an extreme Dao item, but it still had a mark on it. Could it be that her opponent's sword was really an eternal Dao treasure? True Phoenix spreads its wings. Yu Huang roared angrily. She had finally used her trump card. The shadow of a divine phoenix emerged from her body. It flapped its wings and flew high into the air. Countless rays of light shot out from its wings. Each beam of sword light cut through the void. Scorching sword chi filled every inch of the void, and the temperature of the world rose rapidly. This was a fire-type sword Dao, and the sword light was filled with the power of fire. Bring it on! Gu Ling shouted. In the next moment, she transformed into an immortal beam of sword light that shot up into the sky to meet Yu Huang's sword light. It was also a fire-type sword Dao, and it was also extremely fierce. However, there was one difference. Gu Ling's sword had a stronger killing aura. Her sword Dao had been inherited from Gu Fei, while Gu Fei's sword Dao had been born from the 9 heaven punishing swords. The 9 heaven punishing swords was a supreme sword Dao created by the sword servant who had entered the Dao through killing. This sword Dao had a strong killing nature and was number 1 in the world. Therefore, Gu Ling's sword was also filled with killing intent. As soon as the killing sword appeared, heaven and earth changed color. Rumble, the two supreme powers of the way of the sword clashed together in an instant, erupting with extremely powerful waves. Beams of sword light rushed out, and wherever they passed, huge stars would be cut in half. In just a few breaths of time, Gu Ling was sent flying with blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Humph! Yu Huang stood upright with her sword in hand. Her face was flushed red, and a stream of blood had already rushed to her throat. However, she forcefully swallowed it back down. On the surface, it seemed that Yu Huang was slightly superior in the contest of sword principles, but in reality, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose. entering the sword Dao through killing. Yu Huang had no choice but to put away her contempt. This expert from the lower realm was the strongest opponent she had ever encountered. He was in no way inferior to the divine sons and saintesses of the top forces in Eternal World. Even Bei Gong Yu and the martial polarity were moved. Again, the more Gu Ling fought, the more courageous she became. Only an opponent of this level was worthy of her fighting with all her strength. Warriors were born warriors, and they could stimulate their potential in battle. You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Ling had also aroused Yu Huang's strongest fighting spirit, and she directly displayed the true Phoenix sword technique. Gu Ling directly used the Emperor Divine Mace as a sword. The immortal sword light of the way of the killing sword constantly collided with the true Phoenix sword light from Yu Huang, and a brilliant sword light bloomed. The wisps and wisps of sword light cut through the void. The two great experts of the way of the sword fought together, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. At this time, in the central region of the immortal mansion world, He Tian followed behind Ziyang Emperor and broke into the underground great tomb of the extreme path. Damn, this place is King Evil. He Tian shuddered. He saw that the long tomb passage was dim, and there was a faint layer of fog lingering around it. There were broken stone people scattered around. It was obvious that Ziyang Emperor had directly forced his way in. However, He Tian was extremely careful. Even so, he was still attacked by stone people. These people were very strong, and they actually had the battle strength of a quasi-supreme. Even if He Tian wanted to kill a stone person, it would still take some effort. After killing a few stone people, they passed through the tomb passage, and suddenly the front opened up and lit up. There was actually a huge cave in front of them. There were flowers and trees inside, a small bridge over a flowing river, and spiritual qi lingering around it. It was actually an excellent place for cultivation. Moreover, there were rare spirit herbs growing here, such as true dragon grass, heavenly god fruit, purple gold king ginseng, and so on. Some old herbs had even become spirits. He Tian looked at these spirit herbs, and his saliva almost dripped to the ground. Well, where did Ziyang Emperor go? He Tian's gaze swept around, and there was not even a shadow of a person here. In the end, I still benefited from it. He Tian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately collected all the elixirs in the heavenly abode. When he was about to transplant the purple gold Ginseng King into his inner world, the Ginseng King slipped away quickly. It transformed into a big fat boy. However, this big fat boy slipped away with his bare buttocks. Can you escape? He Tian used his supernatural power, and with a big hand, he directly grabbed the big fat boy that the purple gold king ginseng transformed into, and directly threw him into his inner world. However, at this moment, a fist instantly smashed in front of He Tian. Humph! He Tian sneered, and in the next moment, he instantly disappeared into the void. The person who sneaked up on him was a little surprised. A figure appeared in this side of the cave. It was a guy with the head of a wolf and the eyes of a mouse. He was short and thin, just like a mouse. Slap! In the next moment, there was a loud slap, and in the next moment, the guy with the head of a mouse was sent flying, and a dozen bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. Bam! The person hit the wall heavily and then rolled to the ground. The left side of his face was swollen. If you don't have the ability, then why did you sneak up on me? He Tian's figure appeared in the void. I am the ancestor of sneak attacks, and you want to sneak up on me? This is simply asking for death. Senior, please spare me, please spare me. The person directly knelt in front of He Tian and instantly became terrified. Who are you, and why did you sneak up on me? He Tian was not a good person. Senior, I am one of the 12 prime gods of the primordial realm, the Rat King. The person answered honestly and extremely respectfully. The Rat King of the primordial realm? Heition stared at this guy who looked like a big mouse, a little suspicious. He was not very familiar with the primordial realm, and he did not care what the 12 prime gods were. Why did you sneak up on me? Chapter 46:09. There were 12 overgods in the primal beginning world, but each of them was at the extreme Tao level. Why did one of the 12 overgods, the Mouse King, appear in the primal chaos immortal mansion world? Heition was a little surprised. He actually had some understanding of the primal beginning world. It was a world on the same level as the ancestral realm. It was one of the primal worlds. The so-called primal world was the source of the world. One primal world could give birth to countless other worlds. This was the so-called myriad heavens. One primal world gave birth to countless worlds. These worlds were collectively known as the myriad heavens. The primordial world was filled with powerful races and countless experts. Even an extreme grade sovereign could only be considered an overlord of a region. However, it was impossible for them to unify the primordial world. The 12 overgods of the primal beginning world were all extremely ruthless characters. The most cunning overgod was the Mouse King. Why did you sneak attack me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Heition looked at the Mouse King, lying at his feet with a faint smile. The Mouse King rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. I misjudged you. It's a misunderstanding. Misjudged me? Do you think I'll believe that? Heition laughed. I really misjudged you. You look too much like that dragon, the Mouse King said in fear and trepidation. What dragon? Heition was shocked. One of the 12 overgods, the dragon, also came to the primal chaos immortal mansion world. Yes, the others are here too. Those guys are so unreliable. They left me alone as soon as I arrived. They're such bullies. The Mouse King said indignantly, You're a mouse, not a human. Heition corrected him. The Mouse King was speechless. Even if he wasn't a human, he was still the first mouse in the primal beginning world. Boom. Even as Erebus opened his mouth to say more, a rumbling sound echoed out from the depths of the great necropolis, causing cracks to spread out across the walls of the necropolis. Swoosh! Just as Heition was slightly distracted, the coward kneeling in front of Heition suddenly stood up, and countless cold lights shot out from his body. Heition was shocked and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, countless runes appeared around him, and the space around him was distorted. All the cold light that shot towards him disappeared into the distorted space. What a cunning fellow! Heition was shocked and furious. At this time, the Mouse King had already rushed into the tomb passage and disappeared in an instant. Heition, just wait for my true body to descend. I'll teach you a lesson. The voice of the Rat Emperor could be heard. Is that so? I'll wait for you. Heition did not care about this mouse at all. He knew from the start that there was a problem with this mouse. He was one of the 12 masters of the primordial world. Would he be stunned by his own slap? The Rat Emperor was extremely cunning. It was just an incarnation. Heition pondered for a moment, and then directly rushed into the depths of the tomb. While Heition was exploring the extreme path Great Tomb, 2 dragons were fighting fiercely in the eastern region of the primordial chaos immortal mansion world. One of the dragons was a bit strange. It had a dragon's head and a turtle's back. It spat fire from its mouth and burned the void. As for the other dragon, it was the most primitive dragon. Its entire body gave off chaotic energy. This was a powerful creature that was nurtured by the world. It fought endlessly against the mutated dragon. The dragon of the 12 prime gods of the primordial world is only SOSO. The mutant dragon with a dragon's head and a turtle's back said disdainfully, "This mutant dragon was the old turtle. The dragon had 9 sons, and each son was different. The old turtle's defense was absolutely amazing. Even the dragon of the 12 prime gods could not do anything to him. TCH, you mixed blood dragon. If my true body was here, you don't know how many times you would have died." The dragon of the 12 prime gods of the primordial world said disdainfully. The first dragon of the primordial world swung its tail and directly sent the old turtle flying. This made the old turtle so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. A single incarnation was already so strong. Could this guy's true body be even stronger than his father, the Grand Emperor? The Grand Emperor was the first dragon of the human realm. There was a difference between the primordial world and the human realm. However, the origin of a hero should not be questioned, who said that the creatures of the lower realm were inferior to the creatures of the upper realm. Go to hell. The old turtle directly through the turtle's shell. The turtle's shell instantly grew to the size of a giant mountain and directly knocked the primordial world dragon away. How dare this? The incarnation is too weak. The dragon of the primordial world was also extremely depressed. As the first dragon of the primordial world, he was incomparably arrogant and powerful. In the primordial world, a high and mighty dragon, a dragon of an area, was actually knocked away by a little guy. This was simply a great humiliation, a great humiliation. How dare you look down on me? When I go crazy, even I am afraid of myself. The old turtle grabbed the turtle's shell and desperately smashed it at the dragon of the primordial world. You bastard! The dragon of the primordial world was smashed away again and continuously coughed up blood. Although it was only an incarnation, it was also a living creature of flesh and blood. Humph! A mere incarnation wanted to proclaim itself as the ruler here. You are underestimating the creatures of the myriad worlds. The old turtle was very disdainful and continued to swing the turtle's shell at the dragon of the primordial world. This angry old turtle was indeed powerful. He directly hit the dragon of the primordial world. Dragon scales splashed and dragon blood sprinkled from the sky. He was not lightly injured. This is 2F * King Ruthless. Just you wait. The dragon of the primordial world directly fled. He had to escape. This guy was simply crazy. If he continued to fight, his incarnation would be finished. It was not easy to refine a powerful incarnation. Losing an incarnation would definitely make the dragon of the primordial world go crazy. F * CK. Don't run if you have the guts. The old turtle roared. Once an incarnation of this level wanted to escape, even the old turtle could not stop it. The dragon of the primordial world was quite good at escaping. What are they doing in the primordial chaos immortal mansion world? The old turtle pondered. The 12 primary gods of the primordial world were all existences at the extreme grade or above. The dragon was the strongest of the 12 primary gods, something that could attract the big shots of the primordial world to the primordial chaos immortal mansion world was definitely not simple. Could it be that they are all here for that thing? The old turtle suddenly thought of something and could not help but jump in fright. Perhaps only that thing could make the eyes of an extreme grade supremacy turn red. Interesting. Up in the 9 heavens, Tong Yu and Di Jiuqian, who were in charge of this part of the world, saw this scene and felt that something was wrong. It seemed that something big was about to happen. However, no one could guess what it was, not even Tong Yu. However, the primordial chaos immortal mansion world seemed to have become somewhat different. Chapter 46:10. Be it the primal beginning realm or the primogenitor realm, there were people who took advantage of loopholes and entered the primal chaos immortal mansion world with clones. Those who entered with clones were all existences at or above the extreme Tao level because they didn't dare to enter the primal chaos immortal mansion world with their real bodies. What they were after were the few greatest fortunes in this world. One had to know that the immortal peach tree existed in the primal chaos immortal mansion world, something that even extreme Tao supremes coveted. Moreover, a divine item like the primordial chaos source had appeared in the primal chaos immortal mansion world some time ago. In the depths of the primal chaos immortal mansion world, there was also a great tomb of the extreme Tao. That was where extreme Tao supremes were buried after they died. Perhaps there was a great Tao source left behind. Some people even charged into the great tomb of the extreme Tao. However, it was a great tomb of the extreme Tao, after all. No one knew what was inside. Taoist Zhang, I heard that a divine treasure broke through the ground in the great tomb of the extreme Tao. Is that true? How can we believe if we don't see it with our own eyes? Won't we know once we go in and take a look? On a small mountain near the great tomb of the extreme Tao stood a few experts. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were all quasi-sovereigns. Quasi-sovereigns could do whatever they wanted in the mortal realm or the heavenly realm. However, quasi-sovereigns could be seen everywhere in the primal chaos immortal mansion world, because only those who had reached this level were qualified to fight for the fortunes here. Boom! At that moment, the entire ground shook violently. What's going on? The three quasi-sovereigns on the mountain jumped in fright. They weren't the only ones who were shocked. The other experts who had rushed over after hearing the news were also shocked. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the ground in front of them suddenly collapsed. In the next moment, countless battle cries rang out, and illusory figures rushed out of the ground, killing in all directions. What is this? An army of the dead. A middle-aged man with a vast corpse aura said in shock. He cultivated the corpse Tao, and his entire person was cold and gloomy. His face was as pale as paper, and he looked like a zombie. There were 3,000 great Taos, and every great Tao could lead to the extreme Tao. The corpse Tao was a bit different. It should be known that not many people were willing to deal with corpses, but those who cultivated the corpse Tao were different. They loved digging up graves, especially those of experts. To be more precise, those who cultivated the corpse Tao were all outstanding tomb robbers. They robbed the treasures in tombs as well as corpses. It's just a phantom formed from resentment and baleful aura. It doesn't pose much threat to us, but such a powerful resentment and baleful aura is rare. Someone said in shock. Boom. At that moment, a loud sound rang out, and the land in a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers suddenly collapsed. A massive black hole appeared on the ground, and an endless amount of fiendish aura burst out, smashing a huge hole in the sky. The endless clouds in the sky were dispersed. Those with weaker cultivations were directly invaded by the baleful Inchi. They howled miserably and turned into monsters. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene, and they hurriedly retreated far away as they didn't dare be touched by the baleful In energy. Such pure baleful In-chi. Is this a peerless place to cultivate corpses? The expert who cultivated the corpse Tao exclaimed. Not only did the baleful In-chi not harm him, it could even increase his cultivation and battle power. The corpse cultivator opened his mouth and inhaled. The baleful In-chi in the surroundings immediately madly gathered towards him and was devoured into his body. A layer of black light appeared around Su Kuei's body. Within the black light, There seemed to be countless ghostly figures faintly visible, struggling in pain. "There's a universe underground," someone exclaimed. "Hee, this is my opportunity." The corpse path expert, Su Kuei, directly leaped up and plunged into the bottomless black hole ahead. When things reach an extreme, they move in the opposite direction. Extreme death can often give birth to endless vitality. That is a heaven-defying creation. Someone couldn't help but use a Tao tool to protect himself and jumped back into the black hole. However, some people overestimated themselves and thought that the Tao tool could block the baleful Yin Qi. Who would have thought that as soon as they jumped into the black hole, the Tao tool would quickly be corroded by the baleful Yin Qi? The person screamed in pain as he watched his body turn into ashes, his body and soul destroyed. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw this. No one dared to enter the black hole carelessly. At this time, the Zi Yunxiao siblings also arrived. Zi Yunxiao directly threw a holy venerate level Tao artifact into the black hole. In the next moment, the holy venerate level Tao artifact instantly shattered in the void. In the end, even the fragments were corroded into dust by the baleful Yin energy. What a powerful baleful Yin Qi! The Zi Yunxiao siblings were shocked. That was a Holy Master level Tao tool. Although it was only a low-grade Holy Master level Tao tool, the baleful Yin Qi was able to corrode it in an instant. They couldn't help but be shocked. He once again threw out a quasi-supreme low-grade Tao tool. The result was the same. The quasi-supreme low-grade Tao tool was also corroded by the baleful Yin Qi and turned into ashes. However, it still lasted a little longer than the Holy Master Tao tool. Zi Yin'er thought about it, and then took out a purple divine rope. With a wave of her right hand, the purple divine rope immediately turned into a purple-gold divine dragon and charged into the black hole. It withstood it. Zi Yin'er was overjoyed. The purple-gold divine dragon that the divine rope turned into entered the black hole and was not corroded by the baleful Yin Qi. Looks like only a quasi-supreme top-grade Tao tool can barely withstand the baleful Yin Qi. Zi Yunxiao exclaimed. The expert who died in the black hole just now was a genuine quasi-supreme being, and he also had a quasi-supreme being Tao artifact on him. However, he was just an early-stage quasi-supreme being, and his quasi-supreme being Tao artifact was only a low-grade quasi-supreme being Tao artifact. Let's go down. The Zi Yunxiao siblings used their Tao tools to protect themselves and entered the black hole. I have a supreme Tao tool to protect myself. There's no need to be afraid of this baleful Yin Qi, a purple-haired youth said, as he also entered the black hole. The supreme Tao tool did not explode with the true power of the supreme Tao tool. It could still be brought into the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. However, once the supreme Tao tool was fully activated, it would trigger the supreme killing formation that Gu Fei had set up. With the previous example, no one dared to use the power of the supreme Tao in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. At this time, in the Nine Heavens, where Gu Fei was in seclusion, a mysterious aura spread out. This aura instantly enveloped the entire Chaos Immortal Mansion world. Master succeeded. Chapter 46:11. Within the world of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, a mysterious aura enveloped the entire world. What's going on? Did something ominous happen again? All the creatures who had entered the world of the Chaos Immortal Mansion to participate in the trial were alarmed. At their level of cultivation, they were very sensitive to the changes in the world. Father, Gu Ling, who was fighting with Yu Huang, suddenly thought of something and wanted to retreat. However, Yu Huang's eyes were already red from the battle. How could she let Gu Ling escape so easily? Kill! Yu Huang waved the true phoenix sword in her hand, and beam after beam of sword light rushed out from her hand. They quickly intertwined in the void, forming a large net that enveloped Guling. Preposterous! Guling was furious. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Clang! The sound of a sword rang through the 9 heavens, and an extremely sharp beam of sword light rushed out from Guling's body. It shot up into the sky and broke through the sword net. However, Guling had been stopped for an afternoon. Yu Huang had already closed in on her. The chilling sword energy cut through the void and slashed right in front of her. Virum! Guling grasped with her right hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in her hand. Then she used it to meet Yu Huang's sword light. The 2 divine swords collided in an instant, creating devastating sparks. Both Guling and Yu Huang were sent flying backwards. Countless spatial cracks appeared in the void between the 2 of them. One after another, they were as dense as strands of hair. This was caused by the explosion of 2 beams of sword energy. Although the beams of sword light that erupted were very thin, several stars in the distance were struck by the sword energy and were directly cut into pieces. Yu Huang was shocked. In this low-level world, there was actually a divine sword that could fight against the true Phoenix sword. The true Phoenix sword was a very famous Tao artifact, even in the eternal world. Ordinary, extreme Tao artifacts could not even block one attack from the true Phoenix sword. Humph! Guling turned around and became one with the sword. She instantly transformed into a beam of sword light and disappeared into the void. Preposterous! The next time we meet, I will definitely fight it out with you. Yu Huang said angrily, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Guling's voice came from afar. Only then did Yu Huang notice the changes in this part of the world. Could it be Yu Huang thought of something and was extremely shocked? Impossible! In such a world, how could it be possible? Yu Huang shook her head fiercely. This idea was too absurd. However, the current situation seemed to be very similar to what was recorded in the ancient books. The Eternal Immortal Sect was a super sect that had existed for countless years. As a holy daughter of the sect, Yu Huang had access to some of the sect's core ancient records. Furthermore, the Eternal Immortal Sect was overseen by an eternal expert. It's impossible for anyone in this world to break through to that level. Yu Huang could not believe it. She raised her head to look at the sky and happened to see a scene that she would never forget. High up in the sky, the endless clouds dissipated, and bolts of lightning shot out from the depths of the sky. Each bolt of lightning was incomparably huge and exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. The entire world became strangely oppressive. Even the experts who had entered the extreme Tao Great Tomb jumped out. Boom! The extreme Tao Great Tomb shook violently. A ball of divine light, like a divine sun, rushed out of the bottomless black hole in the ground, illuminating the entire world. Powerful true yang energy burst out, shaking the heavens and earth. "Emperor Ziyang?" someone exclaimed. At this time, Emperor Ziyang looked up at the sky. Not only him, but the other experts who had a bad premonition also looked up at the sky. The endless aura of the great Tao was condensing, and a terrifying pressure suddenly fell on everyone's head, making it difficult for them to breathe. "The great Tao is becoming unstable," someone exclaimed. There were simply too many people who had entered the Immortal Mansion world. Not only were there quasi-supremes, but there were also many holy venerables. The good fortune in the Immortal Mansion world had attracted countless powerful beings. Even if not all the quasi-supremes from the 4 major worlds had come, it was likely that more than half of them had come. The heavenly realm, human realm, ancestral realm, and primordial realm. The number of quasi-supremes in these 4 major worlds was enormous. It had to be said, since ancient times there had been countless beings who had been stuck at the quasi-supreme stage. Once they reached the quasi-supreme stage, it would be hard for them to even die. Naturally, there were also many quasi-supremes who had fallen in the endless passage of time. However, there were even more quasi-supremes who had survived. Moreover, it was not just the quasi-supremes from the 4 major worlds who had entered the immortal mansion world. Even a good number of quasi-supremes from Eternal World had entered the immortal mansion world. Eternal World was a paradise for the ultimate experts. Throughout the endless passage of time, Eternal World had given birth to countless quasi-supremes. Even the total number of quasi-supremes from the immortal continent and the neighboring continents was likely higher than the number of quasi-supremes from the 4 major worlds. Be it the immortal continent or the other continents, there were eternal supremes and countless extreme supremes. As for quasi-supremes, they were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. This was the reason why Eternal World could stand above the ancestral realm, primordial realm, and the exalted Eternal World. The number of formidable creatures from Eternal World far surpassed the number of experts from all the other worlds combined. Due to that, no one knew just how many quasi-supremes had entered the immortal mansion world at that very moment. However, all the living beings within the immortal mansion world sensed the chaos within the world. Even the heavenly Tao was trembling, and countless grand Tao powers were being suppressed. Even Di Jiuqian and Tong, you could feel a great deal of pressure bearing down on them. It's Gu Fei. He Tian, who was inside the great tomb, suddenly sensed something, and he charged out from the great tomb. He is finally going to take that step again. The old tortoise stood atop a great mountain and raised his head to look up into the sky. Is Uncle Master going to achieve eternal? Qin Yao walked out from a valley. The scent of blood permeated the valley, and there was a mountain-sized savage beast lying on the ground. There were also several other savage beasts that were just as strong. Yen was Qin Yao's master. Originally, she had wanted to address Gu Fei as master as well. However, after considering it for some time, she decided to address Gu Fei as Uncle Master instead. As the aura of eternity spread out from the 9 heavens, it gradually grew stronger, and the grand Tao of the entire world was suppressed. Everyone there was shocked to the extreme. Master succeeded? Tong, Yu was incomparably shocked. He had bitterly cultivated for his entire life. Wasn't it all for the sake of eternal indestructibility? Could a cultivator really break through to the eternal stage without relying on any external forces? By relying on himself? Chapter 46:12. Ever since he'd fought with the primogenitor, first demon in the primogenitor's realm, the demon had used his life to open the cycle of reincarnation and forced him into the cycle of reincarnation. Gu Fei, whose cultivation had almost been stripped away by the power of reincarnation, had finally taken that step again. Rumble. In the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, the 3,000 great Tao resonated. Endless great Tao nomological laws intertwined around Gu Fei, evolving endless truths and blooming flowers of the great Tao. This was the purest manifestation of the great Tao nomological laws. The great Tao transformed into golden lotuses, and Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the largest golden lotus. The 3,000 great Tao couldn't compare to Gu Fei's eternal great Tao at all. The golden lotuses that Gu Fei's eternal great Tao manifested were much larger than the countless golden lotuses around him combined. This was the true magnificent feat of suppressing the 3,000 great Tao with one person's Tao. Since ancient times, not many people in the entire universe had been able to do this. Master has proven his Tao. Up in the sky, Tong Yu stared blankly at Gu Fei, who was enveloped by countless golden lotuses of the great Tao. At that moment, Gu Fei's body was undergoing a shocking transformation. Sometimes he turned into a ball of lightning, and sometimes he turned into a human-shaped flame. Sometimes he was like the primogenitor dragon, roaming the world, and sometimes he was like a divine phoenix, soaring 90,000 miles into the sky. He's transforming into the Tao. Di Jiuqian stared at this scene, dumbfounded. The 3,000 great Tao was just a general number. In this world, there were definitely more than 3,000 great Tao. Gu Fei was actually evolving other great Tao. Wind, fire, thunder, rain, snow, frost, primordial chaos, yin, yang, and the 5 elements. He could evolve all kinds of great Tao to the extreme with a wave of his hand. This, Tong Yu was also extremely shocked. He had also taken the first step to the eternal realm and achieved a half-step eternal body. However, he was still worlds away from becoming a true eternal paragon. But now, he vaguely knew what he was still lacking. The legends are actually true. At that moment, a voice rang out. Someone had actually rushed up into the sky and arrived nearby. That person was none other than Beigong Yu, the monstrous genius from the Beigong family, one of the super forces in Eternal World. Beigong Yu had once broken the secret skill of martial extreme celestial sex, Meng Ao and Lung Qiuyue, with a single sword strike. His sword Tao cultivation had already surpassed his cultivation realm. What legend? Tong Yu's figure blurred and directly appeared in front of Beigong Yu. Di Jiuqian also appeared beside Beigong Yu. Under the cover of Gu Fei's peerless grand array, they couldn't use the strength of the half-step eternal realm. Therefore, they could only suppress their cultivation base to the quasi-supremacy realm. However, this did not mean that they did not have an advantage. Whether it was Tong Yu or Di Jiuqian, both of them had genuine fleshly bodies at the half-step eternal realm. Just by relying on their powerful fleshly bodies, they were in an invincible position. Even Beigong Yu was no match for them. Of course, Tong Yu and the others couldn't kill a monster like Beigong Yu just by relying on the strength of their bodies. He's not transforming into the Tao. He's proving the Tao. Another voice rang out. Wu Jizi had arrived. Wu Jizi was another demon-level existence. He was the emperor of the martial extreme, celestial sex, younger generation. Among the younger generation of the eternal world, he was rarely a match. Proving the Tao was to use the 3,000 great Taoists to verify one's own Tao, and then learn from one's strong points to make up for one's shortcomings. By doing so, one's great Tao would be sublimated and transformed. Finally, one could break through one's shackles and complete one's great Tao. Both Wu Jizi and Beigong Yu came from super forces that had existed for countless years. Whether it was the Beigong family or the martial extreme celestial sect, they both had eternal supremacy. Of course, it had been a long time since the eternal supremacy of their sects and families had appeared. Existences like that were rarely seen in the world. The only thing they couldn't let go of was their sects and families. At this time, the great path golden lotus that Gu Fei had conjured grew larger and larger. Every petal was branded with countless Tao patterns, and every Tao pattern was shining with the divine light of the great Tao. Many of the Tao patterns on Gu Fei's great path golden lotus had yet to be perfected. It was as though something was missing. And yet, the Tao patterns were transforming at a rate visible to the naked eye. An aura of eternity and indestructibility burst out from Gu Fei's body. It was a peerless aura that was truly above the 3,000 grand Taoists. Although it was not particularly strong, it was enough to make it hard for them to breathe. This is an unimaginable opportunity. Ha ha ha. Looks like we will also have the chance to become the strongest existence in the future. Wu Jizi stared at the countless great path golden lotuses around Gu Fei, an incomparably fervent look in his eyes. At that very moment, the entire space there shook, and the faint sound of the great Tao swirled about. The 3,000 grand Taos began resonating with Gu Fei's eternal grand Tao. It was as though there were countless extreme Tao supremacies giving Tao lectures. It was as though there were countless extreme Tao supremacies worshipping a peerless existence. Anyone who was able to witness this scene would never be able to forget it. At that moment, tens of figures charged up into the sky to arrive nearby. Seeing that, they were all dumbfounded. Even Gu Ling and Yu Huang had come. Among the countless quasi-supremacies, only an extremely small number of them had been able to charge up into the 9 heavens and arrive at the place where Gu Fei had proven his Tao. They had been able to witness such a shocking scene. Is Uncle Master going to achieve eternity? Qin Yao had also come. Erebus had also arrived. He just so happened to obtain the primordial chaos source energy. After fusing with it, his cultivation base had risen to a new limit. He was just a hair's breadth away from achieving the ultimate leap. The old tortoise, on the other hand, was rather miserable. He had not obtained any heaven-defying opportunities, and he was also restricted by his father's extreme Tao bloodline. It was impossible for him to become an extreme Tao supremacy. He needed to sever his own extreme Tao bloodline to achieve the ultimate leap. How did they manage to go up? On top of a mountain, the old tortoise sat on a large rock, looking depressed. He was looking up at the sky. It was not just the old tortoise. There were simply too many quasi-supremacies who had entered the immortal mansion of chaos. Countless quasi-supremacies from the 4 major worlds and the eternal world had entered the immortal mansion of chaos to fight for all sorts of opportunities. Some had even set their sights on the immortal peach tree of immortality. But now, everyone was looking up because an incomparably huge golden lotus had appeared high up in the sky. All the living beings in the immortal mansion of chaos could hear the divine sound of the great Tao spreading out from the golden lotus. All the quasi-supremacies sat down cross-legged. This was an unparalleled opportunity. The divine sound of the great Tao could help them comprehend the Tao. Today, I have achieved eternity. I will bestow upon all of you supreme opportunities. Chapter 46:13. Today, I shall attain eternity. Gu Fei's voice spread throughout the entire chaos immortal mansion world. When the countless quasi-supremes from eternal world heard those words, they became dumbfounded. The quasi-supremes from eternal world were so terrified that they nearly pissed themselves. Eternal world. To think that someone from a minor lower world could actually attain the eternal Tao. How was that possible? However, the boundless and supreme aura couldn't be concealed. It was an aura that was even stronger and more terrifying than that of an extreme supreme. Most quasi-supremes from the heaven realm, the human realm, the primordial realm, and the ancestral realm didn't even know about eternity. However, the aura that made their souls tremble could not be faked. Father has finally attained eternity again. Gu Ling was both surprised and delighted. She could feel that the bloodline in her body was resonating with her father's bloodline. Her bloodline had become even more powerful. It seemed almost impossible to sever such a supreme bloodline. However, right at this moment, a golden lotus flew towards Gu Ling and instantly entered her body. In the next moment, she felt as though she was ascending into the heavens. Gu Ling felt that the power of her bloodline was weakening. Gu Ling was extremely shocked. What exactly was that golden lotus? Go and fight, my daughter. Martial artists can only transform and ascend through battle. Gu Fei's voice sounded in Gu Ling's mind. Father, what is that? Gu Ling couldn't help but ask. The great path golden lotus can sever bloodlines and help one reach the extreme supreme. Gu Fei's voice sounded again. What? Gu Ling couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. It could sever bloodlines, but this alone was enough to make countless second-generation Supremes who were shackled by the Supreme bloodline go crazy. At this moment, one golden lotus after another floated down from the 9 heavens. Each golden lotus blossomed with dazzling divine light of the great path, and the sound of the great path resounded throughout the world. Snatch it! Beigong Yu directly made his move. This was the legendary Great Path Golden Lotus. One was enough for a quasi-supreme to break through to the extreme supreme level. Boom! Yu Huang and Wu Jizi started fighting. They were sworn enemies, and neither wanted the other to obtain the legendary supreme creation. Neither wanted the other to become an extreme supreme. Qin Yao and another expert started fighting. Preposterous! Qin Yao was infuriated. This was the great Tao Golden Lotus that her martial uncle had bestowed upon her. Someone actually dared to stop her from obtaining it. At this time, the old turtle suddenly stood up on the mountaintop and then rushed towards the sky. At the same time, countless figures rushed up from the ground of the immortal mansion world. Roar! A giant tortoise soared into the sky, and black water gushed out in all directions. Many quasi-supremes in the vicinity were directly drowned by the black water. The quasi-supremes who were submerged were directly blasted into clouds of bloody mist by the tyrannical power of the black water, their bodies and souls extinguished. Uncle? Awesome! In the distance, Old Tortoise was shocked to see this. He was the direct descendant of the Grand Emperor, and his uncle was actually a Xuanwu, a true primordial divine beast that was ridiculously powerful. At this time, the black water was vast and mighty, actually covering half of the sky. When the other quasi-supremes saw this, they were scared out of their wits and fled in panic. The black tortoise transformed into a black sea and raised huge waves. Roar! The black tortoise roared at the sky. The black tortoise, which was countless times larger than a mountain, opened its mouth and inhaled. A great Tao Golden Lotus was immediately swallowed into its body. Buzz! A powerful aura of the great Tao immediately erupted from the black tortoise's body. In the sky, the area covered by the endless black water gathered to form a black sea suddenly more than doubled. The black tortoise's cultivation was soaring. Seeing this, everyone's eyes turned red, and they desperately fought for the great Tao Golden Lotus that descended from the sky. This was a supreme opportunity. This time, it was not a wasted trip. At this time, the divine sons and saintesses from the eternal world went crazy. Battles of life and death broke out everywhere in the sky, and a terrifying rain of blood fell from the sky. The great Tao Golden Lotus was a supreme existence that achieved eternity. It was produced when the supreme existence interacted with the 3,000 great Tao. Every great Tao Golden Lotus didn't exist forever. A great Tao Golden Lotus could only exist for 49 days. Once the time was up, if the cultivator who obtained the great Tao Golden Lotus was unable to refine it, the Golden Lotus would disappear and return to the world. Both Wu Extremity and Yu Huang knew very well that the great Tao Golden Lotus was something that could only be encountered by chance. Some people could cultivate their entire lives and never encounter one. Even in the eternal world, it had been a long time since anyone had achieved eternity. Wanting to produce an eternal paragon was simply too difficult. Yu Huang, what are you trying to do? Wu Extremity grew anxious. You don't want the great Tao Golden Lotus. So be it. But you want to stop me from getting it? This is too much. Buzz. Yu Huang did not say anything. She simply used the true phoenix sword in her hand to respond to Wu Extremity. Countless beams of sword light filled the sky as they slashed towards Wu Extremity. Outrageous! You think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my might? Wu Extremity's fist aura shook the sky. A domineering might burst out from his body, terrifying to the sky. Martial Extreme Divine Fist. Wu Extremity did not hesitate at all. He simply threw a punch. In an instant, it was as though the sky was collapsing and the world was being destroyed. The countless beams of sword light that were slashing towards Yu Huang were all shattered in an instant. No one could describe this punch. Yu Huang was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. The true phoenix sword in her hand trembled, and blood seeped out from the hand that held the sword. It had to be said that the Martial Extreme Divine Fist of the Martial Extreme Celestial Sect was the #1 fist technique in battle. Wu Extremity was not like Meng Ao or Lung Qiuyue. Wu Extremity was the divine son that the Martial Extreme Celestial Sect had nurtured. Moreover, he was the #1 divine son. Damn it! Yu Huang had to admit that Wu Extremity was very strong. However, she was not to be trifled with. At that moment, Wu Extremity had no intention of tangling with Yu Huang. After knocking Yu Huang back with a punch, he immediately shot up into the sky. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a great Tao golden lotus. Let's go! Wu Extremity was not greedy. After grabbing a great Tao golden lotus, he immediately ran away. The great Tao golden lotus could only exist for 49 days. He wanted to refine the great Tao golden lotus within these 49 days and directly break through to the extreme Tao realm. Seeing that she could not stop Wu Extremity, Yu Huang also killed a fellow who was fighting with her for the great Tao golden lotus. She took a great Tao golden lotus and ran away as well. For something like the great Tao golden lotus, one was enough. It should be known that such a heaven-defying creation could not exist forever. It would return to the world after 49 days. At that moment, Guling was fighting with the experts who were fighting for the great Tao golden lotus. She wanted to refine the great Tao golden lotus in her body during the battle. At that moment, everyone seemed to have gone crazy. They were fighting, killing, and risking their lives. Even people from the same sect were fighting for the great Tao golden lotus. Chapter 46:14. Above the 9 heavens, countless great Taos resonated. One after another, golden lotuses of the great Tao descended from the sky. This scene was imprinted in everyone's mind. They would never forget it. This day was known as the prologue of a great era. It was the beginning of an unprecedented golden age. From this day onwards, extreme Taos would be born in every world. Even the structure of eternal world, which had remained unchanged for billions of years, was beginning to change. No one was willing to be someone else's slave. No one was willing to be someone else's slave. No one was willing to be unable to control their own life and death. Everyone in the immortal mansion of chaos went crazy. Roar. A wild beast roared. An incomparably huge figure charged out from the depths of the starry sky. This giant beast killed more than a dozen quasi-supremes with a single slap. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed a golden lotus of the great Tao into its body. Its ape ancestor. Someone recognized this beast. Ape ancestor was an ancestor of the primordial world's ape ancestor. He had lived for countless years and had reached the peak of the quasi-supreme level. He was only one step away from becoming an extreme Tao Supreme. However, it was precisely this one step that made the ape ancestor despair. Over the years, his cultivation had been stuck at the pinnacle of the quasi-supreme realm, unable to advance even an inch. Now that the golden lotus of the great Tao had appeared, he naturally could not miss it. Kill him and take the golden lotus. Immediately, 7 or 8 powerful figures charged toward the ape ancestor. Scram! The ape ancestor was enraged. He grabbed out with his hand and directly crushed a quasi-supreme. Then he opened his mouth and sucked in all the essence of the quasi-supreme. Boom! The ape ancestor opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning, which blasted the other quasi-supremes away. The weaker quasi-supremes were almost turned into charcoal by the power of the lightning. This ape ancestor was too ferocious. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Taking advantage of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, when no one dared to act rashly, ape ancestor immediately escaped. There were as many quasi-supremes in the immortal mansion of chaos as there were hairs on a cow. Once they swarmed him, even a peak quasi-supreme like ape ancestor would die. The powerful beings who obtained the golden lotus of the great path immediately fled. They wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. They wanted to refine the golden lotus of the great path within 49 days and break through to the extreme Tao realm. As the news spread out, the entire eternal world burst into an uproar. The grand Tao golden lotus had actually appeared in the lower worlds. Those who received the news immediately rushed towards the immortal continent. In an instant, all the teleportation arrays in the celestial continent were flashing nonstop. The emperor of the eternal divine dynasty of the celestial continent was extremely depressed. That was because the entrance to the chaotic immortal mansion world was in the hands of the eternal divine dynasty. Then, tragedy befell the eternal divine dynasty because they dared not offend anyone. The divine prince of the Wuji celestial sect had arrived and was going to the lower world. Who would dare to say no? Who would dare to stop the holy daughter of the eternal devil sect from descending to the lower worlds? When the Tao child of the Tao sect came, even the eternal emperor had to be courteous and did not dare to slight him. When the Arhat from Buddha heaven arrived, the senior officials of the eternal divine dynasty had to personally welcome him. In front of the top forces of the eternal world, the eternal divine dynasty was really nothing. The eternal divine dynasty did not dare to offend these forces at all. In the end, the eternal divine dynasty simply announced the coordinates of the chaotic immortal mansion world. This way, as long as there was a teleportation array between realms, they could activate it and head to the lower worlds. As a result, the chaotic immortal mansion world was immediately overcrowded. However, when the divine princes and holy daughters who entered the chaotic immortal mansion world saw the grand Tao golden lotus descending from the sky, they were immediately thrown into a panic. Then they fought desperately. For the various top forces of eternal world, this was a great opportunity. At the same time, it was also a great calamity. Rumble, the whole world suddenly shook. A supreme aura suddenly appeared in the chaotic immortal mansion world. A large hole appeared high up in the sky. An extreme supreme wanted to cross over and enter the chaotic immortal mansion world. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. From the large hole in the sky, a huge figure was about to enter the chaotic immortal mansion world. Scram! At this moment there was an angry shout. Then a dazzling sword light flashed and slashed into the large hole in the sky. In the next moment, a despairing scream resounded from within the hole, and then the entire hole collapsed. At the same time, on the top of a mountain in the heaven continent of the eternal world, a teleportation array on the top of the mountain exploded. Then the entire mountain was reduced to dust. Countless cultivators on the mountain were also destroyed in body and soul. They didn't even know how they died. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from a nearby mountain. A figure with an extreme supreme aura rushed over. A black-robed, middle-aged man appeared in the sky above the dust. What's going on? Who destroyed the teleportation array? Who dares to oppose my extreme celestial palace? The middle-aged man roared. Earlier, one of Extreme Celestial Palace's core elders had died. That was at Extreme Tao Prime. For a mid-tier sect like Extreme Celestial Palace, the death of an Extreme Tao Prime was a serious blow to them. If Extreme Supreme Taoist dare come, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. Up in the sky, Gu Fei's voice spread throughout the entire chaotic Immortal Mansion world. Hearing that voice, countless quasi-supremes were shocked to the extreme. They found it hard to believe. Did this fellow known as Gu Fei want to become the enemy of the entire eternal world? Boom! A loud sound came from high up in the sky. Another extreme grade supreme being was trying to cross over to this world. However, at the critical moment, another sword light flashed out. And then there was no more. The extreme supreme who wanted to enter the chaotic Immortal Mansion world to fight for the Grand Tao Golden Lotus was killed with one sword strike. The news quickly spread back to the eternal world. Then, the big shots guessed who had taken action. The extreme supreme of the eternal world could do so effortlessly. Eternal supreme existences would not take action. Thus, it did not take long before the various sects forbade the extreme supreme from descending to the lower worlds. However, by then, a considerable number of extreme supreme had already been killed by that existence from the lower worlds. They had died to that person's sword. By then, many of the divine sons and saintesses of the top forces had returned. These divine sons and saintesses who had returned from the lower worlds had directly returned to their sects and secluded themselves. Needless to say, these fellows who had returned had obtained the legendary items. However, even more of the divine sons and saintesses could not return. The competition in the lower worlds was too intense. Even the divine sons of the top forces were in danger of dying. Inside the chaotic Immortal Mansion world, with Gu Fei standing guard, no one dared to act recklessly. No one dared to use extreme Tao powers. They could only fight with their own strength. Gu Ling, on the other hand, was definitely the craziest among the countless killing stars. She had actually obtained 3 Grand Tao Golden Lotuses. Even after obtaining so many, she was still fighting with others.